Welcome in 8 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you so much for tuning in. As always, we thank you for your support. And a busy show indeed. Well, we've got us this week's USFL Team of the Week. We'll announce that today. Mother's Day is Sunday. Kentucky Derby is Saturday. A lot happening. Last day to vote for Fix Mama's Mouth. The winner will be announced with Dr. Dudney early on Monday morning's show. It'll hit around 6:20 a.m. Central Time if you're listening live. Very interesting RBU this week. The guys will talk UFO landings in the UK with Philip Mantle. He is an author of that book, UFO Landings UK. The guys broke all of that down. Pretty interesting conversation, and we'll jump into that this weekend with RBU. That'll hit Saturday morning, so be standing by for that. Well, the news is as crazy as ever, and we've got some other things to discuss internally. And right out of the gate, let's get the boys in. To my left, it's Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are you? Hey. Let me just right out of the gate tell both of you, you guys look sharp.
Shave and a haircut.
After the show yesterday, I heard both of you discussing, hey, man, I need a haircut. And then it broke out.
It wasn't planned.
Y'all were going to the same place. And I understand y'all sat beside each other.
We sat in chairs right next to each other.
I gave a few suggestions on what she should do to his head.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Sure.
That's funny.
Yeah.
How did that go?
Well,
Because I know you were concerned that he was going to mess you
I
up.
thought he was
Helmsy.
going to get in my spot.
I tried to get her to give him a flat top. And
So-
and she said she really wasn't good at flat tops.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is how it all started. So Greg was in there. I said, guys, I'm going to run get a haircut before my meeting at 11:30. And Greg goes, I'm going too. And I thought, well, man, I got to beat him because
Right.
I'll never get back. if
You
he
even
gets in
talked
front
about
of
it
me.
out
Yeah, I'd
loud.
let you go ahead of me.
And so I get there, and of course,
I
two
wasn't
people
racing you.
just sit down. And there's only two people cutting hair.
Come
and I
on.
thought, man, so I text Greg. I said, hey, just heads up. I said, if you're on the way, you're probably going to have to wait a little bit. And I said, I'm sitting here. Of course, Papa Rocks, he couldn't. There was an older gentleman in there that could not get his hair the way. I was like, my goodness, buddy, it looks fine. Would you just go?
He was that concerned about it.
He was. I mean, can you take it? He kept asking. Like, when I first sat down, I thought, okay, they're nearly done. Because a lot of hair on the floor.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And I thought, okay. And he would take so much time to tell her.
You wanna
He'd
get
look
up,
at it.
pal?
He'd look at it for like a minute. It got
Today,
to a
Junior.
point where the
Really?
lady would even look at me like, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
You know,
this
that
guy
kind of
can't
thing.
make it.
Really?
Yeah. Well,
Like
then about
an
And I'm sure
uncomfortable
when she-
pause?
yes,
And I'm sure when she made adjustments, it looked just like it did
it
before.
did. I
You know.
could not tell the difference.
Right.
He dropped a quarter on the way out, and it took him like, I don't know, a good 3 minutes to pick it up.
Really?
Yeah. And so he was slow about his day. He
Yeah.
no care in the world,
I wasn't
probably
there
retired,
yet.
and I get it. So Greg is backing in at this time. There's
Okay.
there's another person in the chair, so it's opened up for me. She has said, "Hey,
Parking's tight over there in them big trucks.
it is. It
Yeah.
really is.
You got 3-point it.
You do. You do."
I hate that.
So Greg's walking in as she's going to sit me down, and I said, "Hey, will y'all mess with this guy?" I said, "Tell him y'all are no longer like I'm going to be the last haircut today." And they wouldn't do it. They were like, "No, we can't do that." And I'm like, "No, just trust me." She was like, "Well, how do you know him?" And I said, "We work together." And she was like, "No, I can't do it. I can't do it."
I didn't
I'm
know
like,
he
"Okay."
chickened out.
So
Would you tell him that he's going to walk in and look like he's already mad? But that's just the way. That's just the way he is. He's already going to be frowning.
and I even went as far to
I
go.
was excited about my haircut.
If y'all don't want to tell him that it's closed and I'm the last guy, tell him that y'all don't cut jerks hair. Like I was really playing
yeah, I'm
it
sure
up.
they really wanted to do that.
No, and they wouldn't have anything to do with it. Well, then Greg comes in, sits down. We get to sit down right beside each other because the other guy gets up.
Yeah.
First thing out of Greg's mouth. He said he wanted a flat top.
She's like, I don't do flat tops.
Did you
very
get a
good.
picture of the two of you sitting
No,
there
I
beside
should
each
We
other?
had our
I should've.
thing.
Yeah.
Smock on. Whatever
That could have been an album cover right
Ooh,
there.
what about them hot, wet towels they bring out?
I know.
Oh, Daddy like that?
Man.
Huh?
When they're done, I thought I said, that's all right.
Yeah, it
Is
is.
that how you said it?
Yeah. Because you know how itchy you feel?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, if I remember, I hadn't had a haircut in 20,
That's true.
20 years.
Speedy, I'm
but,
sorry. I didn't mean to bring it up. No wonder you're so jealous. I ain't got much of hair, but I got enough to go get it cut.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not bragging about this fine pompadour I got.
I actually looked at Greg from the chair. He was to my right, and I just looked over and I said, if Speedy could see us, he'd be real envious of what's going on.
He would come in and say, "Can y'all like buff my head, just do something so I can
something.
be a part of it?
Yeah.
Shine this baby up."
I guarantee you I would have taken a picture, and that would have been.
We
That
were
would've been
in
out
and out of a
quick.
hurry.
We
though.
were cutting up so much that the lady said, "Now, how do you know him again?"
Yeah.
Like, y'all are really.
Yeah, I tried to get him to carve his initials in his head.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You doing all that?
How about a good lightning bolt? You know?
Now you were the good one when he left. You said at first when y'all got back. How do you know him? You went, I don't know him. I met him in the parking lot.
I don't know who he is really.
We were just messing with him the whole time. I really didn't know the guy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
But,
so good.
Again, it wasn't planned. We both
No.
we saw an opening and we took it.
I get it. It's Mother's Day this coming Sunday, and for
Well,
all
that's
the
not
little
real.
pictures standing with the lovely wives, you got to have a haircut. You got to look nice.
Yeah, that sounds good. Mine was more of I won't get one till next week if I don't go ahead
That's
and get
me,
it now.
same way.
I see the widow's peak got cut off.
I did. I had to whisper that to her because I didn't want to hear. I didn't want
Dang it, I
Greg.
let that go.
How do you do it? Do you go, hey, will you cut the widow's peak?
Is
that-
Will you
how
cut
you
the
would-
state of Florida off?
Shaving a haircut.
I said, I will say, go ahead and trim the widow's peak back. I said, you can
Is
just
that how
round
you
it
do
off.
it?
Yeah.
Round
Yeah.
that
So
baby
you
off.
point to it.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now,
It's
but I
like
was
he's got
quiet.
an M on his forehead.
It really is. And now, do you do the saw motion like you just said? Like
I do a little round, like
Okay.
I would just round it off. I said, cut it back and round it off, trim that baby up, and I had to say it a little more quiet than I normally do.
Trim that baby
because, because I didn't want him to hear me explaining it.
Oh, I'd have loved that.
I know.
I did tell her though, because he takes it down pretty low. I said, you might as well just shave it. I
Right.
said, just go to the skin if you're gonna go that low.
Yeah, you did.
Right.
Yeah, you had quite a few comments from
Right.
over in your chair.
Oh yeah.
They're going to have to get in there with some tweezers to get a hold of it.
Yeah, that.
But we got it done. We were in and out,
In
and
a
we
hurry.
got back to what we needed to do.
We
That's
all
right.
plan it again, so y'all can go together. Is this going to be a new thing? or-
Probably.
Yeah, probably so.
Well, the next time I'm going in strictly to take pictures.
Yeah. that'd be
Okay,
fun.
and video.
You
That's
can get
all
him
I
to trim
want to
your,
do.
Your mustache.
Oh, so we back to that.
You can get the hot towel.
Well, there's only 2 chairs. Isn't that what y'all
you like
said?
that hot towel?
There's only 2 chairs.
No, there's more. There were only
chairs,
two
it's
people
just
working.
Two people working.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, there's only 2 chairs, but you could sit in that empty one.
Yeah, I'll sit over there
You
and,
might
just,
as well.
and make fun of y'all.
They can get you a stack of hot towels, and you just sit there.
Ooh, you get them on that head. Ooh,
Ooh, that'd be nice. We'll
I
take
like
a break.
that hot towel.
We'll be right back. 15 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
God's been too good to me. And because of that, I've got to make a choice at this Gridiron Man Conference.
The 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference, June 17 and 18, Probst Arena in Huntsville, Alabama, featuring Fred Luter, Kurt Cameron, and Tim Tebow.
How many people can we help in the name of Jesus? That's the goal. Nothing else matters.
The Gridiron Men's Conference, Huntsville, Alabama, June 17 and 18. Register today at gridironmen.org. Presented by Bill Waldrop Ministries.
Inflation is rising, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did to your retirement in 2008? Our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's coming. Smart investors are doing this, so talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. Right now, you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you ready to win an out-of-this-world family road trip? Family Camp at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama is the perfect weekend for the adventurous family. All lodging and meals are included in this out-of-this-world experience. You also get $1,500 spending money towards your out-of-this-world family road trip package. All you need to do is sign up for the North Alabama newsletter. Someone's going to win. Maybe it'll be you. Sign up and get entered to win at alabamaroadtrips.com. That's alabamaroadtrips.com. With spring in the air, it's time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, what's going on in here? Termites? This is my house. I'm in charge here. Hey! Oh, you're gonna regret that. All right, that's it. I'm calling Cooks. Yeah, you better run.
You don't have to live with termites. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com.
Prices have gone up on almost everything. That's why it's great to use GoodRx right now. With GoodRx, you can instantly compare prescription prices at local pharmacies and find discounts that can save you up to 80%. GoodRx is free, easy to use, and it works whether you do or do not have insurance. Find out more at goodrx.com/Bubba. That's goodrx.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used in place of insurance, Medicare, and Medicaid. In 2021, GoodRx users saved up to 81% on retail prescription prices. If you're a regular show listener, you've probably heard me talk about my Allform sofa, which we love. So here's some exciting news. The same team behind my Allform sofa has brought us unbelievable customized mattresses made in the USA. Helix mattresses. If you need a new mattress, then go to helixsleep.com/Bubba, take the quiz, order the mattress you're matched to, and it'll come right to your door in a box, shipped for free, and you can try it for 100 nights. Right now, Helix is offering up to $200 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Rob tried to manage his constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating day after day. After realizing it was irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, he found another way and finally said yes to adding Linzess.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far.
21 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, it's 21 minutes past the hour. We have the USFL Team of the Week. We'll announce that during the main show today. And today is your last day to vote for Fix Mama's Mouth. We've got our 3 finalists up. We've had them there for about a week or so. And the voting is happening every day, and today's your last day. So if you'd like to chime in and cast your vote to see who the next Fix Mama's Mouth will be, the winner, that's today. At the end of today, it stops. And then Dudney will be with us bright and early Monday morning around 6:20 a.m. Central Time. If you want to set your clocks and make sure that you're watching or listening at that time, he'll announce the winner of this year's Fix Mama's Mouth. You can go to rickandbubba.com, click on contest, and it's there. And so good luck to those 3 finalists, and I see a lot of votes coming in, and so good luck to everybody. You know, Monday's a big day, guys, because right after that, at the next hour, mover and shaker Gene Hallman will be with us. The Regions Tradition is coming in. You know, the Champions Tour hits Birmingham, Alabama every year. Greystone Country Club and Golf Course is the host of that, just around the corner. It's going to be a little bit more convenient for us. as we're here at the studio. We just jump across the street. But Bubba is scheduled to play in the Wednesday Pro-Am, which is Wednesday, May the 11th. And the show will be live from there. This will be our new, our first live show since we've been in our new unnamed studio. So we'll see how that goes. There's a little bit of, anxiety about that. Just kind of dialing it in. And we've been tweaking on the Bubba box and equipment, trying to make sure we know what we're going to take. So anyway, that's coming up next Wednesday, road show and all that, which means we won't be on YouTube that day. If you will schedule your time to be with us that Wednesday, May the 11th, we won't be on YouTube. We'll be on everything else. And Adler will be there cutting video and getting all kinds of cool stuff. We'll recap the next day and have a good time with it, put a lot of stuff out on social media. But just a couple of programming things for you guys to pay attention to. Mother's Day this weekend, as I was talking about Fix Mama's Mouth. My dad, no pressure, he has written another poem, A Mother is the title.
Who is a mother?
A mother.
That was first line.
Yep, that's right. A mother. So that could happen today too. So how's y'all's weekend looking? Is it? I know with Mother's Day, do you have y'all going anywhere? Or people coming over? I know with you with grandkids and stuff.
We're finalizing stuff.
Okay,
we're
you going to them?
No, I think they're going to come to us.
Okay, everybody's just coming over, celebrate moms.
We're all just we're working out the details, but obviously we'll definitely do something.
Yeah.
And that's always fun, especially when the youngins get cranked up.
Right.
They're at the age now it's really fun.
Yeah.
Like I say, Marion will be 1 next week, so they'll all be over 1 at that point. So look out.
Wow. How about you?
We're not doing anything.
Okay.
I got to go to Mobile Saturday. Amanda's working on Mother's Day, so we'll just be at the house waiting on her to get off work.
Yeah, I don't know if
we'll celebrate her when she gets home.
I don't know if my sister was trying to just kind of throw a shot at me, but she lives down in Pensacola, and my parents live up in Huntsville, our parents, and she said, "Yeah, going to see Mom, driving
right by you,
driving up Friday, to go see Mom because it's Mother's Day Sunday," and she was kind of throwing a little shot because she knows our weekend, and we've been talking. We sent Mom a card and all this kind of stuff. Can't physically be there Sunday. And I think she was letting me know. Yeah, driving up, real busy. But
I'll wave at you on my way through.
Yeah, we're going to go on up to Huntsville, see them for the weekend.
Now, we live in the Panhandle.
Right, and it's a long trip. Actually, driving the length of the state of Alabama.
She's got like 10 more trips before she catches up with you. Did you throw that in?
I did.
Yeah,
I did. But I did have if I could have all my sons in a huddle, I kind of, hey, everybody right here, huddle up real quick. Hey, this Mother's Day thing, wait for your mom. It's on y'all. Okay, it's on y'all. I mean, we're 25, 20, and 18. I mean, the days of me running and getting some, they've been long gone. But just don't let that sneak up on you. I know we're all busy. We're all going pretty hard. We just gotta make Mom, hey, okay, and yes, sir, got
Mine
it.
is the way I approach it.
Because it's always my fault if something doesn't happen.
Well, sure.
Yeah, well, sure, that's typical. Of course, Father's Day goes the exact same way. Nobody cares. But mine is, Caroline is excellent about this, is Caroline will simply go, because she can't drive yet. And so she'll say, she did get her permit, but she'll say, hey, what do you think about us getting this for Mom for Mother's Day? And I'm like, hey, good idea. She's always on top of birthdays and anniversaries and Mother's Day and Father's Day. And a good gift picker-outer.
That's good.
And
of course, she's a girl. Having 3 boys.
I know. So I have
you have no hope.
So I get those text messages, or we have those conversations, and I'm like, okay, sounds good. I'll go get it. And so, but I do tell them, hey, listen, I'm not falling into this Hallmark world. Y'all create a card.
Okay.
Goes for you too, Braden. I'm not going by and buying cards for y'all to sign. I'm not going to buy and pick out cards.
No, we're not doing
for
that.
y'all to sign, and because I've done everything at that point, other than you take a pen and write your name and some little message.
Right.
I said, so create your own. Of course, Caroline and Maddie have already done that, and 48 hours, 72 hours out, and Braden probably doesn't even realize it's Mother's Day.
Yeah.
So
part of Terry's Mother's Day that she wanted was just to go to a nursery and pick out flowers. I'm talking about from front to back to side. We're buying. I mean, we got pots. We got new pots. We got The old pots everything's got to be pulled out of them and thrown away. I mean, we look like we're just the biggest green thumb ever. And I don't know how long they'll live. Maybe midsummer they'll start to. Hey, what about the flowers? Instead of what about the dog, it's, hey, have you watered the flowers? What about the flowers?
Yeah.
Always
mess up on when you're supposed to water.
Yeah, and she was so proud because one of the neighbors was walking last night. Hey, beautiful flowers. Who's done this? A great job.
You said thanks.
So she's all excited. We got us color all around the house with flowers and stuff. So we're ready. I think we're ready for Mother's Day weekend.
Looking good.
And for those of you in Kentucky, I know you're ready. It's Kentucky Derby time.
Oh, the old Kentucky Derby.
Yep. Saturday.
Run for the roses.
Saturday, it's Kentucky Derby. That'll be on the USA Network, 11 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. Central Time, and then jump over to NBC from 1:30 to 6:30 p.m. Central Time.
I know we don't follow it close. Who is is there one out there that's saying, hey, if he wins this, could win the Triple Crown?
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce all these horses' names. But there's some, we love horses' names.
Oh, yeah.
Right? We've
great.
done bits on that. Summer is Tomorrow. I love that name.
Summer is Tomorrow.
That's a good one. We got all kinds of, let's see, Happy Jack.
Happy Jack.
That's
a
good
I'm
one.
pulling for. Happy
You
Jack.
like that?
I like Happy Jack.
Crown Pride. How about Charge It? I love that name.
Charge
It. Charge It. There's a number of them. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm just looking at the list on who's favored. And so.
Didn't the last one that won it, they took it away from him because they said they were doping? Am I wrong?
No, I think you're right.
The
From
last
this guy,
one
this dude? Yeah. Bob, is it Baffert?
Yeah, I think so. He's won a few.
Lee's federal court and on the last summer is a picture of him leaving federal court in Brooklyn. So anyway, Kentucky Derby is the first leg of the Triple Crown, and it's Saturday.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, it's Rick here, and it's a friendly reminder from our friends at 1-800-Flowers.com. Hey, Mother's Day is this Sunday. Get ahead of the rush with a deal as sweet as Mom. Right now, 1-800-Flowers is giving you $25 off 2 dozen assorted roses. That's $25 off 2 dozen assorted roses. Now, this gorgeous bouquet of 2 dozen roses and an assortment of bright colors is guaranteed to show all of the moms in your life just how much they are loved. All roses from 1-800-Flowers are picked at their peak, cared for every step of the way, and shipped fresh to ensure lasting beauty. $25 off 2 dozen assorted roses is an amazing offer, but they're only available while supplies last. Don't put this off any longer. Mother's Day is Sunday. Get $25 off 2 dozen assorted roses by going to 1-800-Flowers.com. 1-800-Flowers.com. Click the radio icon, enter the code BUBBA. That's 1-800-Flowers.com. Click the radio icon, use the code BUBBA. Or go to rickandbubba.com, and you'll find it right under the sponsors. Inflation is rising, COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes. I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for 2 reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 and free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or rickandbubba.com.
God's been too good to me, and because of that, I've got to make a choice at this Gridiron Man Conference.
Phil Waldrop Ministries presents the 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference. 2 dynamic days, June 17 and 18. Probst Arena in Huntsville, Alabama, featuring Fred Luter and Tim Tebow.
How many people can we love in the name of Jesus? How many people can we help in the name of Jesus? That's the goal. Nothing else is the goal. Nothing else matters.
The 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference. Hear dynamic speakers like Phil Waldrip and Kirk Cameron.
If I can try to get my part right, maybe I will be used as sort of a vessel to bring about change in my spouse over time. Maybe I can lead by example, and that'll bring some sort of transformation to my relationship if I'm patient.
Don't miss the Gridiron Men's Conference, Huntsville, Alabama, June 17 and 18. Register today at gridironmen.org. That's gridironmen.org. Presented by Phil Waldrip Ministries.
With spring in the air, it's a time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find the people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond to the world's largest professional network of over 810 million people. Then add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring so your network can help you find the right people to hire. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to actually interview and hire. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing faster. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. In life, you can count on three things: death, taxes, and your car breaking down. We can't do anything about the first two. Now, as for your car breaking down, well, that's why there's CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles, when you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. All you got to do is choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck maybe on the side of the road. Every protection plan C includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Get coverage today. Lock in your price, and it'll never go up at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888. You'll save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we got 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Busy day today. Rick and Bubba join us in about 30 minutes from now. Guys, I learned something yesterday, as I do every day here. But post-show yesterday, I saw this story break that there is a video game Hall of Fame. Did y'all know that? A video game Hall of Fame.
Not really good at video games. Wish I was better at video games, and I don't really give them anything, and I think that's why, because I'm not really good at them.
Right.
Now, when I was growing up at the skating ring, the arcade video games.
What
this you're talking about? These are these the ones, the Nintendo gaming system video games?
All right, so which gaming system did y'all have growing up?
We didn't have one.
Yeah, my parents wouldn't allow it.
Well, I
had to go to Mason Conference
I'm a lot
to
older
play
than
it.
you, so we had Pong. You know, that was all.
My dad still has a Pong
That's
game.
exactly what I had.
I remember Duck Hunt coming out.
Mm-hmm.
I was probably, I might have been late teens, early 20s.
Yeah.
But we didn't really have gaming system. A friend of mine had the Pong. Boom, boom. We did that.
My dad still brings it out today for the kids.
Still got
Does
Pong?
he really?
Yes. I'm not making
that's
that
what
up.
That's a classic.
On that crappy TV.
But that's a classic. But what we did is we played the arcade at the either
That's
at the
where we
skating
went.
ring or to an arcade.
That's where we actually went to
and
an
we
arcade.
played Galaga. We played Space Invaders, Centipede.
Mm-hmm.
All those.
Yeah.
Pac-Man. I remember Pac-Man came out. You'd be standing in line waiting your turn to play.
How about Miss Pac-Man?
I think that's stupid. That's Pac-Man with a bow on it.
I know. Well,
there's no reason. It's not a different game.
The World Video Game Hall of Fame in New York has announced the induction of the groundbreaking games. One of them, Miss Pac-Man. How about Dance Dance Revolution?
No, that was after my time.
Okay. How about The Legend of Zelda?
See, I played Zelda. I loved Zelda. So couple things. One, we seriously did not have a gaming system, Nintendo, and so we would have to go to other places. Now it all changed when my grandmother bought one. She figured out, hey, I tell you what we'll do.
Grandkids
come over. I want them over here, so let's buy a Nintendo. And so I played Double Dribble and Zelda and There was a kung fu game and
Okay.
Mike Tyson
Street
Punch
Fighter.
Out and these type things.
Yeah, now I was in my early 20s when the first original Nintendo gaming system.
And I was getting into my late teens, I guess.
You're right, because we played Tecmo Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
That was my first game that we were probably early 20s.
Now, my brother had some kind of Sega, and I guess it wasn't the PlayStation at that time, I don't think. I think it was just called Sega.
Sega Genesis,
yeah.
I think they had.
He had one of those, and I remember playing some hedgehog game. But outside of that, I'm just not any good at them.
Well, we had the original Nintendo, and then later Rick gave me Super Nintendo, and if somebody gave it to him in a promotion for the radio. So I remember he told me, he said, "Don't feel bad." He said, "You paid more for socks than I paid for this." But anyway, so Taylor was really too little, but he would try to play anyway. Like he'd have the controller, and I'd make him think he was playing.
Yeah.
But Zelda came with it, and me and him got to play in that. But he was really too young. But now the coolest one he had when he got a little older was the NASCAR one.
Oh, yeah.
And it had a steering wheel that came with it and a gas pedal.
Tyler had that.
Oh, I was all in there.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I loved it.
So I had no idea there was and Mario. Everybody forgets Super Mario. Everybody played it, but I had no idea that there was a Hall of Fame for video game.
Yeah, apparently the World Video Game Hall of Fame is part of the Strong National Museum of Play in Rochester, and there's others that were part of the selection field of nominees, I guess, that didn't make it. We'll go over some of those, but Miss Pac-Man, it was the 1981 sequel to arcade classic Pac-Man, which we just talked about. Sold 125,000 cabinets, I guess it was the little stand-up deals there, within 5 years of its release, making it one of the 5 best-selling arcade games of all time, the museum said.
Yeah.
The field Miss Pac-Man, Dance Dance Revolution, The Legend of Zelda, and there's one more. Sid Meier's Civilization?
See, all that was after.
Whatever. Anyway, some of the other nominees, I guess that maybe will eventually make it: Assassin's Creed, Candy Crush Saga, Minesweeper, NBA Jam, Parappa the Rapper, Resident Evil, Rogue and Words with Friends. So those are some of the things.
None of the sports games, because
NBA Jams, we did play that a good bit. With Braden. Braden still played that.
Taylor, he went through all the PlayStations that came out, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
right.
So he would keep those, but what he played was Madden. We'd get a new Madden every year, and then whenever the next PlayStation came out, we had to get another one of them. As they move on. So we did, and that was his deal. But he always did, like I said, the sports games. Madden, a lot of Madden.
A lot of Madden. Yeah. We had a lot of that, but it's just weird how technology has advanced. Of course, that some of the stuff that we played, Greg, because we're in our 50s, was just so basic, and there wasn't a whole lot of it.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about when we were kids.
But going to the arcade, I mean, it was an event, man. Let's go to the arcade. Yeah. Who wants to go to the arcade?
It was great.
You
didn't want to be crowded because you had to wait in line to play.
Right. So anyway, that's a story. I just thought that was kind of interesting. Also, we brought up that the Kentucky Derby is this weekend, and we were trying to remember some horses' names and who was thrown in jail, all this kind of stuff. Someone reminded us the horse that won last year and lost title died not too long ago.
What happened?
You remember that there was some type of story about that. Sadly, we don't follow the horse racing enough. Every time it comes along, we regret that we don't. You know what else we don't follow enough that I caught the other night? NHL playoffs are on.
I know
and
nothing about
I watched about 10 minutes of it, and I want to say it was Carolina was playing Boston, I think. I might have the names of the teams wrong. Terry and I had a discussion. Why don't we give this more? It's everything we like about a sport. I mean, the guys are tough. Half of them don't have any teeth. Yeah. They're knocking each other all over the place. And Rick brought up a point. They're on ice skates. Is that what Is that what's wrong? I don't know. Because
I've told myself for 55 years. Well, probably early in that I didn't, because I wasn't old enough to know.
Right.
But as I got old enough to know, hey, why don't you ever give hockey anything? I don't even know the rules. I know nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess at this point, I'm just not going to.
Yeah.
So
all I know is the blue line. And
I don't know any of that.
and you can't pass the puck to somebody that's already across the blue line. So I know that's a big deal with
we just don't have time
offsides.
for it. We would enjoy it if it was in our world, if your kids played it, those type of things, but we just don't have time for it.
Boy, I mean,
there's only so many hours in the day, and you can't work hockey in there.
I can't. I think that's the way it's been my whole life because I always say I'm going to work hockey.
Yeah, but boy, it's a frenzy. I mean, there was people on the glass screaming, banging on it.
Oh,
I mean,
listen,
there's fighting.
They got passionate fans.
What do they call the guys that are they're just
goons?
Goons. They're just. I was telling Terry that
Good fighters. They're good fighters.
And they don't like you standing in front of the goal. They want to knock you out of there. And there was a fight because one of them didn't like it. And then here comes one of the goons. He comes sliding in. Yeah. What you want to do? Here we go. Let's do it. Let's go.
I like how the refs sit back and watch them fight and then go
in. Right.
All right, that's enough.
Would you get in it? Huh? Would you get in it and break up a fight?
I'd sit and watch.
But anyway, that's a little tangent there. But I saw it the other night, and I was like, I really ought to give this more. Helmsy, you were talking about
I've seen a couple hockey movies I like.
Yeah. You were talking about a bizarre story that had to do with gardening. What was this?
Well, I came across this headline this morning, and it said, "Don't pee on your garden after you read this."
I haven't been peeing on it before.
I know my dogs do.
What they're saying is
there's
no sense in going outside and using the restroom. Okay, you've got plumbing, but they're saying that after you read this, you're going to want to do that.
Okay.
Because
really?
researchers around the world are experimenting with creating urine diverting toilets and urine recycling treatments on a small scale, and they're saying that your pee actually helps the plants.
Well, that dog pee don't.
No.
Well, that's what I was going to bring up. So
maybe if you put it directly on it, it's what kills it. Maybe if you put it in the soil.
Well, this is what it says: is next time you water your plants, think about these seemingly facts. 1, plants need nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium.
Okay.
2, most of the nitrogen and phosphorus found in wastewater, it's thanks to human urine. And so if your pee contains and your pee contains potassium too.
Okay. Yeah.
So all these things that these plants need
are in urine.
Are in your urine.
Okay.
And they're saying that.
So they say don't pee on your plants.
Well, they're having a little fun with
They're just saying they found another use for it.
They're basically saying, hey, we don't want to see a bunch of people peeing in their plants because of this article, because it'll make you want to do that. But go use your toilet. But this is being studied. This is being studied to help plants.
Okay.
What if you pee in a jar and then it gets to a certain level, you take it outside and dump it on your plant?
Yeah, so this is what it says. It says, to be clear, we're not advising you to go outside and pee on your tomatoes and zinnias.
Okay.
Well,
Greg, you hearing this?
But if you did, it would not hurt them. In fact, it would help them and help the soil around it.
Got it.
The dog urine don't help a bush. It don't help a boxwood.
No. Hey, buddy.
Hey,
how are you?
Lost?
What's up?
What's
What you
wrong?
need, man? You looking for? Are y'all in there playing with everything?
No, I'm trying to see how many channels that has. I'm trying to find one to replace it.
Oh.
Okay.
Is that how you carry your coffee cup like that?
He's just being careful.
I mean, what kind of carry is that?
He's a carry careful.
Over the top lip.
Hey, careful, carry.
He broke one the other day. He's being gentle.
I think that's what
gentle,
it is.
Rick.
He's not trusting the handle. That's exactly what it is. All right. Well, hey, we covered a lot in that last 10 minutes.
I'm just saying, if you want to go outside to urinate,
why don't
you do it in a plant?
One of these bushes out here. Let's just pee on that one and watch and see how it does.
Okay. You first?
Yeah.
All right,
I got to go
on.
right now.
All right, head on out. When's the last time y'all urinated outside?
Last night.
Oh,
really?
Yep.
That was quick.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ad paid for by Open Jar Concepts. Attention, this is an important notice for anyone who has used a Philips CPAP machine or ventilator. In June 2021, the FDA announced that Philips issued a recall affecting nearly 4 million CPAP, BiPAP, and ventilator units. The recall was issued due to health risks associated with the foam utilized for sound reduction, which may degrade over time into harmful chemicals. The Philips CPAP recalled devices can potentially result in injuries including kidney, liver, or heart damage, cancer, or severe skin, ear, nose, or throat inflammation. If you or a loved one used a Philips CPAP, BiPAP, or ventilator and later suffered an injury, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call us now at 800-514-0679. Our experienced attorneys will fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Time is limited to file a claim, so call us at 800-514-0679. That's 800-514-0679. Again, 800-514-0679.
Okay, let's start unloading the sod over here.
The grass is always greener when Haruka's Lawn Care does the mowing.
And then we want to get the flower bed started before lunch.
They need a new landscaping designer to keep their budding business growing.
Oh, can we double check the incline here? This one needs to drain this way.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
At Boot Barn, we believe that the cowboy boot is an American icon. Today's boots are not only rooted in history, but are enhanced with modern technology features for the working cowboy. Ariat boots are built with advanced technology that provides the comfort and support of a high-performance athletic shoe, yet still has the functionality and durability of the iconic cowboy boot. And at Boot Barn, we carry over 250,000 pairs of Ariat boots nationwide. Ariat at Boot Barn.
These days, it's getting harder and harder to find savings. But you may have more cash than you realize in your home's equity. Unlock it today with a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage. In the last year, average home values have gone up nearly 20%. That means you could unlock thousands of dollars from your home. And with Rocket Mortgage, you could get all that cash in as little as 3 weeks. Put your hard-earned money to work. Pay down high-interest debt and combine your balances into one simple, low monthly payment. Now is your perfect opportunity to take control of your financial future. So what are you waiting for? When you want to consolidate debt and simplify your finances, Rocket can. Call 8338-ROCKET today or go to rocketmortgage.com to get started. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rocket. Call for cost information and conditions. The Equal Housing Lender, licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 3030. Call 800-490-1233 for disclosures and cost information.
Guys, anyone listening tired of those bald spots? Did you know 2 out of 3 guys experience hair loss before they're 35? Do you really want to gamble with your hair? Well, you can flip the odds in your favor and save your hair with our friends at Keeps. Keeps has clinically proven FDA-approved hair treatments available online. Whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or take care of the hair you have, your Keeps physician will help you select the right products and develop a personalized hair-saving routine that works for you. It's easy with no waiting rooms or pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost, too, guys. And if you have questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So, guys, if those balding jokes are wearing thin, join thousands of other guys who saved their hair. Visit Keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order. That's Keeps.com/Bubba, KEEPS.com/Bubba.
Terry was away for the weekend for her daughter's wedding. The morning of the big day, she got a call from Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring center. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. In moments like this, time is critical because even an inch of flooding can cause more than $25,000 in damages. After talking to Simply Safe, Terry called her neighbor, who quickly turned the water off before the flooding got bad. Protecting against floods is just one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With a comprehensive Simply Safe system and 24/7 professional monitoring, you can have someone always looking out for you. Plans cost under $1 a day with no long-term contracts or hidden fees ever. You can customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, we got 9 minutes until top of the hour. Helmsy, I'm not going to do this to you again. I'm just going to simply say this portion of the show brought to you by Keeps.com/Bubba. If you are concerned about thinning hair, bald spots, or receding hairlines, just, hold your jokes. I got to get through this. Yes, I'm bald reading this. But they have more 5-star reviews than any of their competitors, and hundreds of thousands of guys trust them for their hair loss prevention. All right, so if you have any questions along the way, You can message a doctor 24/7. They track your progress. They walk through this with you. They have the tracking tools available. So get started with a special discount. How does 50% off sound? Just go to keeps.com/Bubba for a 50% off your first order of hair loss treatment. So if you suffer from hair loss, thinning hair, bald spots, receding hairlines, and you want to take action, let us suggest keeps.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right. I thought y'all did really well there. I thought y'all were quiet. Greg was sniffing a little bit, but I was very proud of y'all. All right, Helmsy, what you got, kid?
All right, so got into a docuseries last night, and I didn't know about this part of our American history, and it wasn't that long ago, 43 years ago. I would have been one, so no way I would have remembered it live, but I would have thought that I would have known about this at some point. If I said 3 Mile Island to you, would that ring a bell?
Yeah, like a nuclear disaster.
Yes.
I've just always heard about it.
So there's this new Netflix has a new docuseries. It's called Meltdown: The 3 Mile Island.
Okay.
And I just
what year did it happen?
1979.
Wow. I didn't pay that much attention to it, but I've always heard about 3 Mile Island. 79. What I've been 13.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I'd have been about 13.
Yeah, 11 here.
So they called it the nuclear nightmare that almost took out the East Coast. And
no, I never did know the details.
Well, and so it's your typical. This starts at 4 a.m. at this nuclear plant, and they've got some trouble, and they don't find out really what's going on till like 3 or 4 hours later when it's too late.
Was it
and radiation has leaked? Yes.
Was it a power plant?
Yes, nuclear power plant. And
meltdown.
Yes, and so alarms going off everywhere. They don't know whether they should evacuate the city or not, and then this poor guy who's still alive today, he went in, and of course all kinds of radiation, and the government was hiding a lot of it from the public because they didn't want. They had their reasons, but at the same time, they probably should have been saying, "Y'all need to get out of here."
Right. Well, yeah.
A couple of days later, they finally evacuated people within a 5-mile radius of it, and the amounts of radiation that was in the air, they could not believe, and they didn't think that it was. Some people were saying, "Oh, it's not a big deal, whatever," and then they got to measuring, and they were like, "Oh my goodness, this is a huge deal."
Yeah,
and so. Long story short, the reason they're saying things like the nuclear nightmare that almost took out the East Coast is because they were, after a couple years, they actually ran cameras down into it to figure out what was going on, and they claimed that it was 30 minutes from completely exploding, and that no one knew that they were going to actually. So when they made some mistakes, not only on a publicity standpoint and a getting the word out, but just working on it. And it's scary to know that this was I had no idea. People that were there, they're interviewing people that went through it. Hey, do I pack up and leave? Do I lock up?
Yeah.
They said they had fire department trucks going down the streets over the megaphones, stay in your homes, and they were getting conflicting messages like. The police would go by and go, "You need to evacuate," and they're saying,
"Well,
stay."
they never dealt with anything, so they didn't know.
I know,
right? Kind of like with COVID.
Very interesting documentary. I had no idea that this even. I'd
like to watch it because I've always heard of 3 Mile Island. Like I say, I was 13, so it was far away from me, so I didn't care. And but I've always heard people refer to the accident.
This will help me watch this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This will help me a little bit because, to your point, Greg, I've never really dialed in on it.
There's a movie called The China Syndrome.
Yep. Well, here's what's strange about that, Greg, is that came out, that movie came out, and then this happened months later. And there was a lot of things going, why is this so coincidental? Matter of fact, in that movie, they used Pennsylvania as the state. It's mentioned
been a long
in
time
it.
since
It's
I've
strange.
seen that movie.
There's some things that you go, wait a minute.
Did they discuss that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They discussed
Break
that.
it all down?
Yeah. Michael Douglas played in that, by the way. And,
it was in the 70s.
Yeah, it was in. Yeah,
you can go ahead.
It had just come out, and so that was big on because people that live near nuclear plants, power plants, they saw this movie and it scared them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and everyone was going, "This has never happened. This would never happen. There's no chance that this could happen. There's too many measures in place." Well, then it happened. And but they were all scientists. There's a scientist on there y'all are going to recognize, and he claims amongst all these other engineers that actually worked on it, they were 30 minutes from the
complete meltdown,
from a complete
whole thing.
You talking about wiping out
nuclear meltdown? Yeah.
So very interesting. It's scary, but very interesting.
Yeah.
How long did
this played out over a course of a few days, like probably a week, in regards to have we finally got everything in order so that we can bring everybody in?
That's what I was wondering.
But the aftermath of like 2 or 3 years, I mean, I think it was years before they even realized what actually happened.
Yeah.
So.
And has there been any the lasting effect, I guess, to residents in that area?
I'm sure there is, because there were people that left everything there and never came back. They actually talk about that.
Yeah, because I mean, do you want?
And then there were some things going on with water supplies and those type things because of the radiation and just people with things on their skin and just webs and all these things because it's a scary deal.
And so give how you watched it.
Netflix Meltdown 3 Mile Island.
Okay, there you go. Netflix.
And I've got one.
Meltdown,
I've actually
3
got
Mile
Island. It's I think 4 episodes. I watched 3. I've got to see the 4th.
And this
I don't know how it officially ends, but
and this is under documentaires.
Yeah, I just can't. Okay. It was in like the top 3 or 4
trending
top
or
10 or whatever, and I'm like, oh, that looks new. What is that all about?
Well, your haircut, looking at it.
Yeah, and then I got into it, and then Maddie was laying in the bed with me watching TV, and she was like, "Are you gonna watch another episode?" I'm like, "Nah, well, you pick now." But I got 3 episodes in.
There you go. I bet she's loving it.
Interesting.
I need to dial in on that.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
I always love
Meltdown,
stuff like
3
that.
Mile Island,
but
Netflix.
you would have thought if this was such a huge deal, and it was, lives were big time impacted, that I'd have read that in a history book somewhere. Maybe it's there, and I just didn't read it and pay attention to it. But
I didn't know the details, but I remember them talking about 3 Mile Island.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. The guys join us on a very busy day. Don't go anywhere. Don't forget as well, rickandbubba.com, the website. A lot there. Go see it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In fact, he might not even have nailed it there himself. He might have handed it to the church custodian. That sounds like a joke, but it is perfectly possible that he didn't do it, so that we have all these illustrations and paintings of him doing this thing. We don't know that he was the one to nail it to the door. And again, when you think about nailing something to the door, it has this heroic, I'm hammering this thing. That's what there were no thumbtacks. There was no staples to get.
It's the only way you could hang something.
Yeah. So you're saying the document was probably and theoretically could have been nailed up by a custodian right next to the ad that says "looking for a roommate, take a number."
Right.
There you go, and you tear off the little number and you call up, and it's been disconnected. Well, here's the issue.
Well, and also in modern time, all he might have said was, "I have posted the 95 Thesis on my website. Go have a look."
Right.
There you go. Well, you know what's so funny is that even the document itself, and you just said that before, but basically he was not trying to start a revolution. It wasn't even a dim flicker in his mind. This was a man who loved his church. He wanted to be a humble son of the church. He did not want to start trouble. That is a fact. He did not want to start trouble. He was not a rebel. Later on, he became those things. But in 1517, and we are now celebrating the 500th anniversary, kind of big.
Wow. That's a big
500th anniversary of what? Of when he decided, you know what? This indulgence practice, because people have heard the story in high school or whatever, junior high, you learn about how people were throwing money, into the coffer to try to get their relatives out of purgatory, or they're paying money to pay for a sin or whatever. He said, this is corrupting the faithful. We need to deal with this. And he was a theologian. He was a monk and a theologian at the University of Wittenberg, and he said, we need to have a debate. But that's what they did. They would have an academic debate. So he writes up these theses on the issue of indulgences in Latin. This is meant only for the educated and his colleagues to read. This is not meant for the whole world to read, but what happened was absolutely unintentional. He meekly, humbly, helpfully puts up this document, and the next thing you know, the whole world is on fire, because it's kind of like when you forward an email to the wrong person, or you forward it to somebody, and before you get a chance to tell them, they forward it to everybody they know. It really went crazy. It turns Europe upside down. The King Henry VIII is reading it. Everybody around Europe is reading this and arguing and debating, and they cast him in the role of troublemaker, enemy of the church. And he was thinking, wait a second, absolutely not. I don't want to start trouble. I am not an enemy of the church. I'm a humble monk trying to bring this up. He became more and more outspoken as the battle got crazy. And it's kind of like you're trying to defend yourself, and you keep digging the hole deeper. He would defend himself and say, I didn't mean that. Here's what I'm saying. And as he said that, he would say something else that they would say, what? How can you say that? And so it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And next thing you know, the world's turned upside down. And I'm not kidding when I tell you, I didn't know any of this going into it, but everything that he did 500 years ago opened the door to the future in which we live. American freedom, self-government, democracy, all of these things that we take for granted as the modern world, the door was opened when Martin Luther did this 500 years ago. So if we want to know our history, we trace everything directly back to 500 years ago when he did this. And we need to know our history. We're Americans. We need to know it.
All right, so I know over the weekend, 5 living former presidents came together on Saturday night for a fundraiser to help all the victims of the various 2017 hurricanes. Now, the surviving presidents were all there.
They've been hanging out a lot lately doing different things.
They're called the Furious Five.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that.
And current President Trump thanked them for their efforts, and probably one of the more classy things I've seen him do in a while.
Did you see the video? Was it a video clip he did? Because he wasn't physically there.
Yeah, he did a video clip that was really good, thanking all of them and for what they're doing for the American people. It was non-political in every way and appropriate. So, but some people are asking, what did George W. Bush say to Barack Obama while Bill Clinton was talking that made them both start giggling? We've been there, guys.
Yeah.
We've been in situations where.
Watch the video, Rick. You got to see him do this.
Look, Bush. Look, he just made it crack.
Leaned over.
Man, look, and Obama.
So he's talking behind his back, so you can't see him.
Right.
Obama's laughing.
Yes, and look at that look on Bush's face.
He looked back to check to see if he got it.
Yes, I just cracked that good one. And look, and Obama's trying not to laugh even harder. Then all right, look, there's that old thing where you're trying to work it out. Yeah. And look, now George W. Bush goes serious face, but still a smirk.
I'm not sure Clinton didn't hear it. Look at his face.
Right.
Yeah. He kind of changes the way he's doing things as well. Do you see that little smirk right there?
Well, you can only imagine.
Can we hear what he say? Can we? If we got audio,
okay.
Let's hear.
Right, let's see what's going on.
But can be a new beginning if we just do what we ought to do.
Did Clinton start laughing a little bit
too? The heart of America, without regard to race or religion or political party, is greater than our problems.
Let me go back here.
But can be a new beginning if we just do what we ought to do and prove that the heart of America.
Hey, wait. Did you hear somebody else laugh? Listen to this. Just listen close.
If we just do what we ought to do and prove that the heart.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Who does that? The Rick and Bubba Show, coming from the No Name Studio. We sure are glad you're here today. We start this hour with our national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. So let's unpack it today. We head you into the weekend, and we wrap up a Rick and Bubba week. A lot to discuss. Your phone calls will be part of it at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you entered your team to have VIP privileges this weekend with the USFL, we'll announce that winner on the program today. It could be your team. And you'll go enjoy the weekend with all the USFL action in our home city of Birmingham, Alabama. Speedy is here, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, Helmsy, all here. They've given you a kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms, and there he sits, silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worth nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
I'm good. How are you, sir?
I'm fired and ready. Ready to sing a little Dobie Gray. Somebody say it. Well, ain't it a shame?
Wanna get lost in your rock and roll and drift away.
How about it?
Dobie Gray.
How about you?
Dobie Gray.
Friday edition, huh?
Yep.
Here we go.
Yep. We got we got a lot going on. How about this? Good news. There will be a new edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this weekend. We go UFO, a crowd favorite. Philip Mantle will speak to us. What a great conversation with him. You're going to love this guy. He's one of those guys instantly you want to sit around and talk to. And he will talk to us about some books he's written before this one, but his new book definitely is UFO UK, and there's all sorts of documented people that said, look, this is what happened to me, and you'll hear what criteria they had to meet to even be considered for the book and some of the interviews with them. And I will tell you, Bubba, I left again going, okay, well, it was he seems very reasonable. You know, and
yeah, we enjoyed Philip. He was a lot of fun to talk to, and of course, he has a pretty heavy British accent.
Sure, yeah.
But we had a good laugh. He's got a great sense of humor, and wow, he's got some good stories too.
Yeah, what do we get in? Because you had, of course, there's so many more in the book, but didn't you and I think we got 3 that he featured. And,
and 2 or 3 I remember.
Yeah, and they were dandies. I mean, especially one. One was really a dandy.
Here in the U.S., we're familiar with some of the more popular stories from here.
Right.
But, we really don't hear a lot about the ones from overseas. So
no, we don't.
I think hearing that one was very interesting.
And it was. I noticed what I enjoyed about the conversation with him being from the United Kingdom. I think, what did he say? He's over in Yorkshire. Is that where he was? Where he actually lived. But anyway, I noticed that when he would say a word that the English use different than us, he would adjust to our word.
Yes.
Like when he said the motorway, the highway.
Yes.
Those kind of things. So,
or he would say how we would say it, which
exactly,
I love that translation.
I talked to him. It was right at town, the motorway. The highway. And he would adjust, and so anyway, you'll enjoy that conversation. Now, look, if you're into UFOs, you're really gonna like it.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's good.
You're gonna be all into that one.
And you find out there's a lot of commonality to a lot of this.
You do. And my deal is how credible is the source, and he has the same deal.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, he won't even
how close they are to the actual incident.
They don't even fool with I saw something in the sky.
Yeah, no. Well, that's not Rick. That's not. That's not real. That's not what we're looking for.
No, you had to have some kind of encounter, and because he says the more intense the encounter, the more reliable the story. So we'll see. I will say that, and he kind of lands on this. He's not really going to say that he believes
that there are beings that are visiting us from other planets. He's just saying, I'm just simply reporting, here's the people's stories.
Right.
And they are very difficult to explain.
And here are the facts.
Here are
what was there, what wasn't there, all that.
I wasn't ready for us to have one that actually had tracks on the ground. You got some tracks. So anyway, that's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Enjoy that this weekend wherever you get podcast. It usually comes out, late morning on Saturday. So and then you just get it whenever you want to, and we have it on our YouTube channel, and we have it wherever you get podcasts, the audio only.
All of the above.
All of the above. All right, I told you we got a team of the week, USFL. We're going to announce that. Fix Mama's Mouth. You got to get the vote in on that. So that's today's your last day to do that. And if you're in Mobile, Alabama, you get to see Helmsy coming up on Saturday at West Mobile Baptist Church. So look for that. Now, with the weather in Birmingham today, is Greg still going to be available for the people in Birmingham to see him today? Has there been anything that's changed on that?
It has not that I'm aware of.
So Greg,
they'll just move him to the showroom if so.
Now remember, if Greg's going to be somewhere, I can never say just check upcoming events because he never turns his stuff in.
That's right.
But I'm just telling you to go see Greg today. If you're in Birmingham, 11 to 1, he'll be at the Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. We're all Hendrick drivers, and Greg. On a lot of Fridays in Birmingham, you can go by and have lunch with Greg, and today's one of those days as well.
Yep.
So go by and see him. So that's kind of the things you need to know going into the weekend. Now we'll get into all the stories and all the happenings and your phone calls and all that. So the table is set. So let's dine. We'll be back.
Here you go.
More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Of America.
I do hear a laugh.
Did you hear
without regard to race or religion or political party. But can be
when he said the heart
a
of
new
America.
beginning.
Wow.
If we just do
and Obama loves
what we
it.
ought to do.
And George W. Bush thinks he had a good one. He loves it too. He's looking at that smirk.
Without regard to race or religion.
3 of our presidents right
or
there, y'all.
political
Former presidents.
Look at that. I'm telling you,
And it looks like our staff.
Clinton heard it as well.
Yeah.
Rick, that's you speaking. Or Bubba.
Yeah.
And then the staff's behind you.
That is the 20th anniversary.
It is. It absolutely is.
We kept trying to one-up each other.
We were one-up each other back
We would count.
When you're trying to tell a story and they're counting a certain word or phrase that you say behind you, and you hear Speedy go 3.
And then there was the very, very difficult Max Lucado moment that we lived through.
So you bringing it up?
Well, we're not talking about that today, are we?
It was a tough ride.
Have we covered that on the air?
I don't think so. Don't think we ever will.
I've
You closed your eyes the whole time
told
you
it
were
at some
talking to someone.
barbecues, cookouts, and things.
Right. Oh no, I've told it before. We haven't talked about it on the air.
Yeah. It's,
Just some, and it was awful. It was.
Well,
yeah,
right.
I mean, it was terrible.
Just stop.
It was a terrible moment.
well, it was.
Big moment for our country too.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
One of those moments you need to be like really serious.
Yeah.
I mean, real serious.
So, is there any stories about what he actually said, or what the joke was?
It doesn't say. It says
Does it say in the
he
story?
appeared to share a joke with Obama during Clinton's speech, and they had a humorous interaction that was noted on social media. They referred to George W. Bush as the mischievous 43rd president, and he does look very mischievous.
He's talking about mischievous 43rd.
He's got that smirk on his face, like he's got a good one going.
Yeah. He said it appeared to whisper something to Obama behind Clinton's back. Obama gives a hearty, open-mouthed grin when he hears it, and of course Bush smirks like he's got one. And he says Clinton was saying at the time of the joke, but we can be a new beginning if we just do what we ought to do, improve the heart of America without regard to race or religion or political party is greater than our problem.
When he says "heart of America" is when somebody else laughs. That's when you hear the other laugh. Play it again, Speedy. Let's listen to it. It seemed like we could have picked up something.
But can be
All right, I'm sorry, start back.
a new beginning.
Start back, I'm sorry. I didn't
If we just, but can be a new beginning. If we just do what we ought to do and prove that the heart of America, without regard to race or religion or political party, is greater than our problems.
I think the guy in the crowd's just laughing at the fact that what they're doing.
Right, Greg. I'm sorry about that right there, Greg.
Yeah.
Dan.
What's going on with that voice, guys? I know he's 71. But
he's always had a hoarse
that's
voice.
Weak.
Yeah, but it's real weak sounding.
I'm getting a little bit older now, Greg.
Well, y'all got to think what all he puts up.
Our
with,
political,
okay?
our political,
that's a good point.
Our political party.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but earlier in his career, he seemed to be a little younger.
Look, let's just be thankful. Beth Mowens could have been able to speak.
Gosh.
True.
Did that help you working through Danielson when I gave you that little silver lining?
Yeah. When I could not take Gary Downson's color commentary because his voice would not work, and sometimes you just have to call into work and say, I can't work today. I'm not able.
Right.
And
who's the backup? Do they bring Vern back? Or
I don't know. But Helmsy, when I tried to complain about it, quickly got me back in line and said, well, now this could be Beth Mowens do play-by-play. And I'll take Gary Danielson with an upper respiratory infection over that all day.
And they wouldn't have brought Vern in because he doesn't do color.
Yeah.
He doesn't do color.
Well, you're right. Yeah. I don't know who we would have got.
Well, some people would say he wasn't doing play-by-play.
But I'm going to go back to
you could have brought Tony Romo in there.
Well, I'm going to go back to what I'm going to go back to what Bill Bubba Bussey said.
Oh no!
Many years ago.
I hate when I get quoted.
When we had a bus driver get sick.
Oh yeah.
And it led to a complete breakdown and us trying to get somewhere. And Bubba said, rightfully so, I'd say the same thing about announcers, where the voice has to be heard. Is this the first time in the history of the bus business that a bus driver has gotten sick and needed a replacement driver? So I would think that every time, don't you think if you have a broadcast team, isn't there a contingency plan if one of them can't speak?
I don't know if they're like backup referees that are on the sideline.
Yeah, you got to have that.
I mean, I don't think a backup announcer travels with them.
Well, here's the thing, though.
No, I'm talking about you knew Gary couldn't talk. I mean, it didn't just happen.
Oh, see, I didn't hear it. So you think he woke up that way and they should have said
something?
Yeah.
Oh, Speedy.
Well, and not only that, think about this. What happens if he gets sick during the broadcast?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well.
It is 20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you. All right, so the ongoing discussion, and you've seen people kind of run aground on this ongoing discussion about the Supreme Court leak. First of all, we got to find out who did this. I'm watching news organizations now putting up the shadow images. Here are the potential people it could be. We're not showing you their face, but we'll tell you their role at the Supreme Court. Look at this clerk whose face is shadowed.
Let me ask you this. What if it was actually one of the justices on the left?
That's actually one of the things they've thrown out there, and now there's no way to really know yet, but we shall see. But this next one we'll get into, the Babylon Bee's having a field day with this, because remember, part of the big outrage right now for the left is they're colliding into themselves, which I know you and I probably enjoy that as much as anything. And that is they're trying to protect the rights, they say, of a woman, but they're also the same party that says there really is no such thing as a woman.
Or they can't define it.
Yeah, they can't really define it, because if they defined it, then, of course, people...
That means that's a gender.
Yeah, so here's from Babylon Bee. Katanja Brown Jackson up all night reading biology textbooks, trying to figure out what everybody means by women's right to abortion. So they're having a blast with that. So here,
I tell you, the left is like an old dog just chasing its tail around in it.
We think this is the Washington Examiner that sent out a man on the street to interview people that are all up in arms about Roe v. Wade being overturned, and this person also was trying to get them to define for him. Since this is all about women's health, of course it's not, but it's all about women's rights. Well, then what is a woman? Because we've been told by y'all that and just watch this run aground. And by the way, this is the world you now live in. Right. This is your country. Yeah. These people are in this country with you, and they vote.
Yep.
All right, so
this is who you're depending on for your retirement.
Yeah. So here we go.
What is a woman? Can you define what a woman is?
I'm not going to answer that.
Why not?
I just don't want to.
What is a woman?
I think I want to abort this interview.
How much do you think men should have a voice in the abortion conversation, or should they?
None.
Literally none.
No, they don't get to decide what women and people with uteruses do with their body.
So, what is a woman? Can you define what a woman is?
I don't really see how that's a relevant question.
Just because you just use that term. Do men who identify as women count, or
like trans women?
Yeah. How would you define woman?
I just don't think that matters in this conversation.
You just said it, Dan.
Define it, or?
You're an idiot.
I mean, half the people in Congress aren't, so.
Do you think men should have a voice in this argument? And you don't think so? Why not?
Absolutely not. Why is it their issue? Why is it their problem? How does it involve them?
As a man, I shouldn't weigh in on this. That simple.
Is that easy for men to give up their rights to a child? Like, a woman can't just do the same thing, so why do they get the same voice?
What is a woman?
2 block.
What is a woman?
Yeah. If you could define, who can talk about this?
This issue, isn't even based on women. It's anyone with a uterus, anyone who can have a child. If you identify as a woman,
which is women,
you can have the right to speak on this matter.
No, you just said they had to have a uterus.
They didn't have a uterus.
They don't have a uterus. Wait a minute.
They're so afraid of being painted into a corner that they can't turn right around and say, you can identify as anything you want to. But they are painting themselves in a corner by their answer. You can't say
no, you can't have
men can't comment on this, only women. What's a woman?
Right.
I don't want to say.
And I like when they said they basically said men have nothing to do with this. Well, actually, they do, because you're not going to be pregnant without a man involved.
It'd be very difficult. Very difficult. Yeah. Even if you went and picked it up at the office, we left it there.
Yeah, yeah. A man was somehow involved.
Yeah. So. Yeah, there's something that God God has given us. You're gonna need for this, and there's something God's given you. We're gonna need. That's why there's 2 genders.
And old pal standing there. And listen, old pal standing there saying man shouldn't have anything. Well, that's because he don't want to have to make that decision.
That guy has the look of everybody who goes around. And,
that's her decision. In other words, I don't want to have to think about it.
No, that's a guy that goes around leaving problems behind.
Yeah.
But don't miss now when it comes to child support, rightfully so. And don't miss when there's things that are needed. Men who, and should be, that don't take responsibility for their children are vilified, rightfully so.
They should be.
Rightfully so. However, you can't have that both ways either.
No.
You can't say a man should be vilified for not taking responsibility for his child and then tell him he has no say in his child.
You
can't have this both.
This
and then
is
you
what
can't
you're
say
saying.
It's only women and then refuse to define woman.
This is what you're saying. It's either everybody in or nobody in.
Right.
You can't have it so that, the men's in here but not there.
Right. He's either in or he's out.
You can't do that. That's not fair.
And by the way,
fairness is what we're ultimately looking for here.
And if you're going to walk him out just because he's a man, then you have to define what is a man and what is a woman. It's only women. And then she really messed up and she said anybody with a uterus and also anybody who identifies as woman. No, you can't have that either.
No.
Yeah, you can pretend all day that you're a woman. You'll never make that uterus happen.
No.
Y'all, let me tell you. Let me answer that for you. There's chromosomes XX, XY.
Yep.
Okay, and then that manifests itself in what we call the PEEP test.
Right. And
that's all there is.
And
that's it.
Bubba, and
I don't know why are people so tore up about it anyway. Why is it such a big deal?
Even beyond the PEEP test, because people try to mutilate and try to restructure genitalia.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at just the design of the 2 bodies everywhere you look, okay, the way the hips are done, the way
Shoulders,
the muscle mass is done. Should I bring up the obvious of being able to provide nutrition for the baby?
Yeah.
I mean, there's all kinds of this is one of the things that is so blatantly obvious, even if you don't believe in God. However you think these humanoids got here, take a look.
Yeah.
I mean, this is so obvious. It's screaming obvious. And I've even been in conversations like this before where I've made that point. And the person even said to me, well, you can't argue against that. Well, no, you can't, but you still are.
Yeah,
even when if you're struggling, I want to help you. I want to have compassion for you, and I understand that we all have sadly can be susceptible to mental illness and struggles that we need help with mentally. I got that. But that's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is insane.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, now I'm back to my original point. Yeah. Did y'all just hear this? You know what this is? It sounds like I'm in the backyard with some kids playing on the patio.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this sounds like little children that are in make-believe land. And you say something about, now how does the horse fly? You know, well, I don't really. Yeah, it just does. You know, and so okay, well that's fine if your children pretending, but when you're on issues like this, the left is having a hard time because this Roe v. Wade has put them in a position that they are almost being forced to define what a woman is. Because that's the person that's supposed to make the decision.
Can you believe that?
In their view. Now, I disagree with that. I think everybody involved should have responsibility and make the decision.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
But
all in.
Yeah, but that's
Rick, that's just too
it's an interesting little two-block situation they found themselves in.
Well, and it just happens over and over and over again. I mean, you know, with the Supreme Court justice. I mean, how in the world can you sit there and you're so educated and you got paper all over the wall how smart you are, and you can't tell somebody what a woman is because I'm not a biologist? Really?
Yeah, that's a great answer.
Really? That has to be the dumbest answer I think I've seen in public ever by anybody.
Right.
For any job.
I don't think you have to be a biologist to qualify to answer that question.
Greg, don't forget, we had one screaming, it's women, 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 only women. And then he says, well, define a woman. She says, well, I don't think I should be asked to do that. Well, since that's what you just screamed at me, I think you're going to have to.
So we can be clear.
That doesn't matter. You just said it did.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We've all had that moment.
Well, I'll tell you. Let me tell you what.
Let
me tell you what was hilarious, and I had
barfing everywhere.
And I had a discussion with our pastor about it. A very, very big church. You talk about a moment for everybody. The pastor was sick and thought he could push through and get through Sunday, since he prepared all week.
Sure.
And he got up there about a quarter of the way in, and said, "My fever." I don't know, remember exact words, but what happened was, he got to where he was feeling so bad he could not continue. Things with his body would not I cannot go on. And he looked over at the associate pastor and said, I'm out. And now the whole church is sitting there going, and you haven't prepared the message that week. And now you're rolling on up to the old pulpit. So you want to think, because they said that rattled churches everywhere when that happened. What is our contingency plan? Should there be a second person who's also preparing?
You know, we have at Church of the Highlands. I mean, if technology fails, we're in trouble. And so the pastor, I think this is harder than anything. All the campus pastors have to learn and prepare for the service, and most weeks, 95% of the time, never get to speak.
But it's a good Bible study for them anyway.
It is.
But let me tell you what was funny, what our pastor said, because it came up at their meeting, and I don't know whether to take this as a compliment or a dig. And they said, so what is our plan? He said, oh, it's easy. I call Burgess up out of the crowd.
Yeah.
And he said, really? He said, oh, yeah, the rest of y'all have to prepare. Burgess got something to say. he said, he can give us something. He said, the rest of y'all have to be too prepared. I didn't know if that was a compliment or not.
Probably.
Yeah, so, that's...
I'd take this one, Rick.
Yeah, I would, too.
I don't know if we were talking behind you and we were laughing.
So nobody knows what they said, but W made some kind of comment. And
he thought it was funny, too. That look on his face.
Are any of us going to talk about H. Bush? And is there a time
no,
where
we're not?
We're
going to move on past it.
Yeah, especially with Greg here.
Right. Yep. There it is. There's a flashback. Blind melon.
There you go.
No rain.
As opposed to singing melon.
I wonder how much more we would have heard from them if the lead singer hadn't gone on in.
Went on in, didn't he?
He did. Went on in. All I remember is the bumblebee little girl running around in the video.
Yes, that was weird.
And that's one of those songs that you're like, I even ran into the kitchen a minute ago because we got to sing it for some reason around the house the other day, Sherry and my wife, and I said, Greg, what's that? All I can say. And he was like, and it took you a minute.
Took me a minute.
Yeah, and
remember the video.
I didn't remember the name of the band at all. Blind Melon. I guess Rick probably not because they didn't do a lot. But that one stuck out there though.
What year was that?
Oh, was that in the 90s?
Got to be.
Early 90s maybe.
Yeah.
Something like that.
It was outside the greatest decade mankind had ever known, the 80s.
Yeah.
But,
guys, I think I never know whether dreams are interesting things. Okay, and we talk about dreams a lot because no matter when you hear this show, when we get together, we've just gotten up. So a lot of dream talk here on the show because we've had a lot of times had dreams before we got before we got here.
Yeah.
And I do believe if you look in Scripture that dreams can be have prophecy in them, no doubt about it. God can show you things in dreams. Then there's just dreams that just seem to be the way the mind was made. And as Bubba said one time, and I've stuck with this. The brain doesn't need to rest. So when you go to your body shuts down, it's like a bus that all of a sudden doesn't have a driver. It just keeps on going. And it just goes out there and grabs things out of the subconscious or maybe things you saw that day. So I don't know where this one lands.
Or it could just be bad Mexican right before you went to bed.
Now, listen, I must warn you about this one. It does have some biblical numbers in it. I must warn you about this one. It was very vivid. In our dream, the dream I had did not explain why this was happening to all of us here. But we were all sentenced to jail.
What?
The entire group. Okay?
Wow.
And we were all in a handle because the first sentence was handed down to us was 33 years.
Good gracious,
33. 33 years. And I remember running the numbers saying, we're going to be dead. And I remember saying, Bubba and I for sure will die in jail. Okay.
Now, what did we do?
Yeah, what did we do?
It wasn't clear what we had done, and then we
did. You feel like we were framed?
Well, and it did.
How did we admit it?
I don't know who our lawyer was, but I think it was clearly Shinar or whatever his name is. I don't know.
We weren't in an
accident.
He's
not a defense.
We weren't in an accident.
Yeah, he's not a defense lawyer, but we had a pretty good one because, and I remember us celebrating, but then realizing this still will be monumental. It was. It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. GoodRx.com/Bubba. GoodRx.com/Bubba. Everywhere we turn these days, prices have gone up and inflation is real. Essentials like gas, groceries, our utility bills seem to be going up almost daily. So that's why it's a great time to use GoodRx.com/Bubba to at least save on your prescription cost. With this free service, you can instantly compare prescription prices at pharmacies in your neighborhood and find discounts that could save you up to 80%. Now, that savings worth looking at now more than ever, as we've established that point. It's free and it's easy to use, works whether you have or don't have insurance. Even if you have insurance, you're likely to find it actually beats your copay price. Now, you can find prescription savings at pharmacies like CVS, Kroger, Walgreens, and more. Then take the money you saved, put it towards all the things that have gotten more expensive. You see how that works? So for simple, smart savings on your prescriptions, join us now and check out GoodRx.com/Bubba. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, so other things that we must discuss today, and that is the overreaching, tyrannical, central government-loving left has kind of weirded us all out with the naming a director of the new Disinformation Governance Board. That does, I agree with Babylon B. That sounds like it came right out of Orwell's 1984.
Yeah. Sure it did. Sure it did.
The Disinformation Governance Board. Wow.
Ooh, creepy.
Creepy.
Again, I don't really think you're thinking this through because that sounds good. We're in charge. We're going to tell everybody. But when you're not in charge, and the next Donald Trump is in office that you despise, how you going to feel about the board then?
Well, you won't like it, just like you didn't want the government to come in and try to get some sort of rules to play by with social media. You weren't for that till Elon Musk bought Twitter. Now you're all about it.
Right.
So it goes back to this is all home team stuff. But anyway, anybody want to take a shot at the All right. So the name of the new director of the Disinformation Governance Board is Nina.
Gosh, I heard it said a couple of times yesterday.
Looks Polish. I don't know, whatever her name is. So now we're
Jankowicz.
Now we've seen these TikTok videos, which we'll get to in a minute, that she has put out. But let's start first with Rand Paul. Here comes Rand Paul, we're going to hear him, then we're going to take a break so you don't have to hear the whole thing. Then we'll come back and hear the last part, or what we would call the mic drop part. So here is Rand Paul, who is talking about this ministry of truth. And you know, Rand, he usually goes right for the throat. So let's see what happens.
So here's my question. The FBI concludes that the Steele dossier was full of Russian disinformation. CNN propagated this disinformation gladly for years and years. The difference, I guess, between your opinion and our opinion is that, as despicable as it is that CNN propagated this disinformation, I wouldn't shut them down. I wouldn't lecture them. I wouldn't put it on a government website that CNN's wrong for propagating disinformation. The problem you have is you're not even willing to admit, I mean, we can't even have an agreement on what the FBI said was disinformation. How do you propose that you're going to have an office of disinformation governance if you see the problem in even determining what is disinformation?
Oh, Senator, because our work is not focused on disinformation writ large. Where we, the Department of Homeland Security, become involved is when there's a connectivity between disinformation and threats to the security of the homeland.
Well, that's what the Russians might be considered that. You mentioned the Russians the other day when you tried to pivot away from this being about censorship. But let's say it is the Russians. I know you're not going to ever agree that the Steele dossier, which y'all spent so much money on, was disinformation. But it was, and the FBI concluded. But let's just say there's an imaginary disinformation. You've discovered tomorrow Russian disinformation that's going to hurt our national security, and CNN's broadcasting it. What are you going to do?
Senator, let me...
You're going to tell Putin, you shouldn't do this.
Senator,
what are you going to do?
Senator, let me explain.
All right, so you see the ramble there, and then we get to the.
Now, this is a guy too supposed to be watching over the border crisis.
Oh, sure.
And he said that was under control too.
Yeah.
So.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Well, he just lives in a land. He's just a
Well, he's one of them that I tell you, if his lips are moving, look out.
Right. Yeah.
You know.
All right. So here's the last part.
No idea what disinformation is, and I don't think the government's capable of it. Do you know who the greatest propagator of disinformation in the history of the world is? The U.S. government.
And he gave a couple examples.
Yeah, you know what's wonderful though? If I'm the old wolf, I sure do like looking after the hen house.
Yeah. Sure.
So, and that's the point he's making. So now we get to everybody's favorite, Senator Kennedy. Senator Kennedy is he's just a lot of fun. He sounds like all the men that we used to hear talking down at Taylor's Grocery,
Yeah.
you know, that kind of thing.
He's like many of my uncles.
Right. Yes. And so he's going to ask a pretty important question, because if you're hiring someone or you're going to put someone in charge of anything, you kind of want to do some kind of background on them, don't you think?
Well, you would think. Yeah. Now, Rick, we're not talking about hiring someone that's going to be going to get coffee for everybody, or a secretary, or I mean, I could list a lot of jobs. We're talking about somebody that's going to be in charge of disinformation.
Yeah.
Okay. In charge
of it. Yeah. So this is the person, and I haven't seen these TikTok videos, but I understand they are bizarre.
You haven't seen her singing? It's like Annie Litter.
Like she's singing like Mary Poppins and stuff.
She's kind of Annie Litter like.
Yeah. Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So we're just going to get to Senator Kennedy asking Alejandro if he took a look at any of this before he put her in charge of this. Here we go.
When the department picked her, was the department aware of her TikTok videos?
Senator,
They're really quite precocious.
Senator, I was not aware of those videos.
So you hire somebody for this high level. I mean, this is an extremely high level government job. That you're going to be in charge of disinformation, and you didn't research her her social media post.
Now think about
to know what a goofball she was.
Now think about this, about what you just said. Right now, if you're an HR person at any company and you're living in the modern era of social media, okay, your job has never been easier. You know, in the past, you had to call references. You had to try to do some background. You go call a coach, try to find somebody. Now you just go. Now, what's this person's name? Let's look at their social media before we hire this idiot, and let's take a look. And everybody puts themselves out there now in so many ways. Really, background checks on people have never been easier. I mean,
you don't need special services. Just go and look at all the social media and see what they're posting. Hey, listen to this.
By saying them in Congress or a mainstream outlet, so disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious. It's how you hide a little lie. It's how you hide a little lie. It's how you hide a little lie. When Rudy Giuliani shared bad intel from Ukraine, or when TikTok influencers say COVID can cause pain, they're laundering disinfo, and we really should take note and not support their lies with our wallet, voice, or vote. Oh!
Wow. There she is.
Rick, in charge, going to decide. This is the truth police. This is the fact checkers for the official U.S. government.
There it is.
And
that's her.
And notice everything in her little song is always that people on the right lie. She's letting you know that we're going to stop the right.
That's it.
That's not really. I don't think that's your job. Even if we do this creepy association, aren't you supposed to just try to be what you can't be? But you're not just supposed to go in there and say we have to stop the right, and we don't like that the right now there's a leak in our social media domination. So let's be sure that we police them.
The government doesn't need that department any more than we need a hole in our head, Rick. The president, through the press secretary, has a briefing every day. If they think something's out there that's wrong, they can stand up at that podium and say it. Jen Psaki, every day, she's up there saying something ain't right. So why do you need Mary Poppins here on another government department to throw money at for her to decide what's right and what's wrong when you know good and well she's just going to be a mouthpiece for the left? So nobody's going to believe it or trust it. It's ridiculous. And none of this was needed before Twitter fell into the hands of evil Elon Musk. How can that be?
Wow. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Somebody, we need an adult somewhere to stand up and take charge in this administration.
We'll be right back. We don't have one.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Reduced down to 7 years.
What?
That's what. Hey, but I got bad news for you. We were serving the 7 because my dream went as far as we got the suits on and we're going into jail. We're looking at the bathroom saying, so this is where we'll go to the bathroom for the next 7 years.
What color was her suit? Was it orange or was it that black and white stripe?
It's when you wake up, you go.
It felt like we were serving time in a white collar way. It didn't look like hard time. Because we were going into the bathrooms and looking around. Because if we're in hard time, we all got just a toilet in our own cell, don't we? We actually walked into an area that we said, so this is the bathroom.
Rick, what's wrong with you?
These are the showers, and I was like, oh wow, and we were very good. Hey guys, we were down. I mean, we were in jail.
Rick, you need to get your taxes paid. I know that.
Hey, we were in jail for 7 years, and we were running the numbers how old we were going to be when we got out. And then we had a little probation on the end of it, 3 years of probation.
It was probably about 2022, 2023, and we were simply sharing the gospel.
That's what I really thought about that.
That's it.
That's the first thing my wife said.
Or we robbed a bank.
My wife said this country.
We said enough.
My wife said this country is going to get to the point where if y'all say the things you say, you're going to be put in jail. Y'all going to get put in jail.
Yeah.
So it had that feel to it, or did it have like a Hogan's Heroes where we had to set up an operation in the jail, or?
We were facing a judge who was handing down our sentence, and the first time it was 33 years, and
he was American.
You and I said to each other, "We'll be dead."
Yeah,
and then it went 7, and then I ran the numbers in the dream. I'll be 60 when I walk out of jail.
Well,
so it was the ages I was dealing with in the dream were our current ages. Now I don't know what that means.
Well,
I didn't like the number 33.
Hopefully,
thrown in.
hopefully that means nothing. You remember my meat cutter dream with Billy Graham didn't come true either.
No, it may not mean a thing, but I want y'all to know.
That was as clear ones I've ever had.
I just think, just like sadly, some dreams we've had to share with each other off the air. Some of them, that's the kind of dream. If I was the only one, I probably wouldn't have shared it. But we all went to jail.
Yeah.
So I thought I needed to.
So you're giving us all a heads up,
right? Hey, but Greg, Pete, the thing was weird about the dream is we were openly talking like we would talk. Wow, so this is where we're going to the bathroom.
Yeah. Well, you know what,
Rick, so we pretty much accepted it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we weren't thrilled about it. I'll tell you that. I tell you what,
when you woke up, you were so happy.
Well, now what it was, even the breakdown from the 33 to the 7, we got elated for a minute. Then it dawned on us, we're still going to jail for 7 years.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big reduction.
It was. Well, we had a good lawyer.
Yeah.
So did you? I mean, you had no sense of what we did.
No, it didn't cover. Let me say this. Here's the thing to get you.
It couldn't be murder if we got 7 years.
Y'all do. Now, this could just be nothing but a salvation dream, because you do realize Jesus was crucified when he was 33 years old, and the number 7 means everything's complete and perfect.
Right. Yeah.
So it might have just been another thing being reminded of my dreams we've been forgiven a lot of sin. But they still are the repercussions. That 7's, it's going to be all right. But it's been, because I mean, that would be a logical tie to those numbers.
Yeah, you could see where your brain might scatter them in a puzzle.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Or we're all going to jail.
Yeah, either one.
I wish I'd known more what we did.
I did too.
So I could avoid it.
It did not feel in the dream.
Was it premeditated or accidental?
No, it did not feel in the dream that we had done anything that we regretted.
Right. Okay.
It just felt like that we had run into the system, and the system didn't shine real good on us. That people wanted to get us under control.
Thanks, Rick.
I'm just telling you, that was what my dream was. Very vivid, too. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. All right, yesterday we were talking about a couple things that have been announced. One of them is the Super Bowl halftime show. We gave you the numbers on the NFL, and they are down. They are being affected by all this. Jesse Jackson's not going to help today, but now he's weighed in, I guess. And I know how much credibility we give that. But but we were talking about Timberlake, Super Bowl. That's still a big story, who's going to perform at halftime. And, Bubba, you were saying that they were talking with him about it, and the Janet Jackson thing obviously comes up because of what happened with he and Janet, which caused a big scene on TV and different problems and apologies.
Does that seem like that was 2004? That's 14 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's hard to believe. So Justin Timberlake is coming back, and we were all making the joke, would he bring Janet Jackson back? Ha ha. And then somebody said we thought that Janet Jackson had been banned from halftime as part of who was the network that had it that year?
CBS. And they had all kind of lawsuits after that, and the FCC made them add a 5-second video delay to the live performance and.
It is at 9 minutes now to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, things you need to know. Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. The real Greg Burgess in town today, 11 to 1. Go by and see him. Have some lunch with him at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. Helmsy down to Mobile, Alabama tomorrow. West Mobile Baptist tomorrow morning for Man Church. Check those details at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events or themanchurch.com under events. All right, it's Mother's Day coming up Sunday. Team of the Week we'll announce next in the next segment for the USFL this weekend. And the last day to vote for Fix Mama's Mouth at the contest button at rickandbubba.com. Bubba, it looks like that possibly what you have been suggesting, at least this seems to be an attempt at it, for our president. Can we not just assign his wife to him?
Yeah, that's the best thing.
And we're going to see that attempted.
Where'd it go?
Yeah.
You think they're listening to the show, Rick, getting helpful tips from us?
Well, you know, we're probably going to be deemed disinformation.
Basement Joe.
So,
I got a great line. I'm not going to say it. I'm fighting everything I can.
Go ahead. It's a doozy.
Oh, no.
Yeah. All right. So
see me 15 minutes left to go on the show.
Right. All right. So here's a bunch of Biden gibberish, the latest Biden gibberish, sad stuff. It looks like here that Jill is trying to guide him, as we suggested, this time involving his granddaughter, she's trying to get him to realize that he's left her out in some kind of list and that she's there, and he said he can't see her. Then we're gonna have him talk about Mexico, and then there's one where he just rambles around and we don't even know what he's talking about again. So let's start in our Biden clips with 6A, Adler, and this is he and Jill having a discussion where she's trying to get him to acknowledge his granddaughter, I think, or something. All right, so here we go.
Jill doesn't let me get in these conversations, so I want to. And Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona, where are you, Miguel?
Ramble.
He says, there he is. He's educating people in the back. There you go.
Did you say Naomi, too?
Look.
I didn't see Naomi.
She's over here. How can you miss her?
Well, I tell you what, Naomi, how are you? That's my granddaughter, our eldest granddaughter.
And her fiance.
And I can't see.
And Peter.
And Peter. You all have to know all this, you know. It's really important.
Well, at least they're following the plan. You know, if you just had the mic down, you didn't hear her telling him, it would be a little bit better. You know, we gotta act here. It's like a comedy act. We gotta work together on this, and they just haven't got it down yet.
That's right.
So here he is. He's going to speak to the First Lady of Mexico. Is that correct? Oh boy.
Huh. It's not our backyard; it's our front yard. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Okay.
Well, why do you even want to get into that? Did she say that they were the U.S.'s backyard? How did that ever come up?
That's something that people say sometimes. It's it's not our backyard, it's our front yard, which is kind of insulting to Mexico, just to say it's your yard as well. And then he calls her Madam President, which is not accurate. Also, he definitely did not know his oldest granddaughter's fiance's name. That's Peter. It's Peter.
So, and I like a good backyard.
Yeah, this is the president's wife, right? But he's calling her the president.
If he says you're not the backyard, you're the front yard, he just called Canada the backyard.
Right. Yeah,
I mean, somebody's going to be the backyard if you go with this example.
It don't miss that he called her.
How about neighbor?
It don't miss he called her Madam President.
It's not our backyard; it's our front yard. Thank you very much, Madam President.
She must have referred to it as backyard. Maybe that's what it was.
I don't know. Who knows?
Is she the? I don't even. Who is the president of Mexico?
Yeah, this is the First Lady.
Okay, she's the First Lady.
It's First Lady, not the president. All right, so let's now go to this one, Adler. What is this? This is just a bunch of gibberish.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It just makes no sense.
Okay. All right. So here we go.
And we'll conquer and honor and lift up all those folks who, in fact, have gotten in the way. And we'll conquer and honor and lift up all those folks who, in fact, have gotten in the way.
Clear as mud.
Even Jill has to look away.
We're honoring people who...
Are we conquering or lifting up?
We conquer and honor and lift up people that got away. What is he talking about?
I don't know.
Maybe it was lost in the context.
Watch his wife, Jill, though. The anxiety, the anxiety of her right now. It's just you see it just right.
I had to look away.
Watch her on this.
And we'll conquer and honor and lift up all those folks who, in fact, have gotten in the way. And we'll conquer and honor and lift up all those folks who, in fact, have gotten in the way.
I don't understand. Are these people that we're pleased with or we're unhappy with? Because we're conquering, but then we're lifting up. What do we? Does he mean that we're going to expose?
I'm afraid we don't have enough information to make a call on this one.
You're right,
because Guys, it is very confusing.
I'm thinking of a new game we could play. We play some Biden audio, and the contestants try to figure out what he's saying.
Yeah. We will conquer. So that means that
we're conquering.
Conquer is that's a big one. Yeah. If we're conquering someone, but then we're going to honor and lift up.
We conquered you, then we honored you and lifted you up.
But you got away.
If I'm honoring and lifting up, should I be conquering?
Conquering shouldn't be in there.
Right. And then I'm someone who have gotten in the way. Because if I'm in the way, you may want to conquer me, but I don't know that you honor me and lift me up, do you? What are we talking about? It's like these words in this salad don't belong together.
Yeah. It's like we're mixing a garden salad and a Caesar salad together.
What's that egg doing in here? I didn't order a Cobb.
What's a wedge doing in here?
Right. It's not the dressing that I asked for. The I don't know. How about
Can we hear him ask a person in a wheelchair to stand up just for old time's sake?
Sure. You want me? Have you got it?
I got it ready to roll.
Yeah.
And I also am told that Chuck Graham, state senator, is here. Chuck, stand up. Chuck, let me see you.
I didn't know it came
emphatically.
God love you. What am I talking about? I tell you what, you're making everybody else stand up, though, pal.
Oh, he even does a hand motion. He even does a hand motion.
Get up!
Yeah, for a minute I thought he was Benny Hinn.
That's the best thing ever.
But listen, even with that clip though, listen how the verbiage, how his communication.
I know. How about he was wrong? Funny. He was wrong, but he was coherent.
We could understand what he was saying.
Right. Now he did tell a man in a wheelchair to stand up, but at least you could understand everything.
Emotion.
Yeah.
Stand up, Chuck.
You understand why it was wrong.
Oh, God love you.
Yeah, what am I talking about? You got everybody else standing up, pal.
I tell you, just everything has such a feel of the Jimmy Carter days right now. You know, it really does.
I don't know. I think that's being too mean to Jimmy Carter.
Have we ever said that?
At least Jimmy Carter was coherent. I mean, he was wrong.
Yeah,
but
he was clear.
His plan was naive, but he could communicate.
Well,
his terrible
economically, let me clarify.
Okay. He was not economically coherent, or just naive. Didn't know much.
Well, we've had this before. We've worked out of it before. Why don't we go back and look at what we did and do it again?
Well, what we did was we one-termed him and went with somebody else. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Blah blah.
All right, guys, let's talk about one of the things that can be one of the most daunting things that we all do, buying and selling our home. That is one of the most stressful things you can possibly do. Now, let me tell you what can make that worse. And we've heard the horror stories. You've even heard some of them here before we, had access to what I'm going to talk to you about. If you're not working with the right agent, and let me tell you what you do not want. Do not, something this important, I don't know about this person I do this on the side. Okay, that to me can be problem. And then of course the worst one. How I'm gonna do this myself. Look, generally speaking, our homes are our biggest investment. A lot of responsibility, and you're going to need an agent that can take this seriously. That's why I recommend Real Estate Agents I Trust. I want you to go to realestateagentsitrust.com right now. Now, look, we work with only the best agents in every market all across Rick and Bubba land. Look, the homework's been done. Every agent has been vetted out before inviting them to join the network. And how about this? Only, to my point a minute ago, only full-time professionals, no part-time or inexperienced agents. Our team makes the introduction, then follows you through the buying or selling process to make sure you're fully satisfied. Now, the agents that we work with have long track records, the best sellers in their field. They're part all across this audience. They share the values that you do. They're almost everywhere that we can be heard or seen. So why don't you find out? Go to realestateagentsitrust.com and provide us with some basic information. Then our team will contact you, make an introduction to the preferred agent in your town, and then you can go through this, what can be a difficult process, but you can go through it with peace of mind that you've got the best agents in your area working for you.
But in an interview with
Surprised I didn't have that, by the way.
Yeah, Mike Tirico, Justin says that there is no official ban on Janet, and he would love to have her back as part of the halftime show. we were joking around, even if he couldn't get her to be on the program, to just have a video clip of her and make everybody think she was about to come out would be funny, for as entertainment-wise. But he said he would love it and said there is no ban, even though he's heard that. He's saying there's no ban. Now, Speedy heard another show that said that, yeah, she is still banned.
Well, on Fox News, they said that she was banned because NFL officials said although there's an official ban, she will never she will never be asked to come back. She's on the do not ask list.
So it's semantics. They're saying no one has officially banned you, but we are the ones who decide who the halftime show will be, and we will never let you be on it.
Mm-hmm.
But he's saying she's not banned, so
yeah. Well, I guess she's not. There's no official ban. It's just the NFL will not let her come.
But it would still be funny if he did a video something and acted like it,
right.
just to work it in. He also talked about the pressures. He said that the halftime shows have been turned up production-wise, and he was talking about jumping off and out of things. He said he's 36 years old now. He don't know if he can do a lot of that anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know the current state. I mean, he had a new album out not long ago, and every time I saw him perform on any kind of award show or anything like that, he was fantastic.
Yeah, he's very talented.
Really talented guy.
Sometimes he goes a little bit, I want to see that pop side. That's what I grew up watching him do, and I like that as opposed to his when he wants to play the classics sitting at the keyboard,
Yeah.
Or not to his classics, but where he kind of goes a little more classical.
You mean classical, or you mean like what we call the
standards?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, standards,
gosh,
yeah. And he's done that
Michael
before.
Bublé and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I want to see him dance, I want the pop, out there.
Well, let me ask you a question. If this whole NFL controversy and anthems and all this kind of stuff, you're seeing the stadiums half empty and people aren't watching, ratings are down, I wonder if everybody will still have their big Super Bowl party and they'll forgive the NFL and still watch the Super Bowl, or do you think that will continue?
That's a game changer there, because I'll tell you why. As upset as everybody can be with these regular season games, when it gets down to I'm a human being and I just like being able to kind of get away from everything for the Super Bowl. I like my Super Bowl party. I enjoy my nachos. I really don't. It'd almost be like you're going to ask somebody to give up Thanksgiving.
Well,
or to give up Christmas Day or New Year's, and now that's a different deal.
You have a cheat day when you take a diet. I think the Super Bowl will be a cheat day, even for those of us protesting the NFL.
You're exactly right.
But this is what will happen. We'll all be fired up. We'll say we're going to have a cheat day, and right when they start this thing, you're going to have a bunch of players kneeling. It's going to make you mad again.
Right. You know what? It's so easy to skip, though, over there get the food. You know what I mean? I mean, you could just not be anywhere near it, and then come in there kicking it off. I mean,
you go, hey, next year, you're going to pay for that. Well, I'm getting you back next year. I'm really going to boycott.
I'm going to go this far. The Super Bowl for the professional football fan, not people that aren't really fans anyway. Mm-hmm. I'm giving up the NFL, but it really wasn't a sacrifice. For those of you listening now, this is what the Super Bowl is like to a true NFL fan. See, all this is fun and games to a lot of people that we know, unless it turned out to be your college team.
Right.
Now, because the NFL doesn't mean as much to you as your college team does. And I'm speaking to the culture down to where we live. I understand a lot of you around the country, college football's no big deal. Like I talked to a guy who, grew up in Baltimore. He said, just this past weekend, he said, no college, nobody cared.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another hour. And welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey. Bubba, you doing all right, buddy?
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day.
Somebody said. All right, so let's update you on a few things. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming up this weekend. Phil Mantle is our guest. His book, UFO Landings UK. And we will talk to him about some of the most famous UFO landings
in the UK and what his book is about. We go through a couple of cases that will be of great interest to you coming up this weekend, especially if you're into the UFO thing. You'll enjoy it. So catch that wherever you get podcasts. Bubba, the USFL, they will do another weekend of games right here in Sweet Home, Alabama. And we have a USFL Team of the Week again. We're doing this every week with the USFL. This team will have VIP privileges. They'll get on the field with the team, and they'll have a great time. They usually put them, since they're the one, if they win out of Alabama, they'll get them over spending some time with the undefeated Birmingham Stallions. So anyway, the USFL Team of the Week, the Asheville Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Bulldogs.
Come on.
Mm-hmm. The Bulldogs. So they'll get to go and enjoy that time coming up this weekend. And if you wait, they got a Bulldog. Hey! So enjoy that, Asheville. And if you would like to get your team registered, you can by going to the contest button there at rickandbubba.com. While you're at the contest button, one more thing I do also want to tell you, it's the last day to vote for Fix Mama's Mouth, and that will be there as well.
So we just got contests galore.
We got
do all kind of stuff.
We got contests going everywhere.
Get your grill fixed.
Also,
go see a little football.
Also, get your grill fixed. Go see a little football. Also, coming up on Monday, a couple things will happen. We'll announce the winner of Fix Mama's Mouth, but we also will find out, Bubba, who you're going to be playing with on Wednesday for the celebrity pro-am. So you'll get a chance to bid on that, and if you bid the most money to the charity, then you will get to walk with Bubba's group, and we'll announce that group coming up on Monday.
We've had some really fun groups that we've been with in the past, and I know this year won't be any exception to that.
Yeah, and it's not just Bubba's group; it's any group you pick.
Oh, that's true. They can pick any group,
whatever, and it could be, and I probably think it should be Bubba's group, but there might be somebody else that you want to be with.
You'll get to walk with Super Caddy, Speed Racer.
Yeah, that's Super
That's
Caddy.
real.
I'm hoping that Jeans gets me in there with Bubba again.
Oh boy, what's up, Charles?
Last time we played was terrible.
He is in the middle of the basketball playoffs. I don't know. Will that hinder him being there, or
I don't know?
Because how does he get there? Some years is it
flies
over
in
by then, or does he just come in?
I just come in and then I go back out.
And then I go back out.
That part of it sounded good.
I just come in and then I go back out.
You're one or two marbles from having it.
It's terrible. I'm almost there. I'm not as good as Speedy. Let me just say that. But
well,
all right.
you know. Speedy, get my 7 hours. I hear Speedy trying to do this to me, but I don't.
You know what I need you to do, Rick? I need you to call and get me on the list to get in Charles's after the round party.
No, boy.
Oh yeah.
Be careful.
Yeah.
Well, last time I asked you and Rick to go with me and Tiger, and y'all wouldn't do it.
I know it.
Taylor Hicks plays his harmonica.
That's the worst attempt I've ever heard in my life.
It's getting worse.
Speedy's attempt to do it.
I registered.
Hey, Rick, it wasn't just Tiger and Michael.
I'm going to go with Tiger and Michael Jordan.
The look on our face to each other when he said that. I was like, what?
I'll try lower.
I don't know what that sounds
now
like.
He's turned into a lawyer in Mississippi's burning.
I want you just to keep doing it. I want you just to keep doing it, whatever.
You don't know anything about what's going on with me.
with me.
Now Kermit's in there.
I'm gonna see if I can get Dr. J.
Well, you got to roll that tongue up.
I'd love to hang with Dr. J. Julius Erving.
Oh yeah,
wouldn't you?
I loved him.
I thought he was it.
It was the coolest thing ever.
I got to go to Atlanta one time to see him play against the Hawks. I was so fired up.
I did too.
All right, so we have an update. I guess I got to do the update here. By the way, I did not see the photos till now, but update on Dave Chappelle's attacker.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Well,
a Rick and
he's
Bubba
a good one.
News update.
Here's one of those cases. You got what you asked for, L.A.
Yeah,
that's right.
Well, what about this? First of all, this is the first time I'd seen how mangled his arm was.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they broke that arm and they broke it bad.
Pounded that face.
They pounded that face pretty good.
Did you see? Look at the picture.
Oh, I've seen it.
Yeah. Did you see?
Oh yeah. Oh,
arm's going the wrong way.
It's going the wrong
Adler,
way.
didn't you send something out on the album cover yesterday? What the name of the
He'll
group?
get rich over this. You realize that?
Eventually he will. Now I will tell you this: you better be thankful he didn't attack Hannity.
Okay, here we go.
Rick, Rick, this attitude's what cost us our number.
Somebody
say I shouldn't have
him.
shared that with you, and then you see we got no
I'm telling you,
contact
I'm
now.
glad this man didn't go out to Sean Hannity.
But I got a text.
Hey Rick, what's Bubba?
I got an email yesterday. I didn't hear Hannity's show that he was saying that, because Hannity, is very good at self-defense. He said
he's an expert, right?
He said he can get a gun off somebody or anything. The attack. He's ready if he gets attacked.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, here's what's happening. Everybody is shocked. Bubba is not, and he'll tell you why. That the attacker who just ran on a stage at a comedy show and attempted to tackle and had a weapon will only be charged with 4 misdemeanors. Now, how do you?
Rick, he's probably already on the street again, if I had to guess.
Once they find the replica gun that has a giant blade, did y'all see it? I saw a picture of it sticking out of the end of it.
But they said because it was in his, I guess, back pocket or tucked in the back of his pants, is that when he attacked him, he wasn't going for it.
What?
That's kind of the reasoning behind it.
What? Just because he hadn't got it out yet?
Yeah, he was carrying it, but it was in the back. In the back.
So he has to actually
pants.
lodge it in a kidney or something for it to count. Is that it?
Let me get this right. So we all can't get in the Hollywood Bowl because everybody's got the table set up and they're checking backpacks and purses. And y'all let a guy with a fake knife with a knife sticking out of the end of it that tackled the act. How did he get through all y'all?
Yeah.
Now
how does
remember,
he even get through the original security out front with this?
Yeah. Remember L.A. County's DA, George, is it Gascon, Gascon?
Yeah.
He's the one that when he went in day one, he told him to quit doing these add-on charges, and he's trying to keep people out of jail, and so he doesn't charge anybody. And everything that comes before him gets dismissed or lowered way down, and he's prosecuting less cases than ever. So he's only going to be held on some, as you said, misdemeanor charges, which is a joke.
Let me just get this right.
If I'm Dave Chappelle, I'm mad.
Oh yeah, I can go to a show with a knife in the back of my pants. Charge the stage, tackle the act, and the security have to snap my arm and punch me and drag me off, and my charge is misdemeanor.
His bail was initially set at $30,000, but they're saying now he may walk free because the DA may opt for low or no cash bail in this case.
Wow. Boy, I tell you what, that's a state of law and order right there, isn't it? A city as well. All right, we'll come back.
You elected him, so y'all have at it, L.A. Good luck.
Yeah. We'll come back. Let's do some phone calls here. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll find out what is on your mind. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up and chatting with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, it's Rick here with the... He said, when I came down here, I had no idea why people were so excited about college. It had never been part of my culture.
Well, it's because we don't have a pro team, too.
Right.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, think about right now if college players were kneeling. Would you still protest? And maybe the answer is yes. But what I'm saying is for some people, the NFL has been as big a give up as college football would be to you. And so then you'd have to ask your question. Let's say you did, if your team made the Final Four, would you give up that playoff and that national championship game?
Be tough.
Maybe you would, but that's where the old rubber meets the road.
Well, I don't think you're ever going to see, even on the pro side, where they're going to lose 80% of their audience. I don't think you're going to.
No.
But you're going to see that 20, maybe 30% go away, and it will and it hasn't trickled down yet. See, it hasn't affected players' contracts,
right.
Hadn't affected coaching contracts, hadn't affected what advertisers are paying for stuff yet, but you're going to see the advertisers and all that hit first because they pay on a percentage of viewers, and they pay after that. They agree to a range, and then they pay after the big ones. So you'll see that, and then when these players start getting renewals come up, you're going to see they're going, hey, wait a minute now, why is my $15 million now $9 million? And that's when it's going to hit home.
Did any of us ever think we'd live to see the day where the American League and National League pennant was decided on TBS? Yeah. Did we ever think we'd see that? I mean, you realize the World Series is the only thing that's going to be on one of the big four.
Yeah, it's been on FS1.
I mean, you realize the championship. I mean,
but I think baseball's going to have a resurgence partly because of some of this.
Yeah, I was talking about how they didn't fade because anything like this. They just faded because people lost interest in it. So it can happen, is what I'm saying, for whatever reason. But to Speedy's point, there are people protesting the NFL right now that will not give up the Super Bowl.
Right. Yeah, I think Super Bowl will probably be the cheat day for me too.
Yeah. World Series starts tonight.
Starts tonight. I haven't really followed Major League Baseball at all this year. I'm kind of out of the loop on it.
Haven't seen a game.
And it starts in L.A., right, Hams? I know you've been
Dodger Stadium. Light it up.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Can everybody get to the stadium without being killed?
Probably not. But,
okay.
We'll see.
Did they clean a lot of that up? Yeah, they were in a bad run there.
Yeah, I think for this they will. If they haven't, I mean, they've probably dialed it in.
Now, look, whether you have a team or whatever, I think we all would have preferred, unless you love the Astros, and the Astros have some things, that little big man and yickety yak and all that,
and recovering from a lot of storms. Probably good for the city.
The storm, all that. But
heartwarming story.
Let's face it, we would have gone back to like our boyhood if we would have seen the Yankees against the Dodgers. That would have felt very prestigious. It would have felt nostalgic. It would have helped TV ratings tremendously because of those two giant markets weighing in. But the Houston story is a good story.
It is. Yeah. It is,
and really, so's the Dodger story, where they've come from.
Well, I'm an October baseball guy. Mm-hmm. Okay, I would be completely lying if I sat in here and said, "Yeah, I follow baseball."
No, I don't either. My point on the Dodgers was there was a time the Dodgers had gone away.
I know.
I'm not talking about this season.
And they got a new ownership group, and they wanted to bring them back, and they've done that.
Well, and I'm pulling for the Astros. Matter of fact, I asked the kickoff hour this morning on Wednesday during the Willow Meet, can we at any point while we're chanting give an Astros chant? Let's go Stros and do some clapping and chanting on Wednesday tomorrow when we're all doing it.
So we move.
Let's go Stros. And whether we're pulling for them or not, I just kind of want to do that.
That was my question because I didn't know, are we all going?
Because Greg claims he's going Dodgers.
No. Why are you going Dodgers?
Well, he's a lefty.
Just to upset them?
He's a lefty California guy now.
Traditional
him.
Baseball.
Yeah, you like old Dodger Blue?
I'm mad at the Astros for jumping leagues and confusing me.
What about the Dodgers leaving Brooklyn?
There you go.
Too long ago. I don't remember the Brooklyn Dodgers. I remember the Houston Astros in the National League.
That is.
They played the Braves every week, it seemed like.
Yeah. Outside of the actual game that will be played tonight, this is the first time since 1970 that two teams have had 100-win seasons. So that's interesting. You're going to have record temps with this World Series. Could be the hottest World Series on record at the time of first pitch. They're expecting it to be 98 degrees tonight, first pitch.
Wow.
How about that?
Warm. Yeah. But, they play in the summer, so they're used to that, right?
Right. Yeah, but usually October is comfortable.
That's why it could be a record. 1988 was the last time the Dodgers have won it, and this will be the Astros' first if they are able to pull it off.
But see, I like that
story. A couple
story.
tidbits there that if you want to keep up with it.
All right, can I point to this? And I can't believe we haven't brought this up. And this is how much we haven't been paying attention.
Right.
Has anybody checked on Bob Carey? Because I didn't. 20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number, and we got phone calls ready to go. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time, boom. The buzzer gets you at the end of 30 unless you get one of our two timeouts, and we shall see. Let's start with Tennessee. John standing by. John, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead.
Hey, I just want to say that what's concerning with the Disinformation Governance Board is that it's a law enforcement branch like the FBI and the IRS is. So that's what makes it more concerning than just the White House press secretary saying this isn't true, that's not true. They actually have law enforcement capabilities.
Yeah, you would think they would go, as Rand Paul was trying to point out, are y'all going to round somebody up on the fake Russian dossier? We know the answer is no on that. Yeah, the only thing that's worse than the government creating another agency to talk about what can and can't be said or what is and isn't true is to give them power to come after you if they deem that you've said something that is not true, and the fact that apparently they get to pick and choose, who gets in trouble and who doesn't.
Well, let's go back and look. The Constitution provides protection from the government for you to have free speech.
Correct.
So this sounds like that goes directly against
true. Yeah, absolutely. Jerry in Starkville, 96.1, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, Rick and Bubba. Hey, what I'm talking about, talking about L.A., you look at the railroads like Union Pacific and all them that have talked about losing over $500 million in merchandise off the rail boxes. The Union Pacific police pick people up, take them in, and then they're back out. They catch them the next day, even with the tools to break in these rail boxes. Isn't it just a dogged shame of this in L.A.?
Yeah, it's just. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I don't even know why we have a DA if he ain't going to do any better than that.
Let's go to Jesse in Alabama. Jesse, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I was just going to let y'all know I heard some more dumb liberal logic on this abortion. A person that I know told me that they think it's absolutely ridiculous that we're trying to overturn Roe versus Wade when we have a shortage on baby formula.
Well, I will tell you this, and
that ain't the only shortage we got out there.
Whoopi Goldberg, we have a quote from her today. It is interesting right now. The left just kind of left the whole fetus thing. They're referring to these.
Well, they're not thinking. They get so tore up about it, they start ranting.
Babies,
and they mention child and baby and all that.
Yeah, they're we move on. Let's go to Tom in Pell City. Tom, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, if I was Dave Chappelle, I'd tell that guy that came up on the stage, why don't you meet me mano a mano and let's see what you do then, you pansy. And then also I want to ask the women, have you ever tried a little topaz?
It's unbelievable.
I tell you one thing, this guy that ran up on stage ain't gonna hit Chappelle with a right hook anytime soon. and then the worst, did you see they actually had him handcuffed by that arm going the wrong way?
Well, you know how you can. Wait a minute.
Now he'll end up being the victim and get $1 million from the LA County.
Wait a minute, Adler's signaling me. He's got. This is actually Chappelle. What he said to him on the stage.
Catch me outside. How about that?
All right. Let's go to Parker in Albertville. Parker, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, morning, fellas. Hey, listen, y'all gotta be careful what you say on the show. Yesterday, I saw a CNN article today. It said Alabama right-wing conspiracist Bill Bubba Bussey wants to destroy the state of Arkansas.
Bubba.
Sorry about that, Arkansas. It was just an analogy.
Yeah, it was just an example.
Marla in Sweet Home, Alabama. Marla, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey,
I just want to let y'all know that me and the kids listen to y'all every morning on our way to school, and I just want to give a shout-out to my son, turns 15 today, so I just told him, I said, I'm going to call and let them tell you happy birthday.
What's his name?
Jack.
Jack. Happy birthday, Jack. 15 today. Look at her on Mother's Day weekend. Mama getting something done.
How about that?
That? Hey, happy Mother's Day to all the mamas out there this weekend. Let's go to John in the great state of Georgia. John, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, guys, I love the show, and I just have one quick question. That district attorney isn't the same one involved in the famous Willie and Wanda escapade.
No, he isn't. No, he isn't.
A lot of time has passed since then. No, that's not the one.
They charged you back then.
Jake, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Rick, yours and Speedy's Charles impersonation sounds like a couple of kids hanging out with Fat Albert in the gang.
Yes. This whole show sounds like the Cosby kids hanging out. Let's go to Joe in South Carolina. Lines are available if you want to get in. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Joe, welcome to the program.
Mick.
So, guys, thanks for taking the call. I'll get this in quick. With all this Roe versus Wade stuff going on, I just want to know what Rick and Bubba's opinion was on getting and promoting Plan B more. I mean, should we put this stuff like and vending machines maybe on the real of meat. I don't know. I mean, then we won't have this issue.
What? Was he talking about the Plan B abortion pill? Is that what he's talking about?
Is that what that is? I didn't know.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with my terminating life policy.
Yeah.
I mean, in lingo. Yeah. Is that what he means by that?
I think so. I don't know.
I've never heard a mink be down in such low register. At first, I thought he was.
hard to
choking.
hear.
I thought he was choking on something. I didn't know if that was Gorosky calling to try to do Mac. Josh in the great state of Tennessee. Josh, go ahead.
How about you, Josh?
Hey, Josh.
Good morning, guys. How are you today?
Good. We're great. Good.
All righty. I just want to go over this Roe versus Wade thing. You know, the great book, the Bible says, you know, these people their conscience will be seared as it would hot iron. And the American people need to get back to the book, the Bible. And the world is falling apart because of they've taken God out of the concept, and also our administration.
Yeah, we're such a confused, dazed, out of sync crowd. We're fighting and arguing. We can't even decide what a woman is.
Unbelievable.
As predicted, by the way.
I know. Yeah, like you said,
as predicted.
All of this is predicted. Do any of you out there realize that, like, say you want to make a point and you think, no, don't listen to the word of God. Don't listen to God. I don't even believe in God. Listen to me. And you can't even define for me what a woman is. Do you realize that it makes people that may be trying to figure out who to listen to maybe not consider you credible? If you can't even answer that question, I don't think anybody's going to listen to your opinion on anything, because you've already shown that your mind is not working properly. To Andrew in Tennessee. Andrew, go ahead. Andrew.
Hello.
Let's go to Max. Max, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Max, go ahead. Max.
Hello.
All right, Max.
I can hear you, Rick.
Can you? There we go. I don't know what happened with those last two calls. I could hear them. You know what I mean? You could hear like noise. Thanks, guys, for calling, and thanks for your participation. We have more coming up. There's nothing that does the heart more good than to have Speedy's dad write a poem, have Greg read it, and then have Gary read it as well. We have that coming up. More Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That Bob Carey, who runs Syndicated Solutions, syndicates our show, sells our network avails, gets us on different stations. He is a rabid. I'm talking about like everything the Yankees do, every second of the clock, he's watching. And you realize he got close to them getting back to the World Series, and it was ripped away from him while they were up 3-2.
I can tell you.
Has anybody checked
Well,
on
I
Bob?
can tell you who he's pulling for, and not just because they beat his team, but because their prior catcher, their former catcher, I should say, Brian McCann, is with the Astros now. He used to be Atlanta Braves.
All right.
And so I guarantee you he is Dodger blue all day and twice on Sunday.
Well, I think with
have you checked on him? Has anybody checked on him?
With the depths that the Yankees had fallen to over the past decade, really, the fact that they're back in the hunt, I think he came away. Well, we're a year ahead of schedule. I can almost hear him say.
Yeah, but the one thing you're leaving out, the travel show live from the World Series.
He if he would have had a chance to go to the World Series,
now you got to cancel
and
that.
see the baby bombers. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the Yankees really had a young team out there and got it done, didn't they? So they should be in pretty good shape unless they lose them.
I really didn't think to ask him about it. I've been too busy sending him pictures of the Vatican, and that's a whole other story.
So, wait a minute. So y'all been doing that? What was it? Did he even acknowledge the Yankees while during this back and forth?
A little bit, but it was early on, and then it shifted to the other topic.
Because he didn't want to talk about the Yankees.
Yeah, he started talking travel show back to Rome.
I was going to. Yeah, I bet I was going to wear my Babe Ruth throwback, jersey to work if they got in.
Yeah, well, they almost did. Just back to the temperature, there has never been a World Series game in a non-roofed facility that's been above 81 degrees since 1975.
Well, you know why? global warming. All right, let's go back to, even though it's cool where we are, global means the whole everybody's hot. Hey, I want to tell you this. Now, let me be clear, okay? And this doesn't speak very highly to me at all. But we all in here, we love to jab, and it's one of our favorite things we love. This is how bad it is. And it's one of these things you go, so you really like it. I have not watched the Yankees play baseball since the family and I went to New York maybe 7 years ago, and we went to the game, okay? Not once.
That's been the last time.
Yeah, not once have I watched a baseball game, really of any kind, from beginning to end. However, I picked up on the place I go to try to do a little bit better that we had rabid Red Sox fans there that run the place. They go to the games when the Red Sox works out there.
I was going to say, one of them plays there.
Yeah, they're really into it, and they follow it.
Yeah. Former Mississippi State Bulldog.
Now, think about it. I have not seen baseball for any amount at all. However, I picked up that they hated the Yankees.
Oh yeah.
And so I walk in one day and I said, "Hey man, I'm in the playoffs now. I've been trying to keep up with the Red Sox, but heck, I can't find them." I said, "Now I'm enjoying the Yankees."
That went over.
I said, "Hey, I'm enjoying the Yankees," and I thought to myself, "So you're getting in a jab thing with Red Sox fans, and you don't even care." Yeah. You know what I mean? But the fact that I
stir them up.
So wrong,
the fact that I had something on them, I just went ahead and went with it.
All right, well,
and it went over.
I want to give you three things. I want to give you, Rick Burgess, three things to watch during this World Series. Okay, we've talked about.
So I'm going to watch a game.
I want you to watch. You don't even have to watch a game. Just dial it in for a couple innings because I want you to.
Can we get the game over shorter than 4.5 hours?
There's three guys I want you to watch.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
We've been on record about Altuve.
Right. That's
5'6", 165,
little big man,
yickety yaks,
little
all
big
day
man,
long,
little yickety,
all day long.
Who was probably learning how to hit a bottle cap with a stick, according to a guy called.
Came in handy.
Yeah. Justin Turner, I want you to watch him. He's Redbeard.
Is that the big old Redbeard guy?
Yes.
Okay, I got
Redbeard.
He bothers Greg.
I call him Redbeard.
Who's he play for? Which one?
That'd be the Dodgers.
Dodgers. Okay.
Yeah.
Then this is probably more important for me when it comes to you. I need you to watch Evan Gattis and know this would be you if you were still playing.
Okay. I don't even know who that is.
Evan Gattis.
But you got me.
So when
who's
you see
play for?
he's with the Astros, don't give him any clue. Don't show him a picture. Don't bring it up.
He
Nothing.
used to play with the Braves, right?
Hush.
I ain't seen the Braves play.
But that's
Probably
okay.
20
He
years.
knows that story.
I don't want you to know. I want you to see his name scroll across the screen and Joe Buck talking about him, and you say, "Oh, that's the guy Helm says that I would be if I was still playing baseball today."
Okay.
Evan Gattis.
Okay.
You're making my eye twitch. Right. We've talked about him years ago.
I don't remember it. I mean,
there goes my eyes twitching.
Right, I don't remember it at all. Do you remember, Bubba? And
Rick, you are going to see a guy.
Did you know any of these people?
I had to look up.
We talked about his heartwarming story. That's I'm gonna stop there.
I don't recall it because when I
what positions he play?
I'm not telling.
I used to be called the Dave Kingman of. I was a Dave. I was Dave Kingman. It was all glory or zip.
Good night.
It was either strikeout or yickety yak.
What's really twitching?
And he is a catcher.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
That's true. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so let's talk about summer is, here it comes, coming at us wide open. Are you an adventurous family? Why don't you consider taking a road trip to Sweet Home, Alabama, sponsored by our friends at alabamaroadtrips.com. Now, it's time for you to win this out-of-this-world family road trip vacation. It's worth $3,500, and if you love a good old-fashioned road trip, this is for your family. And it doesn't matter whether you're right here in Sweet Home, Alabama, or you love to travel to our home state. This is a great place to travel around, and thanks to our friends at alabamaroadtrips.com, you can see the beauty of Alabama just by entering to win. The trip is the perfect getaway, as I said, if you are kind of an adventurous family. Let me tell you why. All lodging and meals are included, plus you'll get $1,500 to spend to customize the trip however you really want. It will start at Family Camp, located at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in beautiful Huntsville, Alabama, and your family will be able to launch into a mission to space or an aerial combat in authentic training simulators. We'll be announcing the winner coming up on Friday, July the 1st, right here on the show. So if you would like to enter to win this out-of-this-world family road trip today, just simply go to alabamaroadtrips.com. That's alabamaroadtrips.com. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So this weekend, it is Mother's Day. Hopefully everybody's got your Mother's Day plan together, or it's developing. And so
need to kind of pick the pace up on that.
It's developing. Well, sometimes you get down, you go, we got this ball game, we got that, we got that thing.
Ain't nothing going on this time of year.
Here's Mama. So, Speedy, his family, they're incredibly talented people. And his dad is a writer. He's written a very successful children's book series that we've talked about here on the program, Larry the Leaf. But, he also, Bubba's quite the poet. Did you know that?
Oh, yeah, Rick.
Yes, sir. How many have we read? How many have we read over the years?
There's a bunch on up there.
So many. So, Mr. Wilburn, thank you for yet another one. And he normally picks the big days. This one, of course, will feature popping.
Yeah, I started to say, is that special effects we got for this?
When it pops, picture it's the beating of your mother's heart.
Yeah, that's right.
But anyway, so that last one was so loud, I think it damaged me.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I felt a shock off
there. It is.
So this new thing has been added. First of all, we've always had Greg read them.
Reason.
That was because you have such a tender heart, especially now that you have grandchildren.
Oh yeah.
But then. We started adding the audience also has one. I don't know why we did it, but one time Gary read the poem as well. I don't know,
like assistant coach.
I'm gonna go ahead and apologize to Mr. Wilbur.
I don't know why we did that, but anyway, it's now demanded by the audience. So anyway, this one is pretty straightforward, Bubba. It's just simply called A Mother. Dave Chappelle wrote a similar poem. But,
yeah, it's a whole different deal. Yeah, yes, the guy charged the stage over it.
Yeah.
Oh man!
But we won't read that one today.
No,
it was similar. So anyway, but Speedy, do we have any mood music?
We do.
Okay. All right, so here's the real Greg Burgess, followed by Gary the Bulldozer Man.
Because he is our most caring member of the show.
That's right.
Reading
tender and mild, just like chicken.
You ever wonder the definition of a mother? Here it is.
A mother. Who is a mother? A mother is a wife, a daughter, a sister, even a niece. A mother is an aunt, a friend, and a manager of peace. She's a chef, a counselor, a janitor, and the mender of broken hearts. She runs a household, keeps everyone's clothes clean, and puts things back together when they come apart. Mothers are landscapers and a nurse, and is always there to wipe away a tear. Mothers cool a fevered brow and always give the assurance that there's nothing to fear. Mothers are multitaskers and seem to always be on the go. And if necessary, they could be a company's CEO. Every human who has ever lived on this earth has had a mother, except the first two, of course. There would be no life without a mother who is given an inner strength from her divine source. So, Mom, we take you for granted no more. We love you more than words can say. We appreciate you so much and wish you a happy Mother's Day. I miss you, Mom. John C. Wilbur.
Wow.
That popping really got good.
Yeah, it really did.
Good job, Greg, again.
I got coughing at one point, but
I noticed when you was coughing, you had just a little bit of cold there or something.
Hey, Gary.
Happy Mother's Day from Gary the Bulldozer Man.
Oh, boy.
Also known as the Spur Master. I drop down into this voice right here in this tiny tone and this tempo when I read poems. Happy Mother's Day to all the mamas out there. That's what I call mine, Mama. Never said mother, I just said mama.
You're going to carry her down to the Hickory Chip for a big lunch?
If my mama was still here, I'd take her down to the Hickory Chip. And I'd say, here, Mama, try the fried catfish today. Who is a mother? Well, I mean, your mama, she's a wife. Unless...
Well, we start with woman, and of course that's a little hard to define nowadays by some people.
Well, I mean, really, if you think about it, not all mamas are wives, because some of them just have babies with no husbands. But she might be a wife. She's definitely a daughter. Could be a sister, even a niece. And I love my little niece. A mama is an aunt, a friend, a manager of peace. I can't tell you the number of times that Gwen and my mama had to break up fisticuffs. One time I bit my brother's arm like that guy went after Dave Chappelle. She's a chef, and my mama could cook, Bubba. Oh, my mama could cook. She could cook so good. And little Gwen is a good cooker. A counselor. Now, I would like to say to Gwen, if I could, in front of everybody, I'd say janitor. But lately, Gwen, frankly, I'm kind of tired of cleaning that kitchen up.
All right. It's not in there.
Also a mender of broken hearts. I remember one time when I was just a little boy and I liked a little girl that was 2 houses down. Turned left at the trailer where the dog's tied. And I thought that she loved me, and I thought she loved me so much, and it was Valentine's. You remember when everybody take you a Valentine? And they put it in them big old bags, in a lunch bag?
Oh, yeah.
And I'd forgotten mine, so I just took my sandwich and chips out and hung mine up. And I wanted the little girl 2 houses down, left at the trailer where the dog is tied. I wanted her so much to put a little Valentine in my little bag. But it didn't happen.
Nope.
And I came home and I cried, and I said, Mama, why is the little girl 2 houses down at the trailer, turn left where the dog is tied?
Is this the same poem?
I'm sorry, let me get back to that. She runs a household, she keeps everyone's clothes clean, and puts things back together that come apart. Mothers are landscapers and a nurse, and always there to wipe away a tear, like if the little girl 2 houses down left at the trailer to tie dog does not bring you something. Or maybe you skin your little knee out there playing with your dog, the yellow one.
The yellow one.
The yellow one. Mother's cool a fever brow. One time I had a fever, and I remember my mama taking my brow, and I have a substantial brow, wiping it so easy, and I always give you the assurance that there's nothing to fear, little Gary, with 2 R's. There's nothing to fear, little Gary, with 2 R's. Mothers are multitaskers, and they seem to always be on the go, and if necessary, they could be a company CEO. What does CEO stand for, Bubba?
CEO?
I have no idea. I just hear these letters thrown together. I don't know what they mean. I just don't want to say something about my mama that may not be good.
Oh, that's good. That's like head of a company. Chief executive officer.
Every human who has ever lived on this earth has had a mother, except them 2, Adam and Eve, and they didn't have no drawers on.
Gary or Rick or whoever.
Somebody help.
Well, you keep them drawers off long enough, somebody's going to be a mama.
Hey. What in the
world? I'd start with putting drawers on.
All right. It's not on there anywhere here.
There would be no life without a mother who is given inner strength from her divine source, and that's talking about the one and only Lord. So, Mom, we take you for granted no more. We say we love you more than words could ever say, even with little John Wilburn. We appreciate you so much, and I say this to my mama and to Gwen, who's the mama of my babies. And we wish you a happy Mother's Day. But I do miss you, Mom. This is written by a man named John C. Wilburn, apparently on the 8th of May, 2022. Happy Mother's Day from Gary with 2 R's.
That's beautiful.
Thank you. That's beautiful right there.
That's good stuff right there.
Yeah, that's it. Wow. There you go. Happy Mother's Day. It's only our show could give it to you.
Man.
There you go. Bubba, the Kentucky Derby coming up.
That's right.
How about that, say?
How about that party going on?
My mama never watched that. She didn't care much for horses like that.
She didn't.
No, we had one break a fence. She never got over it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Care about you watching him do that.
Okay.
I need you watching him hit.
Okay, done.
I want you to look at you if you were playing in the Major Leagues today.
That's interesting. So now I've got to watch it. How long?
It'll be on Fox tonight, 7:09 Central.
Tonight. I could watch it tonight.
Catch the 2nd and 3rd inning, you'll see him hit.
You know what? I could see it tonight. I don't think I have
Possibly
anything going on
the
tonight.
There it goes.
Right. I know. I'm gonna try to watch some of the World Series. Everybody gonna stand for the national anthem?
Evan Gaddis.
Yes.
Okay.
It's Rick Burgess.
Yes, Rick.
Okay. Evan Gaddis. How do you spell Gaddis?
Just move on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
How about it?
We got a wacky world here.
How bizarre. Ooh, baby. It's making me crazy.
Every time.
I feel good.
Bubba. If you're going to go vegan, whatever you do not do it in South Philly.
You know, this contest sounds good. We may need to put this on the old bucket list to go check this out. The 4th annual Meatballs and Gravy Contest.
How about you?
Now, you don't think that ain't serious?
Hey,
huh?
Meatballs and gravy.
Yeah.
What a day.
Well, the problem is, Rick, that a young lady who drives a food truck made chickpea meatballs for this event, basically vegan meatballs, and now she says she's receiving death threats.
Yes.
Yeah, her name, I'm like you.
Jennifer Fear, which I assume is a nickname.
We call her Fear? I don't want to eat food from anybody named Fear.
Correct.
Do you? Your nickname is what? Fear. Fear.
Well, you're a lady. Your nickname is Fear, and you drive a food truck in South Philly. I bet that's something, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
now we can't say her last name. Zavala.
Zavala?
Good as anything.
I'm going Zavala.
Said both judges and attendees alike had strong opinions about the creation, which were technically an old Sicilian dish.
Watch it.
But
don't you realize?
Well,
how
a meatball is a meatball, isn't it?
Can you imagine picturing a Sicilian grandmother and her hearing that some vegan took her recipe and did a chickpea? And I'm not going to use the term meatball because it's a chickpea ball. It ain't a meatball.
You can't like those other people.
It can't be a meatball if it's made of chickpeas.
If it looks like a meatball, is it a meatball?
No,
or it has to have meat.
It has to have meat.
Has to have meat.
It's she made a chickpea ball.
If there was a chickpea ball contest,
watch it, buddy.
Gosh, I hope I never say that again.
Yeah, that was weird.
Kind of weird.
Chickpea. That don't even sound.
By the way,
good,
to show you how serious the South Philly folk take the meatball and gravy contest, she's receiving death threats.
Well, there was rumor out that she won.
Okay.
And it ran amok through the contest, and everybody went nuts. Well, in the end, she didn't win.
Is this her here?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It looks exactly like you thought she would.
You need to read some of the quotes from the people when they thought she'd won.
When I heard
they were very mad.
When I heard her name and I heard chickpea ball.
Is that tattoos all
Of
over?
course.
Oh, yes.
Bubba,
One of the people referred to her by her tattoos when they were dogging her for winning.
You know she'd be tatted up.
They called her a name.
If I make,
she got a lot of her right arm's covered.
Oh yeah,
her neck's covered.
Look, if I make,
she's younger than I thought she would look when I first saw the story. I thought she'd be
ball.
older.
There ain't no older woman with some wisdom gonna make chickpea balls.
Yeah.
How about this?
You said it again.
I know. Well, that's what it is. It's not a meatball. I refuse to call it a meatball.
No, I'm just saying.
There's several good one-liners with this picture. But
Don't get me started on boneless wings. We've already done that. I don't call those wings either. I was so proud of my son the other night on that too. He went to a wing place.
Okay.
And he came in, and I said, "So what did you get?" And he said, "I got some of those nuggets, chicken nuggets in wing sauce."
He didn't want to say boneless.
He did not say boneless wings because they're not. But I'm just so proud, to see my son finally get something and apply it. I was just so proud of it. So these chickpea things, entering in a meatball contest. If you want to go have some vegan party, then party on. But don't bring that into the meatball and gravy contest. And I speak right now undoubtedly on behalf of everyone in South Philly who hated it.
Well, she didn't win, though, right? That was just a rumor.
No,
right?
The rumor was, and they quoted a woman after the rumor that this lady had won. The woman said, "The tattoo bee won." No, that's what it said.
That's hilarious.
And
Philly ought to be happy. The Eagles are doing pretty good right now. So
you didn't bring us meatball in; it's just chickpea.
One of the judges was quoted saying it's not a blanking vegan competition.
Very upset.
Yo, and go Birds! Yeah. So
So the last sentence or line in the entire story says it turns out it was a big misunderstanding. She didn't win.
Yeah. By the way, they wanted to know the winning meatballs were made of veal, pork, and beef.
Rick, they felt sad for people who took the time to make a real meatball and lost to a gluten-free chickpea rolled in a ball. That's what one person said.
Yeah, we're the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out again this weekend. Sorry about last week's. Didn't have a new one because we had a cancellation late. But Philip Mantle with us. He wrote the book UFO Landings UK and other books that concentrate on sightings and encounters in the UK. We have a great conversation with him, especially if you're a UFO enthusiast or just kind of interested in it. You'll enjoy that coming up this weekend, and great conversation. Of course, as usual, Bubba and I think Philip is our friend now. And that we could hang out with him if we wanted to go to Yorkshire at any time. All right, so Kentucky Derby 2022. We're not big horse racing enthusiasts here, but the Kentucky Derby, it's almost like one of those things where like people who say they don't like hard rock still like a song by AC/DC. It's kind of like people say, well, I don't really watch football, but I really like the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
World Series on baseball, all that kind of stuff. So even those of us that are not horse racing enthusiasts, the Kentucky Derby always tends to just the spectacle of it all. Gets a lot of attention, and of
fighting
course,
hats.
Yeah, and we have a lot of you that listen to the show. But for you, this is a huge deal coming up this weekend. But things will be a little bit different. And I had forgotten about this, but last year's a winner of the Kentucky Derby, Medina Spirit, failed a post-race drug test. So the trainer, Bob, how you say his last name? Baffert will not be allowed at the track. He is still serving a 90-day suspension. Said
he will miss this year and next year's race.
Well, how can it just be 90 days then? That number doesn't work. If it was if he got in trouble last year, how is he still under 90 days? I guess they're saying that he's suspended from the Kentucky Derby for 2 years, right?
Yeah, I guess.
And Medina Spirit went on, unfortunately, to die in December. I think December 6th last year. Suffered a heart attack while in California at Santa Ana track, going through some type of workout or something like that. So last year's Kentucky Derby winner, Medina Spirit, died in December.
I do like his sunglasses in this picture.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. I almost predicted that when I looked down and saw it. I said, he's got the silver hair like you.
Oh, yeah. Look at you.
You got the forest all white, probably.
Yeah.
So
got the blue fade on there. I like that.
Yeah, said he has trained 34 horses for the Derby since 1996. He said 6 victories, 3 second place, 3 third place, and it's only the 6th time that he won't have a horse in the field. So we won't have to worry about him. So last year, it sounds like this spectacle that draws a lot of attention. It had a little bit of a little dirty on it. We had a horse on drugs, and we had the winner died, and we got to suspend the trainer. So it's like they need to get back on their feet this year and have a good event.
Yeah.
Of course, it seems like it rains every single time they have the Derby.
It does. Is it going to get through there by the end, you think?
We did.
Probably.
Hopefully.
I think that may be all right.
We did a story a few years ago about the people running across the porta potties and people throwing things.
Oh, yeah.
Which I thought the Kentucky Derby was a little more highbrow deal than that. Didn't y'all? I mean, I just thought that. I don't know why.
In parts of it is. It's
well, I don't know where that part was, but there were a lot of people out there.
That's let's see. I'm trying to see if I can see a forecast for the Derby.
The Derby.
Yeah. So let's look.
I know that today, if you're listening live, it's the 6th. There's a system coming through, but maybe it'll be cleared out.
So is the Derby on Saturday?
Yeah, Saturday.
Right. So we got 60% chance of rain.
Oh.
But it looks like it rolls out of there by 9 in the morning.
Okay.
So just like kind of where we are, today's going to be their big rain day, and tomorrow it's going to roll out of there by late morning.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we're rolling footage, Rick.
I'm going to tell you that owns me. By the way, there's some people with some pretty good throws to the head right there.
Oh, gosh, almighty.
Rick, you saw the can explode. I mean, what what is wrong with these people?
Oh, that one. He did.
Bam!
Oh, wow. Wow.
You know how you have
watch it spew when it hits him.
You know how you have to kind of check your redneck pedigree?
Oh, yeah.
So let me weigh one in on this bunch,
right.
Okay, that's hanging out here, not the ones running. So right now we have just said, don't know too much about horse racing, kind of sort of casually interested in the Kentucky Derby, but I'll tell you what we really like is these drunks running down the porta potties and people throwing beer and trying to knock them off.
Other people are just hammering them.
Right. So that's where we would be more interested in that. Let's just be honest. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, it's kind of
Rick. I could watch that all day.
I mean, it's kind of like those game shows we love where they
look at all the cans.
The can throwing is what
it's like a machine gun is shooting the cans out.
And look, that can really hurt.
Yeah, it can.
I mean, really hurt. So
there you go, right on top of the portalets.
All right, do you think?
Oh wow,
yeah, wow. That's
he made it, but he got knocked down to begin with, didn't he, or was he just getting up on top of him?
Look, the onslaught of people throwing beer cans.
I
at
mean,
a lot of cans.
how can that? How can?
And
how many people does it take to get that many cans in the air at one time?
I know.
Rick, it was like they were being shot out of an A-10
was.
or something, like a Gatling gun.
It really was.
What in the world?
It really was.
One more time, man. Let's see it again.
One more time. It's almost like we need to send these people to help Ukraine.
I'm telling you.
All right.
Pretty accurate.
All right.
It's like they have a can gun or something.
Yeah. I mean, it
Gatling
is,
version.
I know the throwers are having more fun than the runners.
Yeah, of course.
But how much
I'd
for you to
love-
take off running?
Oh, I do it.
Oh, I do.
You
it. I
would?
do it
Oh,
for
sure.
free.
You know, wait a minute. When you talking modern day? No, not modern day.
But modern day, we're going to have something really bad
No,
hurt.
hey, but in 1988, I'm digging down through there.
Rick, I pay them. I pay them to let me run.
I say, look,
at the if you freeze it, the number of cans in
Watch
the
this
air
hit
at
right
any
to
one
this guy's
time.
head.
Look, this
I mean,
shot
I
to
hate
the
to say
head
it, it
is
looks like-
fantastic. Oh, yes.
The way he looked back, are they supposed to be like half empty or empty, and then
Are they
somebody's throwing a full
glass?
one?
You can't trust that with a bunch of drunks.
Yeah, I don't think you
I
can.
mean, what do you tell drunks? Now, don't throw a full one.
Right.
I mean, you can't trust them with that.
And God love the porta potty company. They're getting ruined.
What if you're on the other side though, and all these
You don't
missed
want-
shots are coming in?
You don't want to be over there. I tell you, it'll take your derby hat and mess it up.
Yeah, I have a feeling that bunch ain't
No,
wearing derby hats.
not a lot of derby hats in there.
I didn't see one mint julep being thrown in.
Now I'll tell you this:
All
in
these
'88,
years-
not only would I run down it, I would have had a hat on, like they wear, and like you know what I mean. That everybody's wondering where it came
Give 'em
from.
a big feather in it.
Yeah, and I'm coming down there with one wide open, that and the tank top, and of course
Your sky blue knee shorts. They're real tight on you.
Yep.
Hey, if I came out in them sky blue tight,
Is that business?
Oh, knee
is that like
shorts.
your uniform?
Oh yeah.
He had a red pair. He had a red pair, but there's something about the light blue.
The red pair meant that I was considering it. But if I put the light blue on,
It's on.
you better.
It just went, it went better. It went better with your wife beat her teeth.
did.
Tank
Here
top.
comes the party.
So, Greg, did that signal to the group?
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
you got light blue on.
Yeah, it's on. It's gonna be a long one.
I'd have loved to kind of been throwing it. Whoever's running.
Of course.
Go on, make another trip, and come back.
Oh wow, is he got him on it? Is that 3:00?
Listen, they were all the way down to his knees.
And thighs just, begging for
A little
room.
snug on him. A little snug, dude.
I don't know why I went to him, but I just.
Oh, my goodness.
Look, if I walk out with that and the best of CCR,
Oh, my
Yeah.
in my boombox,
The Chronicle.
if I had the Chronicle,
Oh, no.
oh me, ugly. Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. If you're leaving for the weekend, have a great weekend. Moms, happy Mother's Day to you. If you got more Rick and Bubba, stick around. Top of the hour break, and we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, because it's unacceptable. If you want to have a vegan contest, knock yourself out.
Yeah, because the meat people can't go for being there, right?
No. The maybe you can say I make really good vegan dishes. Fine, but don't come over in the meatball and gravy area, especially in South Philly.
Just a picture of them. They look like sausage.
Yeah, what next? What next?
Yeah.
Somebody seriously going to go out there and what's that old rubbery stuff that people have that takes on the taste or whatever, but it's nothing. What's that old stuff? It looks like a rubber cube. What's that called?
You mean the food additive?
Yeah. What is it called?
Oh, it's or something or list.
No, I know what you're talking about. We keep them at the house.
Oh, what is it called?
Oh, that you add? No, I don't know.
What is it called, Greg? You know what I mean? People.
A bouillon cube.
No.
Is that not?
Y'all know what I'm talking about.
I have no idea.
What is it?
Y'all?
Tofu.
That's it.
I mean, what's next?
Yeah.
Hey, what's
Rick.
next? You gonna get tatted up and go out there and enter tofu into the brisket contest over in Texas?
Yeah.
I mean, this is. I mean, what,
I've got to admit something
I forgot
here.
about tofu.
I might lose my man
we
card.
can't be real about tofu. If you say you eat tofu, you're fired.
No, I don't. I don't.
Doesn't it taste
Terry,
like styrofoam?
You like protein balls, though.
Don't eat it.
Yeah, I'll eat a
He
protein
does.
ball in a second. They're
Yeah,
good.
that's what I
Well,
heard.
that's all right.
All right, so Terry made spaghetti the other night,
Right.
and I mean, I tore it up. Okay, I mean,
You said these are good. Go ahead. right, I'm done.
Which means you're not. And I was like, wow, this is good. And she said, I use turkey meat. I just want to let you know.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that.
That's fine. Turkey balls.
Your man card's
I
safe.
love. I didn't say I ate turkey balls. I said I ate turkey meat.
You said you ate protein balls.
Were they? Oh, it wasn't, it wasn't made into balls?
No, buddy. It wasn't.
You know, we had those.
But I gotta
remember
say,
we ate at the healthy place down here and we had that contest.
But you're trying to do better, Rick.
I got no problem with the turkey.
Would you eat one of these?
What?
I mean, if not in the not in the context. But look, they don't look that bad.
No,
they look like a sausage.
Is that the chickpea one?
If somebody brought those to the golden ticket
I would not.
and you got in there and you ate one,
do I know they're chickpea?
No, you don't.
Do not.
And you kind of
I
like
know they're chickpea after I eat half.
Nobody said, "Hey, Rick, try this chickpea."
No, you just eat it.
You would probably eat it and like it and move on and never know the difference.
Now,
to be honest,
let's first of all answer.
Let's
first of all answer
you
a
put
question.
ketchup on it, you're not going to be able to tell.
That's a good point.
No, I know anything with peas in it.
Let's answer though question one correctly first. Would we go over to the bowl that we thought were meatballs and eat one? Yes,
possibly.
Absolutely. Now that is absolutely.
Yes.
Wrong.
But we do approach.
I'm a huge fan of the
We do approach food carefully a lot of times.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But by eating that, you can't tell that it's chickpeas.
I could tell it
looks
wasn't
like
meat
a
in it.
meatball.
No,
I could tell.
I'm talking about once you bit into it. I think you would eat one.
Yeah, I know my grease.
But I'm talking about
like a good chickpea.
I know my grease.
But now, to your point, back to the turkey, we use ground turkey a lot of times at home.
I like
turkey.
turkey.
We use deer a lot, and then we do ground turkey and we do beef. We do them all.
Right.
I like
So-
ground
Spaghetti and taco kits. We'll use it.
Do you
all
know
day long.
you're eating the turkey before?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
It's still
it's a lighter
I mean,
color.
guys,
and
Do you think turkey's not meat?
No, I do. Yes, but I mean, I know how we made
Somebody's gotta
fun of it
sneak
when
it
it
in
first
there.
came out, and we were like, "Oh, you having a turkey burger? How dare you?"
Well, now that's
stupid.
different. You didn't say. You said you.
And
you
see,
said
still the same
they would
meat.
fall
It is,
apart
but
too.
some reason it's different.
They would fall apart, and they were
And I-
more difficult to cook if you're trying to make a hamburger out of it.
Now my wife will make a Southwest soup, and we'll use the ground turkey.
Oh yeah.
And oh, buddy.
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
like
I told
that.
I told
like
Terry,
that
I said,
venison.
this needs to be on your top 5 list. This is good.
It is good. I don't have a problem with that. You're all right. Now, if you were eating vegan,
No.
Chickpea.
if you were eating chickpea
No.
and spaghetti,
That's
now,
5 times for you.
now we got a real problem.
Yeah.
You know it. And I'm really glad she kind of got beat up a little bit about
Have
it.
you had spaghetti where the noodles are like from a melon and they look like noodles though?
Yes, that's,
No.
yeah, that's a
Eggplant.
spaghetti squash.
Yes. Yeah,
I have.
Betty's done that once.
Yeah,
or
we do
twice.
that. We do that a lot. It's good.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I almost shiver to give you this headline because I know it will hearken possibly scary thoughts. And I told the guys last hour I'd had a dream that we were all put in jail for originally 33 years, and it was reduced to 7 with 3 years probation.
Thanks, Rick.
I don't know what that was tied to, but now I will give you this headline, and I'm going to ask you to say nothing but, oh, that's interesting. Okay? Say it back to me. Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, that's interesting.
Man sentenced for killing bald eagle in Virginia.
So,
What are you supposed to say?
that's interesting.
It is. A Virginia man who admitted he shot a bald eagle, then ran over it several times with an all-terrain vehicle has been sentenced to a month of house arrest.
Wow.
Now, why did he mutilate a golden eagle, a bald eagle?
Let's see if we can figure this out. He
What
says
in it?
the Virginian pilot reports 62-year-old Alan H. Thacker, you would think he'd be old enough to have some wisdom, was also ordered Monday to complete 100 hours of community service at an area wildlife refuge. I never understand this line of thinking. Anytime someone's been arrested for something they hate, why do we put them in the middle of the thing that they struggle with? I mean, it's like saying, man, I hope this doesn't happen, but, murdered someone. I'll just say this, over political views.
Right.
And then whatever political view the guy that or woman that he may have killed who opposed him, we made him go work on the next campaign for that.
Well,
for that party, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I know that would be rare, and odd. But I think in this case, they're saying you took something from nature, so we're going to make you pay your debt back to nature.
But do you want a person who kills bald eagles around bald eagles?
Exactly why? What
He was protecting the property. The bald eagle kept coming in and.
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio. Another hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here as we walk through another hour together. We hope that you'll reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love to chat with you. And put up with stance with the devil till I'm in debt. Took all I got and ain't much left to me. So today, your opportunity to see the real Greg Burgess in Birmingham, 11 to 1, Henrik Hoover Auto Mall. Go by and say hello. If you're in the Birmingham area, Mobile, Helmsy tomorrow, West Mobile Baptist Church for Man Church, as they continue to roll through the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. Go by and see Helmsy and be part of that tomorrow. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. Now, here we go. Here we go. There it is.
Yeah, that's the little R with a circle around it. That's kind of a big deal.
That's the big one. That's your big boy. They're proud of it, too, aren't they?
Oh.
They're proud of it.
Oh.
Bubba, welcome back.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We're just looking over some of these stories that are coming out today, and I'm a little out of the loop on this. I know who Phil Mickelson is, and I know how good a golfer he is, but I had no idea that I knew he had this thing going with the Saudi golf tour and the PGA, and everybody had they were all tore up about that. But there's a unauthorized biography coming out from Alan. Boy, you have to help me with this last name.
No idea.
Just say it. You said it during the break a number of times.
Watch it. Watch out. Watch it.
You nailed it.
Easy.
Okay. Don't let me sneak up on you.
If I'm Alan, before I publish a book, I go down, I fix that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can fix this.
You going with ship or nut?
Both. Just fix all of it.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
He has an excerpt from his forthcoming unauthorized biography about Phil Mickelson, set to be released May 17th, saying that federal investigators or federal auditors are investigating Phil Mickelson's role in an insider trading scheme that found his gambling losses totaled more than $40 million between 2010 and 2014.
Hello.
$40 million in losses.
What the?
His book called Fire Pit Collective will come out during the PGA Championship. Phil Mickelson has been out of public view since the final round of the Saudi International, February the 6th. A short time later, Shipnuck had posted explosive comments about Mickelson and his involvement in Greg Norman's new Saudi-backed golf venture. So, Speedy, you and Hams, I know y'all follow this more than I do. So, the Saudis are starting their own golfing league, right? Is that
Greg Norman? And we've talked about
and it's
that.
going to compete against the PGA.
Well,
or just a different.
It's just going to be another tour.
Yeah. It's just a different tour. Now, Norman, Bubba, thank you for thinking my golf guidance is warranted here on the show, but I have no clue.
Well, here's my other choices right here. On
I do know that we did a story.
Y'all are the experts.
We did a story when this came out, and Phil had a comment about it, and everybody took offense to it because of Saudi Arabia's, the way they handle things.
Tortured and killed that journalist. It wasn't making. I know they've done this, but this is a lot. I can't remember.
Greg Norman did say earlier in the week that because he had 30. Now listen to this. He had 30% of the top 50 players ready to go.
So they basically
Phil Mickelson's comments hurt that and shut it down. I don't know if that's true or not.
I'm trying to I guess you can be on the PGA tour. Can you be on this tour also, and you just play both events?
You just play a schedule, yeah.
Or is it like NFL, USFL, two different things?
I would think you could play either. You make your schedule out, and if you want to play on this, because they play in the European tour, they play different tours already.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't know if the PGA has said, "Hey, by the way, if you go play that, you can't ever come back here."
Well,
I don't know if that's been said.
Yeah, I know. Yesterday, in this weekend's tour, Sergio Garcia was playing, and he was looking for his golf ball. And
I can relate to that.
Yeah, right. And he was given I don't know what type of penalty. I think it might have been a stroke penalty. Anyway, he was given a penalty, and he said out loud, "Man, I can't wait to leave this tour." So in frustration, and a lot of people were speculating that he might be headed out.
Am I wrong, or
who knows?
When we did the stories, and y'all may have covered this, but don't they you go by your winnings? and now like the PGA, but they're actually giving some of the top
guaranteed
guys
money.
guaranteed money just to
that's
play.
Why
It.
it's so
No
intriguing.
matter what they do.
Yeah, that's why it's intriguing.
Yeah, and it's a lot of money too.
That may be a pay situation that needs to be addressed with the PGA too.
Well, and they've been saying that for plenty of years, and they just
Now, what they need to keep in mind was how the NCAA handled players not being able to sell their name, likeness, and image, and how that blew up. So.
I think Greg Norman saying that he had 30% of the top 50 players is a pretty big deal. Now, I don't know who that is, and he hasn't named names, but if that's true, then he had that. I'll be interested. Evidently, Sergio may be one of them, but and so evidently Phil Mickelson's comments when he said all that negated all this, and everybody got scared, started backing out. But
so Sergio, let me ask you this, Speedy, because
and he may just be talking about going to the European tour.
He could. He was
didn't.
talking out loud, and everybody took that as
well, let me ask you this: based on the question before about playing one or the other or both, why would he say that if he's going to play a schedule that includes all of them?
Yeah,
because he says, "Hey, I'm leaving this one. Like I'm done with PGA."
Yeah, and he was just he basically, the headline is Sergio appears to confirm he'll play in Saudi Golf League during lost ball meltdown, and so we've all had that if you play golf and you can't find it, and then you've only got a certain amount of time to look for it, and then he was penalized for it. The rules official said he took longer than allotted, which is 3 minutes to look for his ball. And so he inquired a one-shot penalty, and then that's when and Sergio didn't agree with it because he says he wasn't looking for it in the amount of time that the rules official said. But back to Phil, he's earned about $400 million net. That's net, in an annual salary. His net worth is $400 million with an annual salary of about $80 million. I think he's the second highest. Let's see, he's made right behind Tiger as the second most in all the golf.
Well, that's pretty good.
Listen to this.
That's pretty good money not to have to take a hit from anybody.
Listen to this. Lee Westwood, who is prominent member on the PGA Tour, been so for many years. He said this week. I've put a release in with the PGA Tour and the DP World Tour, as many people have. That's kind of the stage we're in at this point. After that, it's just ifs and buts and speculation. It's an opportunity to play in a big tournament against some of the best players in the world. I love playing in England. Evidently, they're having this big tournament in England that's also tied to this particular deal. So you've got them starting to speak out, but I don't know why you need a release to doing this, or is I don't know. I'm sure there's some kind of procedure you have to go through, but.
Are they, them being paid a salary to play versus just winning, obviously you would see where that would be attractive to a lot of the second-tier players maybe. I mean, the first-tier guys are winning big prize money. I don't know that it would affect them because, like Mickelson, they got money in the bank. But, to the lower tier, it seems like that would be very attractive to be able to get that.
Well,
some kind of guarantee.
You have to have leverage. If the PGA got upset with you, but enough of you were leaving and going to the other league for the guaranteed money, and now they don't have you either, they may change their mind.
Right.
Sometimes you have to call people's bluff because it'll hurt them to lose those players too.
Let me ask you this too: Are there a rule or two in golf you'd like to see change? It would
There's
make it go
probably
a little better?
hundreds of rules. And it's worse than NFL and college football.
Well, give me one or two off the top, and I'll tell you one that I don't like.
Well, I mean, just little things like if ball, on the green. If you're on the green and we mark our ball and we may nudge it a little bit out of place. People are watching it on TV and they, it may move that much. It's not going to affect anything or just little things like that. Can't pick up certain things and move it like impediments and all those things. We had what's a bunker, what's not a bunker. Can't ground your club in a bunker. We can't ground a club in a bunker. Just constant little.
I never understood why that was
nitpicking
some
things.
big advantage to ground your club, other than just to make it more difficult.
Can't
to hit
touch, like I can't take a practice swing out of the sand.
Right,
Those type things. Look, just little nitpicking things like that. Of course, the traditional world, I'm sure, is getting all over me right now. But I really, you know what I think about that.
I don't know. The one that I don't like, and it's almost impossible to do it the right way if you're playing on most courses that have people playing, is if you tee off and you think you know where your ball is, but you can't find it. Like, a little bit like Sergio. And, I mean, the rule says you got to go back and hit another one.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't go back and hit another.
That's another one that
just give me the whatever penalty, stroke, drop, hit,
no sense in us keeping everybody else from playing because I got to go back and hit another tee shot. Oh, you're supposed to hit a provisional. Just go ahead and hit one off that tee, just in case. Well, you don't find it, you can play that one.
But I understand that if the ball I hit looks like it could be.
I get it. Yeah.
But what if you think you know where it is and you can't find it?
I know. No, it's very.
That doesn't happen to me a lot, Rick. But you know what I'm saying.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And killing small game on his property and eating fish, and so he killed the.
Yeah, he violated the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act.
Well, how did anybody know about it?
He told them.
He told officers he killed the eagle in March because Bubba, like Speedy said, he'd seen the bird killing small game and eating fish on his property. The attorney there has declined to comment on the
I'm not saying he should have done it, but why didn't if he's out and it's in the woods and he took care of it, what's the big deal?
You must have had a tattletale, somebody that saw it, and he admitted to it.
It says he pleaded guilty. It never says he admitted to it. He had to admit to it. What we don't know is why he had to admit it. Yeah. Who was the person?
Right. But Rick, why do you
shoot it? Who was the empty?
Who was the company pimp? Empty scamp.
Who was the empty scamp? The neighborhood pimp.
Yeah.
Who ratted him out? You got to say on the crest. On the crest, said we'd all been silent.
Rick, let me ask you this: why do you shoot it and then run over it with an ATV?
Well, you got to make sure, I guess. He's very upset. He was very upset about what the bald eagle was doing. Apparently, so the bald eagle has a sentence tied to it.
Well, yeah, you shouldn't be doing that.
You really
should. Against the law.
Now, sometimes
they've made a comeback though. I don't know that they're going to be on the endangered species list forever.
They're doing great. I just want to ask you a question. It's totally hypothetical, but if you kill one by accident, can you get in trouble for that? If it's an accident,
like if it flies into your car,
or maybe.
No,
you won't find that under the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act.
You just if it flies into your vehicle and you can't carry it and have it mounted or something, because they'll come get you for that.
They will,
because people would do that and say, "Oh yeah, it hit my car."
Right.
Right after I shot
kind of like
it.
that owl that time with your car.
Oh, I had an owl slam in the side of my truck, scared me to death. I thought somebody hit me with a basketball or something.
Right.
I like to wreck. Right. Seriously, I mean, I was doing all I could to hold it on the road. That'll scare the fire.
I've had a couple of bird incidents, and I will say they were both accidental.
Yeah, I know mine was. I had a beautiful falcon hit right in the front grill of the car, and I saw something that kind of like, and I didn't really know what it was, and when I stopped. And to look, it was still moving. Like,
how was it going?
Rick, right.
Like that.
That's how it sounded.
It was dying.
That's how it sounded.
Well, it was
tough
pretty.
deal.
It's pretty too.
Well, I had there was an accidental incident I don't want to talk about, and then I had one where a bird surprised me, which we've talked about.
Well, if you don't want to talk about it, let's not talk about it.
Right. Well, I just thought this headline was interesting.
Again, I don't. Look, I don't
Sometimes
fault
you
the
get
guy for
surprised.
trying to protect. What we need a little more on this story. What was the eagle doing?
It was. It says here it was killing small game and eating fish on his property.
He didn't like
So
it.
we have some that come through usually about the beginning of hunting season, and we've had them sitting in the tree next to our pond.
Yes.
And the question was brought up: do you want that bird eating your fish? And I go, well, it's the national bird. If he wants a fish or two, I'm good with him getting them.
Of course, they'll do more than a fish or two, but you're right.
They're big birds. They're very big. People don't realize how big they are.
Yeah,
up close, they're giant.
I have a couple that it's time again. They come and set up in this gigantic tree near the pond,
but they're so pretty to watch too, especially the bald ones.
Are they pretty?
They are pretty. I think they're pretty. They're beautiful. They're majestic.
Are they purdy?
Purdy.
That's a pretty animal.
They are.
That's a pretty animal, Rick.
They are brilliant to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Undoubtedly, he felt like they'd had enough fish.
Now, there's some of these other birds that eat fish that I get tired of. I don't care for some of those.
I need some clarification on those birds, by the way.
Right. I know you do. That's why I said that.
Right. Do you agree with me that we need clarification?
I need clarification on some of those birds because I at times I've wished that they were not there.
I would like for
not that I've acted on that, but
fish,
at times I've wished.
Look, I'm clear on the bald eagle and the golden eagle. Let me be clear. I got that.
I got it. Look, it's an eagle. I'm going to give it a fish or two. Okay.
But I'd like some I'd like pictures. I'd like for pictures to be sent to me from the Alabama Fish and Game that says these waterfowl are off limits.
What about that one that looks like a stork? It's kind of blue looking.
Big crane, the blue herring. Blue herring.
Is it a blue herring?
That's a big one too. That's a big bird.
I think you need to stay away from those, Bubba.
Really?
Yeah.
Straight up? What about the kingfisher?
That I don't know.
I think that's the one I got.
Has a little fro on top. Kingfisher.
Yeah, looks like Brian Bosworth.
He can get the job done too.
Got that real long
Well,
beard.
his name's Kingfisher.
He sits on top of the feeder every day.
Yes, that's him.
Yeah.
Same thing over mine. That's
We
him.
need to scare him off.
What's his situation?
I don't know.
Is he protected?
Chuck, let us know.
I think all the heron species
What about kingfish?
are
Kingfisher.
protected.
Any of those waterfowl, all waterfowl other than the ducks?
I don't know about that. I mean, I think depends on where you're at.
If I'm a waterfowl in our state and I come in and get fish, am I all those protected? Because I need to know that.
Not necessarily. It
Well,
depends on.
There's some people that don't allow that to happen. I mean, not me. But
What if
I
you
know there's
found
some
them?
people
What if
that
they
don't
were
allow
just
that.
found dead? You know,
Are we talking about your property?
I don't know. They're just various properties. They're all over the place. I am talking about our state, though. It is 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Check Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. We'll talk UFOs in the UK. With Phil Mantle. He's got a new book. You'll enjoy this. USFL action again this weekend in Sweet Home, Alabama. We've announced our winner today on the program, the Asheville Bulldogs. And it looks like it's a 12U team, but they'll be going and enjoying that over the weekend as well. Tonight, the Philadelphia Stars take on the Michigan Panthers. Tomorrow, the Generals take on the Maulers. The Maulers are winless, 2-1, the Generals, and then that's at 1:30 tomorrow in Birmingham. Tomorrow night, Tampa Bay Bandits 2-1 against the undefeated Birmingham Stallions. That's
going to be a good game because a lot of people feel like the Tampa Bay team may be the best team in the league, even though they have one loss.
Right. So we'll see how that goes. Then Sunday at 2 p.m., the Houston Gamblers take on the New Orleans Breakers. The Breakers coming off a close loss to Birmingham, and they still sit at 2-1.
Yeah.
So there you go.
How many games are in the season?
8 is it?
8.
Is it 8 games?
8 or 10.
I'm throwing that
so
out
we're getting to the halfway point here. Is that
I
it?
guess I'm not sure how many games it is, but it seems that why am I thinking 8? I don't know why I'm thinking 8.
There's 8 teams.
Is that why I think that?
There's 10. Hold on.
10 weeks.
8.
And then the playoffs.
Whoa.
Somebody started doing it in Saudi Arabia.
3 week.
Greg Norman.
Yeah, the money.
Which team is Greg Norman on?
When are they playing in Saudi Arabia?
Right. How much are they getting?
Tuesday week.
There's 10
For
weeks
the guaranteed money.
10
weeks in the season.
10 weeks in the season. Okay.
Then playoffs.
Yeah, and then you get down to the playoffs, and I guess the playoffs would be the top 4 teams.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's going on again this weekend, and so if you get a chance to watch it on TV or to attend, do so. Fix Mama's Mouth. You're voting for the last time today. We'll announce that Monday, and then Monday we'll also announce the group that Bubba will play with in the Pro-Am. We'll do the show live from there. We hope next Wednesday. We'll be on location. That always lends itself to a different Rick and Bubba experience. And we'll also be giving you an opportunity to walk with whatever group you would like to in the Celebrity Pro-Am if you donate the most money to the charity. All that happens on Monday's Rick and Bubba Show. So be standing by and being prepared for that.
That's always an exciting day.
It is. So
when the rumors are put to rest.
And we'll
find out.
Yeah. And you got a little inside information though, didn't you? Who you might be with?
Well, you never know how that inside information, because I've had it before, and it's it can bite you.
What do you do when somebody gives you information and they're like enthusiastic and everything, and then it just turns out to be wrong? I mean, do you ever?
Well, we get that every now and then here, Rick. I don't know if you know.
But I mean, do you go back and let that person do another one? Are you 2 out of 3?
You try to let them slide,
right? So we got this story today too, and thank the good Lord above, and I think the sand played a huge role here. We've got a Florida deputy. You know how sometimes the law will have to come down on the beach. They said they got a hang up 911 call. And they were trying to go to where this 911 call took place. And if you get something that's down in some of the beach areas, I'm sure you think, well, there's no telling what's going on there. So they go down to investigate this hang-up 911 call, and sadly, but then again, thankfully, because it looks like non-life-threatening injuries, which is the sand had to play a role, that the weight of the vehicle.
Yeah,
But anyway, the bottom line is a sunbather was accidentally run over by the county sheriff. The vehicle ran over someone who was sunbathing. Robin Diffender or something, 23. It was a 2017 Chevrolet Tahoe that the sheriff's deputy was in. And as they were coming down there to look around, did not see her sunbathing and ran right over. But she is okay. Look right there.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? I don't know how. When I first heard the story, ran over I thought they meant like a sheriff was running on the beach and ran over a sunbather.
No,
I didn't know they drove over them.
Yeah.
Drove over them.
Let's imagine we're police officers or sheriff's deputies, and I have to go back to the office, and I've done this. And so I can only, as soon as I walk in the door, hey, you run over somebody today?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I wondered, do we have
of course, if it was this
going?
bunch, you'd constantly get emails of pictures of people laying on the beach. Hey, be careful today.
Yeah. Sure.
You
Sure,
know,
of course. Hey, you got beach duty? Watch out. People laying out.
Yeah, right. You might want to watch for sunbathers.
Considering that's what's on the beach.
It's just covered in sunbathing.
It says the vehicle went over the right side and mid-upper back area. She suffered non-life-threatening injuries and was taken to the hospital.
Imagine being that person laying on your stomach sunbathing and a car runs over you.
You're on me!
And she probably had to have headphones on or something. Didn't hear what was going on. I was like,
wow.
I feel good.
No, I'm kidding.
Can you imagine that? What if you're sleeping?
What if it was Charles Barkley, Speedy?
Yeah, what if he did?
Hey, we got audio.
Picture Charles was sunbathing.
I think we got some audio.
Okay.
All right.
That'd be
great.
I mean, that's,
all right, but driving a big truck or an SUV, it's tough to see right over the front of it. Sometimes the front can get a little high.
But you would think
you're on the beach doing this and all that, but you would think somebody's looking out.
Yeah,
right?
if you choose to drive on a beach, you got to think, I better watch. Make sure somebody ain't laying out. Considering it's a beach.
Yeah. If I'm rolling down to the beach, one thing I have to think about is watch out for people on the beach.
Yeah.
Especially
I got to put that first.
Especially those that are laying down in the sand. Yeah. Boy, you talk about. What about when you realize what you've done?
You feel a bump. You feel a bump in the car and go, "What was that?"
You ever been like in, say, if you played a little ball or just goofing off in the yard or just playing around, or maybe it's a a horrible game of Twister that goes south. Have you ever found yourself in some sort of pile and you get that panic that hits you? You get up off of me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And sling everybody. Unreal strength comes from nowhere.
And
panic feeling.
what if a vehicle's on you? You got to get up off of me. I bet you can't even get
the only
enough
thing
air
worse
to say something.
is if they stop on top of it.
What if you're the person that accidentally called 911 and hung up?
I know.
What about that person?
You feel kind of bad.
And they're tracing the number.
I'm good, man. I'm good.
What if it ended up being her that called, though, accidentally, and this is what you get?
A rig.
Well, I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm looking at all scenarios.
That is a scenario.
Well, they did come to that area. All right, we'll come back. Phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll find out what's on your mind as you make comments, ask questions, and bring information to the table. We'll chat with America next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We'll talk off air, Rick, because I can't.
I'd love to have.
I don't want to lead the witness here.
I'd like to have a picture book.
Okay.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah. So if I can I look at my on the death list. I look down and I go up. Doggone it, he's in a picture. I'll leave him alone.
Yeah.
But you try to when you have land, you're trying to create the land
that right there
to produce.
I'd leave that alone.
Don't you touch that.
I wouldn't touch that.
Run the other way.
Well, I don't know. I'm just showing you a picture.
I do. I'm telling you, I wouldn't.
The line. What I'm saying is, usually when you're hunting and fishing, and I know this. Of course, now you have to say things that seem so obvious because people don't seem to get it. When you have land that you hunt and fish on, it's desirable to have a lot of things to hunt and fish to catch.
Yeah.
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 And so anything that would go against that, you probably try to limit.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. You ever seen people when otters get into a farm pond? It's over.
Oh yeah.
Now, what is the otter situation?
Fire at will.
Okay.
Now, are you sure?
Yeah.
How you know all this?
He knows,
buddy. I'm just telling you.
Hey, you know he used to
he's chewing his fingernails
I
over
can't
there.
get him to come eat. Come hunt.
Hey, he and Moultrie though run tight.
No,
not
that's
anymore.
right.
Y'all kind of broke up, didn't you?
That's not true.
I mean, it's not as close as y'all were.
Well, he didn't.
guy
Moultrie didn't
friends,
play tennis.
guy friends do
We
that.
were- we were working on some
fade
business
in and
things
out.
together
You fade
and-
in and
and
out,
all
and you
that.
just pick it up. You don't hold a grudge.
Right.
Who you texting there, Bubs?
I'm gonna text.
And that's
somebody
just
that
my.
knows and
That's. I mean,
I think you're right.
Look, guys, I lived on the river for.
I know.
My parents still live on.
Hey,
the
I'm a river rat.
Grew up
Look,
on
I
the
Helmsy,
river rat.
Hey, I Glencoe. I got it.
Just text
Coosa. I got it.
Chuck. Just text Chuck.
The can I tell
Wasting
you,
time. That's fine.
Can I tell you one of the creepiest hunting moments I had last season was when the buzzard landed on top of the shooting house, that little tin roof, and walked around and was walking around on
You
top
got
of it.
some claws, don't
the
you?
whole time I was in there. You talk about feeling weird, man. Especially when it's dark. You're like, what's that walking on top of this? And,
Sounds like Bigfoot landed, doesn't it?
Come on. And then the walking up there. But look, I want to.
For what it's worth, it says because of widespread distribution and abundant numbers, that blue herons are classified as a low conservation concern. That doesn't say you can shoot them.
It does not say
No,
that.
it does not.
I'm gonna ask the guy that knows that.
Yeah, I would. That's what I'd do.
We'll be back.
That's what it says.
More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
I know if you had the kickoff hour today, you've heard this story, but the rest of the day we have not talked about. And, Bubba, I heard you mention, too, the Montreal man that has gotten a ticket. And they say singing while driving, but what they're saying, the thing he really violated was screaming while driving, because he was screaming the "Make You Sweat, Everybody Dance Now" song.
CC Music Factory.
Yeah, do you remember that one?
C&C Music
Everybody dance now.
Even if he was screaming, was he in a convertible?
He must have. The song that he did, it was
Feel the
that-
Vibration.
feel it.
Yeah.
I confuse those two songs, and I know they're not, but I'm just letting you know I confuse.
Here is the goal. Back with the bass.
CNC Music Fair. I don't know the guy's name.
I thought Ice-T was on loan to them for that.
If I remember him, he was like a guy that was like really in shape, real muscle guy out there. Of course, we'll find out. It might have been Ice-T, and that guy was pantomiming.
No, it's definitely not Ice-T.
We may go
I'm gonna
back,
find
and it'd be
out
one
now.
of those, those things. Okay, so people don't pantomime and pretend like they sing. We've had that.
I'll
Millie
give you that.
Vanilli.
It's Freedom Williams.
Millie Vanilli.
I like them too.
Freedom Williams. It says "Gonna Make You Sweat, Everybody Dance Now," featuring Freedom Williams, CC Music Factory.
Freedom.
Man, he sounds like Ice-T. He really
he does. I see Ice-T when I'm listening
I do
to
too.
him.
I want some iced tea.
By the way, do you like iced tea with flavor in it, just straight up?
Straight up sweet.
This is odd to you people that drink unsweet tea. That's weird to me.
I don't see the point.
Yeah, I don't either. It's like
I
brown
can fight
water.
through it. You're drinking water.
Yeah,
I mean, just get water.
I can fight through it, but I don't know why.
Really?
Yeah, I don't want to. But
Kind of like you say, yeah, I'll take the caffeine in here.
let's say they bring the wrong one. I'll go ahead and drink.
Yeah, to me, the unsweet tea people are right
Spoils
over there
the
with the
meal.
decaffeinated coffee people.
Yeah.
I don't understand decaffeinated
Yeah, it's a good
coffee
point.
people.
Well, I'll even go this far with it. With the tea's even different. I think it's even worse with tea because you're drinking water.
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. Here we go. All right, let's bring them in. All 10 lines are available. Your time to be on the program. You know what you may think to yourself? You know what? I'd like to make a comment on this topic, or I'd like to bring a topic up. I wish they were talking about this. Have you heard the comment? I'd like for them to hear me say this. So that's what the phone troll is designed for. You're taking over the program now. You're programming it the way you want it.
What?
866-WE-BE-BIG. The phones will be buzzed when we get to 30 seconds, unless you're given one of the two timeouts. Then you get to expand. But Don't lean on that and hope for that. Don't let that be your safety net. Get right to the point. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. We're also asking you to do something that's a bit of a lost art. Imagine that the phone call is being heard by you. Would you be informed? Would you be entertained? Or would you say, that's a bit self-indulgent? I'm not interested. That's why we get rid of the shameless plugs and the shout-outs in the mix. All right, so as you were getting lined up, and there you go, I see you rolling in now. We'll get to those. MyPillow.com/Bubba. All the savings you can possibly ever find right there on that URL, MyPillow.com/Bubba. And here comes what Speedy lives for. Buy one, get one free.
Oh.
He lights up like a little bald light.
BOGO.
So many of their great products are buy one, get one free. I'm talking about, Greg, those bed sheets that you love from Giza. The My Pillows,
love them.
6-piece towel sets, the roll and go anywhere, the travel My Pillows,
house shoes,
BOGO,
easy,
BOGO. So you all right over there?
I was trying to help.
All right, so go to mypillow.com/Bubba, all with a 60-day money-back guarantee and warranty that goes along with them. Buy one, get one free right now at mypillow.com/Bubba. To the phones, we will go. 30 seconds a pop, largest number of people, shortest amount of time, and we will start with Chris in Pensacola. Chris, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Mac. Big Guns, how's it going?
Good. We are fantastic.
Bubba's friend was on American Idol this past Monday night, William Hung. They let him come back and sing, and he sang She Bangs.
You know what? I actually saw that, if you want to be shocked.
I started to say I missed it.
I was clicking around, and I was like, well, they all been talking about American Idol here lately. And I'm like, what is this? And I still don't, to this moment, I don't understand why it was pre-recorded.
Well, this is
it was a best
20th anniversary.
But why was it pre-recorded?
I don't know. They brought. It wasn't the competition. It was just it was showing some of the people from the past.
And it felt a little clunky. Like, it was almost like they didn't really quite know what to do with it. They brought back more people than they could ever get on the stage.
Yeah.
Some people really came all the way in just to sit in a chair and be on.
And it wasn't just winners. You'd have somebody that may have came in third or fourth place up there.
But William Hung came out, and the way Ryan Seacrest set it up was funny. He set it up like Simon Cowell was coming out. Because he's like, here's the person. How can we have this without this? I mean, he's the one that took this show to another level. Without him, none of us would be here. And you're all thinking it's going to be Simon Cowell. And little William Hung with high energy runs out there just shouting She Bangs as loud as he possibly can.
You got our liner?
That is one of my favorite things was William Hung.
Well, let me ask you this. Speaking of that, was Simon not on there?
No.
I mean, he just completely...
Yeah, he's over at America's Got Talent now.
So he wouldn't even go back for that?
He didn't. I don't know if he wouldn't, but he sure didn't.
Even with a lot of talent in singing, even with a lot of talent in whatever you choose to do, you still have to put in this hard work. And you need that determination and perseverance not to give up.
Amen.
That message he sent Bubba
is the great one of my favorite.
Wasn't it for the
You
golf
got to
tournament?
do it.
Wasn't it for the golf tournament?
You got to do it.
Do we have it?
No, I don't have it.
We don't have that?
I don't have it.
Oh,
I mean, Adler may have it, but I don't have it. To Dwayne in the great state of Ohio. Dwayne, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Hey, Bubba, I'm Bubba. One question for Bubba. Yesterday, he was talking about inflation, and I don't know if I missed this, but did you talk about supply chain issues impacting that, and how does that play into things?
Oh, yeah. Well, also, I mean, a lack of supply, however you get it, plays into that. Lack of supply and too much money is the classic formula for inflation.
Okay, all right. And then the other thing, when iHeartRadio, for some reason, when you guys come back from commercial or break.
Bob, I wanted to know that.
Well, I was busy listening. I thought we already were in timeout.
Oh, man.
Call back and let us.
Right.
I'll give you one next time.
I knew we couldn't control it, Rick, so I just let it go.
Yeah, ain't no sense of hearing about
it. By the way, on supply.
You can do it.
You love that so much.
Yes, Rick. You know, he is in my wheelhouse of things that I really enjoy.
You'd have to be aware of this idol in the Word of God and in the history of the world. Molech or Moloch, how they said that in Scripture. This was the idol that people would sacrifice their children to, actually put them in the fire and burn them.
Yeah.
And Babylon B said that this idol, Moloch or Moloch, warns of a looming child sacrifice supply chain issue
Yeah.
if Roe v. Wade's overturned.
Yep.
Boy, they'll go for the jugular, won't they? Let's go for Gary in Prattville, I-92. Gary, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. Yeah. I thought I wasted my money on seeing that Dr. Strange crap.
I warned you.
World of sadness. Yep. Well, all you see is a girl lose her two moms. I like how they presented that fashion. And then if you want to see Jim Halpert from The Office die, I hated that character. I'm telling you, 2 thumbs down, trash.
I warned you about it. I warned you about this Doctor Strange stuff. It gets too weird, Greg. It is a CG nightmare. I mean, you couldn't watch that. Let's go to Paul and Jasper. Paul, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, man, I just happen to be a cousin to Robin Diffenbaker, which is the lady that got run over by the feds. And, and she's, she's got some, they say, non-life-threatening injuries, but it's never going to be the same.
You get hit by them.
Do what?
So Bubba gave you a timeout.
Yeah, I wanted to hear the whole deal.
Oh, we're just like cousins, we're third cousins, but she's never going to be the same. I mean, she's got non-life-threatening injuries, but she's sort of broke up. But, it was a bad situation.
Yeah, so what kind of injuries did she get?
Well, she's got some, to the legs and some to the abdomen, broke ribs, legs messed up.
Wow, I bet that was a shock.
So have you heard how the story actually happened from her standpoint?
I talked to her just a little bit last night, but a lot of pain, so, I just didn't. She did tell me one thing, though. She said that the deputy came over to check on her, looked like, and kneeled down, and she said he had.
I think we were right. I think we were headed to Topaz. Yeah, I kept waiting on Topaz.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
He was so vague about, third cousin. There's some injuries.
Don't you think we're about to get to Topaz?
Yeah. I was waiting the whole time.
Yeah, and
he was getting brave. He was walking it up.
He was even bold enough to let us go so long we began to doubt that we was going to be at Topaz.
He did. I did. I went to that, and then I came back because he couldn't really win. Well, I talked to her, but she was in too much pain. Okay, buddy.
Let's talk.
The trooper knelt down and asked her if she ever heard of a thing called Topaz.
Something you might want to consider. Jimmy in Georgia. Jimmy, go ahead.
Hey, how are y'all, man? I almost got excited and said, well, what a wheel, but I guess that won't work.
No.
But anyway, did y'all see that the GHSA, which governs sports in the state of Georgia, has come up with a real novel idea, and they just did this, I think, on Thursday? They unanimously voted to go back to their bylaws, which said athletes are going to compete based on the gender on their birth certificate.
There's a concept.
Can you imagine doing something like that?
Wow.
I wonder how long it's going to be. How long is it going to be before they get sued by the LGBT?
Oh, it's going to be.
Of course. But think about that. Think about what we're even saying. That somebody has to say, I think we might want to let people compete at whatever gender is on their birth certificate, and if they want to identify something else in their private life, that's their own business.
If you're going to allow all these crossovers, you just do away with female athletics, and you just have athletics.
Yeah. Savannah, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Oh, lost that one. Let's go to Michael in Florida. Michael, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to say, because there's a lot of us who've lost mothers in the last couple of years, and for those going into Mother's Day this weekend, I think the greatest tribute we can do is, as the Bible says, the faith that they passed on to us, we need to live it loud and strong in these days. And the last thing we need to do is back down. So if you want to do a tribute to your mother, live her faith and live the faith that Jesus taught us.
Amen. Yep. Even that time, I thought we were headed to Topaz.
Rick, now we let it get in our head.
I know it's in my head now. I was actually a very kind.
I blame the audience.
Called it with a great.
But the whole time you weren't listening because you were waiting.
All I was waiting on was Topaz. See, now what's happened? It's infiltrated everything. I mean, and that was a sincere guy going, "Hey, don't forget this."
Yeah, I know.
And I appreciate
and a good point.
Yeah, it was. But then
he said I put it right up there with a little procedure called Topaz.
You say, Greg, that's not helping. And when you start giving ideas of things they could do.
Thanks, Greg.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
coffee, you're at least getting the taste of coffee.
Right, it tastes like coffee. You just don't get the caffeine.
Unsweetened tea is, it's water.
And it's not even good tasting water.
No.
It's got a little
bitter.
It's a bitter taste to it.
It is. Stays with you.
Maybe I just can't taste tea without sugar.
Maybe. Anyway, this guy has got a ticket, and I didn't know you.
Freedom Williams does?
No, not Freedom Williams. The guy who was singing this song in Montreal. How can you be a ticket for singing loudly? But they said it violated the peace and tranquility law of Montreal.
Well, there's no law against singing loudly, but there's law against screaming, and they're saying that's what he did.
I mean, he must have really. He must have really let it.
Was he out? I mean, you can play the radio loud, but you can't scream with it.
I guess you can't scream with it. I don't know.
Those crazy Canadians.
Trying something new now because we can.
Who did that?
Did you know that Queen Elizabeth owns a McDonald's?
I did not.
I saw that story and I thought that was very funny. What, Rick? Think how much money she's got from how long?
Well, sure. So
they used to just take everybody's money.
Did you know that? Did you know this? That she owns a fleet of swans. Did you know that?
A fleet? What does that mean?
How many is that?
There must be a bunch of them.
A lot of swans.
A fleet of swan, like the birds swan?
I guess.
That or something.
No, I can understand a McDonald's. It turns a profit.
She owns, and I don't know what amount this means, a bevy of jewels. We know she's got a lot of jewels. What's a bevy?
Oh, these old English words.
They must be. And
Next you're
acres.
gonna say she has a stone of something.
And acres of land around the world, but she also is in possession and owns a McDonald's franchise outside of London. I did not know that.
I didn't either. I just thought they had their diamonds and all the royal gems and all that trinkets.
Let's be honest. With her being a royal, you would have thought she would have had a Burger King.
Ooh.
Oh, would have made more sense. A good point.
Right.
Good point.
So,
I like
but
it.
she I'm sorry. Right. You realize how loud you got to sing to get a ticket? I mean, when people say, "Yeah, I think I'm kind of loud," I say, "Oh no, I'm not. Yeah, you're nothing. I got a $2,000 fine for being loud. I can beat you, and I'm just singing. Everybody dance now."
Greg brought up the ultimate sing-along song that you hate to even admit, and that is it the "I Get Knocked Down"?
But I get up again.
We were just saying songs.
I hate that song.
I can't stand it.
I know, but it's on, and all of a sudden you go, "I get knocked down."
Yeah, I hate it though. I really, truly hate it.
Did you know CNC Music Factory was just a bunch of strife? They had all kind of problems in that.
I'm not surprised by that.
I didn't see that behind the music.
It's amazing how much trouble you can get into with one hit. Tiger Woods update.
Oh boy.
Well, the diversion program for the intoxicated, Tiger Woods is expected to enter this on Wednesday, tomorrow. I didn't know there were several of these across the country aimed at reducing the number of repeat offenders and backlogs of court cases. It looks like the 41-year-old golf superstar is scheduled to plead guilty at a court hearing to his reckless driving charge, which the more we found out about that, the worse it got. This will be a less severe charge than driving under the influence. Palm Beach County, Florida, has this program, and they said they've graduated almost 2,500 first-time offenders since they started the program 4 years ago. And they said they think this program is a success. So Tiger and his legal team are trying to get him put into the diversion program for intoxicated drivers as a reduced penalty for what could happen to him. So they're hoping that the judge will say, look, this is the first time we've had to bring you in on this. So we think you got a shot at the program first. So, of course, if he does that.
Well, he was a mess when they picked him up.
Oh, my. All the things that were in his system, really bad. Hey, Ty, if you get this, you got to stay in there now. Because if he comes bolting out of there.
Odd. Is there any hope of him returning to golf?
Well, there was a story a couple of days ago. He's been cleared by the doctor to start getting work.
Was it back? Was that the last problem, back? Or
Yeah, he had back surgery. Yeah. That was 6 months ago, and he has, as Speedy said, been cleared of all golf and working out activities. There is no date of his return. He's even mentioned that he may never play again.
Got to get out of this program first, wouldn't you think?
Yeah. But his agent has said that I would look for him to be on the golf course in 2018 at a tournament.
In this program, he would spend a year on probation, pay a $250 fine and all court costs. He must attend DUI school, perform 20 hours of community service, and attend a workshop where victims of impaired drivers to tell.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother.
All right, we're back. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. So, I've been sent this picture we got here, and I know you said Span is talking about it too. Lightning strikes. Span said of all the weather that he's afraid of, lightning is the one he's most afraid of.
Yeah, me too. And it kills a lot more people than tornadoes do every year.
Oh yeah. And so the
it'll get you. Look at that, Rick.
So this picture is a toilet. And they're saying that they think that
I've heard of blowing up the bathroom.
Yeah, I've actually had a few times I've been in there that I felt like the toilet was in that same shape. But I've heard of blowing it up. But that is wow. So they think the lightning came through the vent up over. There's a metal. You know how you have a metal vent.
So it came through the vent down to the toilet.
Yeah,
the toilet.
That is correct.
Bubba never shower again during the storm.
Well, he won't do that anyway. But then now he won't be able to sit down and take one.
Yeah.
Not during a storm.
Are they sure that it was lightning?
Yeah. From what I'm gathering,
the apartment complex said that luckily nobody was living in the unit, but they were supposed to rent it out the next morning.
Yeah, the next morning.
Yeah.
Wow. We got a delay on that.
Yeah.
We got to clean the toilet up.
Yeah, it says bizarre lightning strike call at the Oxford apartments overnight. Where's these Oxford apartments? What city is this in? Where then? They say the lightning came through the vent in the roof and struck the toilet, shattering it.
Mm-hmm. How about that?
What if you were sitting there going, well, I'll tell you what, I don't know if I should have eaten that.
Yeah. Whoa. Wow, I really shouldn't have.
I've seen a lot of strange lightning strikes before. That's one of the strangest.
Does it, I mean, is this one so bizarre you can't even spend time being concerned about it?
Yeah, I mean, that one's out there.
Right. I mean, I know.
I told Greg not to take a shower when he was making fun of me, but
comes in with his hair all messed up because he didn't get a shower.
If it'll hit a toilet, it hit a shower.
Yeah, well, I mean, can it hit just about anything in the right condition?
It can.
In the right condition. I mean, a lot of things have to happen.
Well, we know how it's supposed to act, but it doesn't always do that.
Right.
That's the problem.
Yeah. But, I mean, if it can find its way to do all kinds of things, can it?
Well, it gets in something, it runs crazy.
Oh, my
it does
goodness.
some serious damage.
Yep.
I know it's just your time if you're on that toilet when that happens.
It is.
You're right.
Yeah, you have to put that under. Hey, it was just your time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
no, it's I mean, of all the ways you want to go, that's probably not high on the list.
Well, it gives everybody,
especially in that predicament.
It gives everybody a tough eulogy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
or just the whole funeral. You're kind of everybody's going to be thinking about why it was on the toilet.
Everybody can't say he was doing what he loved.
No, you really can't say. Well, you can't say that.
He was doing what he had to do.
You're right.
Yeah.
Maybe
well, and this, if this were to happen, and I'm thankful it didn't, but it lends itself. I always think about this scenario. Always the person who's hearing for the first time. Did you hear what happened to so and so? No, what? You know. I mean, he was killed last night. Oh my gosh! She's screaming, hollering.
Yeah.
What in the world happened? What happened?
Very bizarre.
All right, so let me ask you this: if you're going to have to tell somebody how somebody that they knew and loved got struck by lightning sitting on the toilet, do you just blurt it out?
I just say struck by lightning and leave it at that.
Do you really?
Yeah.
No, I have
it's a crappy way to go. I get it.
But they're all right. Listen, if
you believe it,
if you say that, they're going to say, well, where were they?
I'll say golfing.
Yeah,
I'll just say they were golfing.
Well, no, but you say
you don't lie about
so
it.
you'll go with a non-truth just to avoid it.
Yeah. That ain't nothing.
You know them golf courses, they're dangerous for lightning.
I think that I go for just let's get it over with. Hey, so what happened? He was struck by lightning. Oh my goodness! While sitting on the toilet. What? Because when you hear that, I'm sorry, change it. If you say golf, oh yeah, out in the field doing yard work, you know.
Yeah, you don't picture indoors.
Yeah, but when if I give you the sitting on the toilet, that conversation just went in a whole different direction. What now? And then of course with us, if it was somebody in our group, we would have kind of an attitude in the main gathering, but eventually we'd all drift into a room where it was just us.
Oh, it'd be bad. It'd be bad.
And then that would be the first time somebody looked at somebody and said, say, yeah, you got him on the toilet.
Hey, wow.
Yeah. So wait a minute. So did y'all walked in, he's laying over on the side.
His ankles. You got him.
His ankles.
All right. It didn't even happen, and I can't keep a straight face.
Greg, you know what I'd do if we walked up? Of course, I don't. If it gets struck by lightning on the toilet, what kind of shape's the body in? Is that
probably not good? Did you see what shape everything else
is? Is it open casket?
No, probably not.
I don't know, man.
Because you know what my next one would be. You think they pulled his drawers up before they put him in there? You know what I mean? Of course you'd have it. We would all be doing that, Greg. Nobody. This didn't happen. So we got a lot more. We got a little more license
because it didn't happen.
Yeah, we got a little more license.
We'd have to be
We're
out.
not making fun of a particular person.
No, it did not happen. Nobody got hit. Just the toilet.
Yeah.
All right, so it's in Oklahoma. It was the Oxford Apartments, which kind of threw us off a little bit.
It did.
But it was,
y'all thought it was in Oxford?
No, we just wondered where it
Speedy
was.
claimed it was in Oxford.
But they say
Greg
it was
didn't leave a toilet in Oxford looking just like that.
I thought that was it.
They're saying here it was in Oklahoma.
Okay. All right. Well,
but man,
boy, I tell you that's you've put everybody in the body. You almost have to just make a pact. Hey, I'm gonna try my best not to let that happen to y'all.
Don't y'all think they did Elvis wrong on that too? Saying that, I mean, could they have come up with something else?
Did they make that up?
Did they make that part up?
No, they hid that. They hid that for Greg. Let me tell you, they hid that for a long time because if you, honestly, all right, let's say that you go to.
Didn't they say they found him in the bathroom?
Yeah,
something like that. Right. When it first came out.
Right, but remember this because this is absolutely true. If you have some kind of surgery that's going to require pain meds, when they say to you, now look, when you're taking these, take this stool softener as well. Mm-hmm. Take it.
Well, I didn't thought we'd hear that today.
Hey, take it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So
you don't want to back up.
So he was on so many drugs, and those drugs,
MOM,
and those drugs caused that to happen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I think
just stop.
Well, I'm just saying.
But no, that's what happened. You're right. Yeah. But I think if I'm his handlers and I'm people,
you got to keep that out.
I don't say that that's.
We should have never known that the king of rock and roll was.
If he'd only had Colace.
Yeah. Mm. We didn't need to know that though.
We didn't. And that's something the Memphis Mafia should have protected.
Yeah, they ought to clean that scene up.
Right. I mean, my goodness, he's been paying for dinner for y'all for how long?
Yeah.
For real.
I mean,
I blame Red.
Don't let that get out.
Okay.
Adler.
That's after that concert he did. The last one he looked and he couldn't remember the words and remember he was bloated.
Yeah. He was knocking on death's door at that point.
There he was.
Right. We weren't gonna have the king much longer after that.
How old was he? 42?
He wasn't that old. No, he wasn't that old. He's in his 40s. Yeah, I mean, we could have had the king for a while.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, a long time.
Mm-hmm. That's not the way
42,
to go.
42, I was right. Yep.
Yeah.
I remember hearing the news on the radio and thinking, what?
Oh, I did too.
Yeah.
I was a little kid.
How can that be?
I remember seeing like a woman crying. I didn't understand.
Yep.
No, some people acting plumb silly about it.
What, Greg? you know how idol worship is.
Oh yeah.
Something becomes that important to you. Look, it's okay to say you got a talented guy and I like his songs, but no, you have to get away with it.
Like you. Right. Be out of commission for a week.
Right. Saw that with Earnhardt as well.
No.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Their lives were damaged. So I've sit across from people who got hit by and trouble. Since he was intoxicated with prescription drugs and marijuana, he will also be required to undergo regular drug tests. That's what his legal team said. Can that be the charge? And then hopefully he can be rehabilitated and get back on his feet and play some golf.
I know Helms will like this based on past conversations, but I really do think it would be good for the game if Tiger Woods was back in it.
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of moved on. I've moved on from golf, much less Tiger. But yeah, I agree with you 100%.
And you don't have to worry about them kneeling in golf because they'll mess the green up.
Right.
Yeah, if he makes a return and makes a splash, maybe winning a major here, then you got something to talk about. Be fun to watch.
It'd be a good storyline.
Checkarino. Hello, 2. Hey, there it is. What's up, gang? Thanks for watching on YouTube, everybody. We're gonna do a little bit of free metal here, I think. And I'll also give you a little tour of this back office here. Does that sound all right? Okay. So this owl is from. First of all, I'll start with the owl. The owl is from my grandparents. When my grandfather passed away this year, my grandma gave it to me, and I have documentation of it being from the 50s, the late 50s. That owl was killed and stuffed, and so that's why it's legal and okay for me to have it. You're not allowed to have that anymore. You're not allowed to do that anymore. So if anybody's asking why and how I have this owl here, so that's what that is. My grandma and grandfather had that in their houses when I was a kid, and it scared me because the eyes actually follow you around. So that's pretty cool. Some of y'all were asking for some free metal on YouTube here, so I'm going to go ahead and get that going too. So, yeah, looks like people are wanting free metal. Okay, cool. Let's get that going. Check. Hey, check. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Appreciate you guys. Back to the show here.
Pizza and a cup.
It's time to shift into gear.
Let's go. Let's go. Everybody, let's all sing it. Somebody get your hands up.
Better than I deserve.
You know, I know we've talked about it a little bit, some of the stuff in the kickoff hour. We do have things to talk about going forward. L.A. Dodgers up 1-0 in the World Series. I actually, for the first time, watched about probably 60% of the game. And
Look at you.
And I enjoyed it. It was I'll tell you one of the things I told Bubba before, and Sherry was in, you never know when you get to your house what the atmosphere is going to be like. And there's those days.
Well, that's underline that.
Yeah, there's those days when my wife, it's almost like they become glossed over, and then we call it the deep cleaning day, where they lock into the house and it's a deep clean. That means there's stuff everywhere, and they're just almost have there's an energy that almost seems supernatural, and they're just running all over the house, cleaning everything. And of course, you don't know what to do with yourself. You don't know, all right, am I in the way? Is there something you need me to do? And I go over here and. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. In anything called predestiny. And everyone seems to remember him for what he used to be. So as we start the hour, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the team, all here. We welcome you back. And, of course, getting the whole team on the field, there is Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Oh my goodness,
Rick! You know
everything's going to go wrong.
We've had a topic here on the show for the last few weeks. I don't know why it's been such a hot topic. I guess because she's wrote a book. She's had her book.
Well, I'm confused because tell me if I'm confused. The Jennifer Grey thing.
We talked about it one time. It had been a hot topic.
No, I mean you look up and you see her on all the stuff.
We've talked about it. I know twice on the air. And I think many more times off there.
Really, in Rick and Bubba history, we've even talked about it.
Several times.
When she was on Dancing with the Stars.
Hey, the Stars.
What happened?
With the Stars. She dance real good.
Please welcome Peter Brady from the Silver Platter.
What's wrong with you, Greg?
I need more of that. Yeah, I loved you on the Christmas special. But anyway,
I said, wow.
But
dances real good.
You got to change.
My goodness, Katharine Hepburn has taken Greg's place.
You are, man.
but anyway,
what would Charles Barkley say, Speedy?
Yeah, Speedy, give it to Charles.
Oh, Greg, what's wrong with your voice?
That was Craig Shoemaker doing Magic Johnson.
Oh, Craig.
Look at my haircut, Charles.
What is he even talking about?
He's a master impressionist.
Oh, he is. By the way, Frank Caliendo, stand down.
Yes.
But anyway.
He'll speak to you in the car.
So Jennifer Grey, 62 now. She has a book that's come out, and she was on The View this week talking about this, and she said she almost did not take the role in Dirty Dancing, and I think we have part of that
her
clip
nose?
here.
Yeah, listen, here it is.
Look, there's a ton of videos on this. You didn't tell me what you wanted.
I'm sorry, I can see Adler in this.
There's a ton of videos on this page.
Adler is talking, but we can't hear him.
You know, Bubba, she's 60.
There's a ton of videos on this page, but I didn't know which one you wanted. There's a 2-minute clip here, and then several other clips. What do you want, Bub?
Which one?
Just whichever one you screened in the breaks, fine.
Yeah.
Well, you sent it to me 30 seconds ago, so I haven't had much time.
Yeah,
okay.
Well, here's the worst part: is I was walking towards you to tell you what we wanted, and Speedy said, "I've already told him."
I did not. I went in there and told him that Bubba sent him something that he wants to talk about.
You were saying, I said, I'm going to go in there and let him know what we're doing. And you were like, well, I've already let him know. And then you did a hand signal at me. I'm like, oh, he already knows. Okay, I'm out. But anyway,
I went and opened the door and did tell him.
You said it was good.
But I didn't know what Bubba had sent. I just said Bubba sent something he wants to talk about.
Hey,
right. So what I
be
actually
careful. I'm nervous about what may happen in here.
What I had prepared was this, just this GIF right here from Dirty Dancing, because I thought y'all were just going to talk about Jennifer Grey. So I didn't know that y'all wanted a specific clip.
By the way, I heard those two didn't get along during the filming of it.
Well, that's what
this is about.
Oh, I said that yesterday when we were talking about hot topic.
There's Adler. It's the one where she's actually on The View talking about it.
There she is. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sitting on the set.
I've also got bad music playing, so let me kill that. Lots going on here.
You know, Bubba, you said she was 62. Her nose is only 30.
Right. Technically, it is. Technically, you're right.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
For your chemistry in that movie. I mean, that was something that most of us, until your book, really just thought there was such a natural chemistry. But when you started, it wasn't actually a natural match. And you say you wanted anyone but him.
Well, I had just done a movie, like 3 months every day in New Mexico in the snow with AK-47s fighting the Russians.
Sounds lovely.
Yeah, it was really my kind of movie. And I got it, was one of the leads. It was an ensemble, and it was, Patrick was playing pranks on me and everybody, and late, and the boss of everybody, and it was just like macho, and I just couldn't take it. I was just like, please, this guy's enough with him. So when they said, what about Patrick for the movie? And I said, no. They said, oh, no, but he's a dancer. I was like, I know he's a dancer. I know the whole story. I've heard all about the dancing. And they said, well, he's probably really good at partnering. And I said, okay. And he came in, and the screen test, He came in, when you read the book, if you read the book, I hope you do, you will see in great detail. I really tell what it was like and how he pulled me down the hall and said to me, you know, I love you. I love you, and I'm so sorry, and I know you don't want me to. Oh, you know what he and he got the tears in his eyes. Yeah. And I got the tears in my eyes, not for the same reason. This guy's working me, and I know he goes, you know, well, we could kill it. We could kill it if we did this. And I was like, okay, honey. We go in there, and he takes me in his arms, and I was like, oh boy. Yeah.
You killed it. You killed it.
Oh, no, there was no competition.
So what she's saying
Has
is
she been
before,
drinking?
so we can clarify it, before Dirty Dancing, they were on Red Dawn together, and he was a jerk to her, in her opinion, and she was dreading him on Dirty Dancing, but he took her aside and apologized during the screening, and then she was good with it, and they actually had a good experience on that movie, right?
Yeah,
I mean, that's kind of what I took
that's
away
what
from it.
that's the way I understood it.
Yeah. So, and it gets confusing because the book is coming out, the whole thing about the nose and everything. But isn't there also an attempt to reboot Dirty Dancing?
Yes, she's going to be in that too.
She will be in that.
She's going to have some part in it.
Well, I hope she's not going to play who she played now because she doesn't look like her.
Well, it may be later. It may be the next generation. I don't know. But it says she's supposed to be in that movie.
Okay.
In this story.
Yeah, it's.
I thought they already had Dirty Dancing Havana Nights. No, I think wasn't that like a sequel?
I thought that was the Forbidden Dance.
Maybe it was.
Bubba has always laughed at the term
the Forbidden Dance.
The Forbidden Dance. And you know what's weird
Dance.
is how this has turned out to be some romantic whatever, and it's almost like we've just glossed over the name of it as Dirty Dancing.
Okay, yeah.
Doesn't that feel weird?
It says she will soon be reprising her role as Baby in a sequel to the movie 35 years after its release.
Put her in the corner.
Yeah, you won't put her in the corner, Helmsy.
Does that mean they're going to have a whole movie and then her character comes back for about 10 seconds?
Yeah, probably something like that. You know, I loved really when you talk about roles that she played. I loved her as Ferris Bueller's sister probably more than anything. That was a funny character she played.
Very funny.
And just put up with. She just completely put out with Ferris,
and then
we got away with everything.
And she will talk about it in the book, I guess, because we keep seeing her getting interviewed everywhere, and I keep hearing about it, and that's why, because they're out promoting this book. But the the big story is the fact that she had that nose job done, and it ruined her career.
Well,
because she doesn't look anything like the person that got branded on Red Dawn, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, Dirty Dancing, which was a huge movie.
Yeah.
And then everybody sees this look that you have. You didn't just go change your hair like actresses do a lot. You change the look of your entire face to the point that if you walk onto the screen, nobody knows who you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, she walked down the street now, nobody knows who she is.
It was like
it looks to me like
protection. They changed her.
Yeah, it almost is. It look. I mean, they said nose, but her eyes don't look the same. I mean, she had a really. I mean, it really affected her look.
If you want to really, and I found myself doing
I'll tell you
this.
another one had one that did that was
Mama June. She went from not to hot.
Who was the actress that played with Billy Crystal?
Meg Ryan.
Meg Ryan. She had one that changed her look.
She's got them lips.
Yeah,
balloon
that all started getting weird. That all
they need.
But I think hers was the most dramatic of any of those that we've seen. Even Kenny Rogers.
And I'm not quite.
That was major.
Yeah. Well, Kenny Rogers, what was done to him looked like he was constantly in a strong wind. But the another one too. I'm really not sure what Renee Zellweger looks like. Her face has changed so many times.
Yeah, plus, this last character she played, she was in this makeup, make her look.
Yeah, I can't quite figure out what she looks like now.
What about Charles Barkley? Do you like Jennifer Grey today or past better? Huh?
I don't know.
I mean, I just wonder what Charles thinks about Jennifer Grey. Her look today, you like it better than the previous?
What happened to her nose?
I don't know who that was.
But
that didn't resemble one of the Cosby kids.
Yeah.
That was Donald.
Donald. But I'm back to the original discussion, Jennifer Grey. Yesterday, I guess, or the day before, one day this week, when she was on The View, what we just played, I went over to the screen on 4, and I said, I'm going to make myself see Jennifer Grey in this person's face. and it's just not there.
Yeah,
I mean, I was like, I'm going to try to look for some kind of facial expression or something that you go. I've never seen of anybody we listed. She is by far the standard of somebody getting work done, and it looks like. And it's not that she doesn't look like, I wouldn't say better, but I'm just talking about it. It's not like it made her ugly, but you don't
just
know,
different.
You just don't know who this is.
No.
I mean, it's
Do you think her mama ever came back in the room and said, "Hey, it's on me"?
Hey,
Sorry about
my
that.
bad.
Yeah. Because I think what their parents did, which didn't make any sense. Oh, you mean that I'm gonna have a hard time getting great roles like the ones I've already gotten?
Yeah. See, it didn't make sense.
That doesn't make sense.
You're already a top leading lady. Why do you do that?
I'm on one of the biggest movies of all time. A couple of really, really good ones. One semi-popular. It's not like I'm hurting. What are we talking about?
Rick and Bubba.
Then I go over and I go to one place, and one of the kids got home from practice, and he got locked into watching that series I told you about, Sherlock. Well, I've already seen all that. And I'm like, hey, man, I've already seen this. He said, I hadn't seen this. This is a really cool show. I'm like, all right, I've already seen that. So then I move over, and I find me another spot, and I go, you know what, I'm going to kick around here. Saw a little bit of This Is Us. Checked in on it a minute because I hadn't watched that.
Okay.
Laughed pretty hard at Blackish when they played Black Monopoly. Laughed real hard at that. And then I said, I got to get over here, and I'm going to settle in a minute here on the World Series. And I did. And one of the things, and I got there just in time, for the big game-winning home run and all that, from, big red
beard,
red beard, jacket. So anyway, and the pitching was phenomenal and all that. So of course, you make one mistake and that's the game, but anyway, so I was laughing. Sherry came through one time, and I'm laughing. She goes, "What are you laughing at?" And I said, "Boy, I tell you, Major League Baseball, they are grabbing ground." I said, we have not only done the national anthem, we have stopped at the 7th inning, brought out military, have a military person singing "God Bless America" with red, white, and blue all over the big screens, the flag, and everybody stopping singing that before the game's over. Yeah. I said, if they'll keep this up, I said, this is really brilliant. Now, I kept thinking, who's the players that are going to ruin it? Right now, everything's fine. And not only, to think to yourself, I tell you what, 7th inning stretch, we're not singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." We're going to sing "God Bless America," and we put military people on the field.
Yeah.
I thought, well done. That was smart.
Well, and
it was nice.
And I didn't know this guy, but the guy that sang the national anthem introduction was a gospel singer.
Yeah.
So the flyover was excellent. I love a good flyover.
Oh yeah. We lost those for a while. I know that President Obama during this, was it called what was that word? Boy, it's hard to say. I can't say.
Sequester.
But there was another.
Do not get injured.
That was it.
Early.
But there's another word.
Too much show left.
Sequestration.
Too much show left.
Don't help him.
You know what? So Obama cut all the flights out. He
Right.
cut all the flights out over the stadiums, which, to me, if we're going to burn a little money, that was well worth it.
Yeah,
that was one of those things.
As a taxpayer, I want to see that.
They thought they were going to get a rise out of everybody.
Right.
Everybody went fine.
Yeah.
Hey, whatever.
Look, we're, to the American people, we're to the
They
point.
got to practice anyway. Just make it during the ball game.
Yeah, but to Greg's point, he thought he's trying to be sharp.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm going to take away something y'all love. Fine. If you idiots will get rid of some waste, we'll give up something. How about this? Don't you? That's the worst thing you can do. You think you're going to be sharp and make it do. I'll tell you one thing. I'll do this. If you do that, and the person says, okay, that sounds good. And you're like, oh, okay. All right, let's make that deal right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
done.
So anyway, I thought it was great. It felt good. It felt like, I had that hot dogs, baseball, and apple pie feel about it, to a degree.
Rick,
And
if you
it
think
was
that's
great
something,
baseball.
if you think that's something tonight, the Marines are going to take batting practice before the game.
Something else, Rick.
Yeah.
You know what else was nice? It went by in 2 hours and 28 minutes.
Yeah, they said it was the fastest game since way back.
I can't remember. I can't remember a game going that
84.
quick.
It was a lot. They said
quick one.
Said it was the shortest World Series game in a long, long time. Yeah, I like
so
that.
hot, everybody wanted to get out of it.
It was over, and Albert still was laying. This is not that late.
103 degrees at first pitch.
Yeah, and that part felt hot. I was glad it wasn't where I was. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so this story started out one way, and now it's kind of headed another one. If you remember, we were complimenting earlier. I was saying it was interesting to watch baseball during the playoffs and the World Series. They have the national anthem thing going, even do "God Bless America" at the 7th inning. And I said, boy, this is a way to bring Americans back to baseball during the times we're going through with this whole national anthem thing. But there was one Major League Baseball player during the season that did kneel during the national anthem, and he plays for the Oakland A's. and that's Bruce Maxwell. Is that his
Yes,
name?
that's his name.
All right,
That's
so
correct.
there's a story that's out today that started one way, but now Bubba's got an update. So, Bubba, can you unpack this for us?
TMZ Sports published and shared nationally Tuesday claims that a waiter in Huntsville, Alabama, refused to serve Bruce Maxwell because he knelt during the national anthem. Matthew Henry was that waiter's name, and he says, quote, "that is an absolute lie," unquote. The Washington Post is now reporting that the Huntsville City Councilman, Mr. Keith, claims Matthew Henry took a look at Bruce Maxwell's ID. You got to have a scorecard here to keep up with these names, and said he wouldn't serve him. Maxwell claims Henry told them he voted for Donald Trump. Okay. Now, this is what the waiter is saying. "I never mentioned President Trump. I never mentioned kneeling. I had no idea who he was until his friend told me halfway through the lunch." Henry says Maxwell was gracious during the meal, but his and
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we make our way back. And we will continue working through the topics of the day. Sent this out yesterday. Babylon B has a guy standing there that says, "Man, I just can't seem to lose weight despite neither dieting nor exercising," which is hilarious. You ever been there? I just don't know why I can't lose weight. Yeah. Are you on a diet? Nah. Are you exercising? Nah. Well, that could be it. So we have a video today and audio that we can listen to. Bubba, the problem could be fat-phobia. And
what is this?
We have a licensed therapist. I love how they throw that in there. Oh, I didn't realize he was a licensed therapist, but a licensed therapist who explains why losing weight is really just being fat-phobic. So here we go. I can't even believe this is real.
So intentional weight loss. So you purposely saying, "I want to lose 20 pounds," is fat-phobic. And you might be like, "What? Oh my goodness. I'm not trying to be fat-phobic," but you are. You're being fat-phobic to yourself. Why do you want to lose 20 pounds? It's probably to fit into something smaller. It's probably so people treat you better. It's probably for all the reasons that fat folks are shamed simply for being fat. So by continuing to perpetuate that, right, seeking intentional weight loss, we are contributing to our fat-phobic society. So that's why intentional weight loss is fat-phobic.
Oh, my goodness.
So we've just got an open door to any idiot that has any opinion to just come out and just spew it.
I don't even know what to say to
I
this.
just uncontrollably cussed, and my mic was down.
Oh, good.
You
Okay,
were
good.
watching it.
Can
I
y'all
really
believe
did.
these people?
I said, "What the H?"
Mhm.
Right
How
here,
about
right here in the
this?
mic, and my mic wasn't up.
Nothing's off the table now.
It's really not.
I guess not.
Nothing.
Yeah, for real.
So wait a minute. So she's saying you're a fat phobic, which means you don't like fat. Is that what they're saying?
She's saying
You notice you couldn't tell if she was overweight or not. I bet she is.
Of course, but let's go back to this. She says, Greg, and I know
I'm
this,
trying to follow.
I know what I'm about to say. And don't everybody underline on our sheet today, licensed therapist.
No.
How did she get a license? But anyway, she's saying that when people don't like you being fat, they are fat phobic, which means if you yourself don't like your weight,
You're fat phobic.
you are fat phobic about your fat self.
To yourself.
Right. I know what I just said. I heard it in my head.
I followed it.
Yeah. And it could be, I know this is outrageous, it could be that people may be doing it for their health.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be
Not
that.
just to fit
Throw
into
that in
the
there.
clothes she was talking about.
It could be. I don't know. Speaking from a person who struggles with their weight, I do like when my clothes fit.
Yeah, and when you bend over to tie your shoes, you don't nearly pass out.
It does feel better.
Sorry.
Bubba's sitting right there. My
Right here, Greg.
I do like it better when my clothes actually fit me appropriately. I do like that.
I like it when my cracks are not exposed a lot every time I bend over.
Right.
How fat-phobic of you, Greg.
Yeah. So now,
And crack phobic.
here's what's getting me is that we are living in a time
that's not
back to what
real.
you said, or was it Helms, whatever. We're letting these kind of things just be said and go unquestioned, and no one's just simply saying, "I just got to tell you that's stupid."
I'm gonna give her a. She had to be kidding, right?
Greg, I'm going to tell you, not
don't
today.
think so.
There was a time when yes.
Wow.
I mean, that should be.
Well, here's the
a
problem.
character on Saturday Night Live. It shouldn't be something serious.
When you get all into all these phobias and phobics and everything that the left pushes, this is if you play it out, this is what it gets to.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
It's again, you everybody's got something.
Where does it end?
Yeah, I mean, is anybody working? Anybody?
I guess the fact
if you
I
got a
want
real
hair,
job,
am
you
I-
ain't got time.
Am
for
I
that.
bald phobic?
I don't. Yeah, I don't.
Do you not like your bald head?
I mean, it's okay. I mean, we
You
all want what
abuse
we
it?
don't have sometimes. I'd like a head full of hair. It'd be
Well,
nice.
sure.
Would you?
Who would?
Would you
Yeah.
rather have hair?
I
Well, I
can't remember
would,
what it
yeah.
was like to have it.
It's been so long ago.
Yeah. On a windy day, it's kind of nice. Like today, I'll just walk out.
Right. Yeah.
Save a lot on shampoo.
Yeah, when you get up in the morning, if you got to leave quickly, you ain't got to go. God, let me throw a hat on or stick my head under the sink.
What needs more? What needs more maintenance? A
Attention,
bald head or a head of hair?
Whew.
Well, now you got to keep it shaved.
Depends on what you do with your hair. Like I do.
Now,
nothing
Adler,
with my
obviously,
hair.
it's
Nothing.
no problem with
I
him.
shower, run my hand through it, and I'm done.
I'm not sure I count yours as hair anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Rick.
Yeah,
I'll be
right.
honest with you.
Yeah,
You're
All right,
right.
I'm gonna be watching
That's-
you now.
Did I hear you
Okay.
say
Gloves are off.
How about you really just have a beard on top of your head?
This is the I have the thickest hair.
Oh, you do?
In
You do?
Birmingham.
No, I'm talking about the style.
I could do so much with this.
Which I can't believe
I
you
could
don't.
do so much with this, and I choose not to.
I know.
Okay.
And
You choose
it's
to
got to
cut
make
it off.
people
Can I
like
put
Speedy
on
angry.
it for practice?
It may make people like Speedy angry.
I know. Well, that's why I'm trying to.
Did I hear you say you just got a haircut and you told them to roll the widow's peak off a little bit?
Yeah, I tell them to trim it back and circle it up.
Yeah.
Trim it back and circle it up.
It's incredibly neat.
It is.
It looks
Of course,
very
I
nice.
whispered it to him this time because this one was sitting right next to me.
We're getting
and
haircuts
the next
same
Y'all
time.
got a haircut side by side. We're haircut buddies.
I told him to
Yes,
give him a
we
flat
are.
top and all that. Put his team number inside of his head.
Shave and a haircut.
I love it.
Went
I didn't
well.
know y'all went. I didn't know y'all were haircut buddies.
Sure.
Yeah.
Got to buddy up and get a haircut every now and
Hey,
then.
once a month, whether we need it or not.
That's
Whether
right.
you need it or not. How long does a haircut take for y'all?
About
7 minutes.
I don't even know if it was that long on mine.
Shave and a haircut.
And you get
We
the
are-
warm towel on your face
Oh,
after.
they got this warm hot towel on you.
Yeah, that's
Changes your world.
Yeah,
I was
get.
smiling when I walked out there.
Does anybody take the fat phobic person serious? Let me
No,
tell you. Let me
Rick,
tell
I'm going to choose not to.
Let me
You know
tell-
what I do? I pretend that never happened.
you. How about the only people?
I'm going to erase it from my memory.
I am, because it's a waste of time and
And
air.
oxygen.
Yeah.
I mean, I
don't
got to
have
do more.
time for
I got
that.
to do more important things and see how Johnny Depp's trial is going. See what him and Amber are saying about each other.
Please look.
I think I'm at
Oh
the
my
point.
gosh.
I think
I
I'm
wish that was Bubba.
Golly.
Yeah, Cosmopolitan magazine put "This is healthy" in just a gigantic sized woman. It's just we live in a fake world, guys.
We do. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
His friend had an invalid ID and Henry didn't serve that friend beer. Keith is quoted calling the situation an embarrassment. It's the same way Henry describes what he claims are lies now reflecting his city. When I first read the report about what he said, Huntsville's like, and that's what it's like where he's from, Henry continued. I'm absolutely offended by that, and I'm hurt that he would think I would treat somebody like that. Anybody. Keith did not respond for comment for this story.
All right, let me try to clarify this just so you can all get this in a nutshell. So, a Huntsville native, Huntsville, Alabama, Bruce Maxwell, is a catcher for the Oakland A's.
Yes.
Correct.
He knelt during the season, during the national anthem, has been the only major league player to do that's been documented.
Last few games, the A's were in last place.
Right.
He needed some attention.
So what he claimed was that he came home to Huntsville. We know where all of us backward rednecks are. They voted for Trump. And he went to a restaurant.
With a city councilman.
With a city councilman, and he was refused service because the waiter recognized him as the kneeling Major League Baseball player and said that he voted for Trump and that he was upset with him and refused to serve him. The waiter has come out and says this is an absolute lie. I didn't even know who he was till halfway through the meal. I never mentioned voting for Trump or voting for anyone. And the only thing that was denied is when the councilman had an invalid ID or somebody with them had an ID that wasn't right, and I didn't give that person alcohol because they could not produce a valid ID. That's it. I never once said anything negative about him kneeling. Didn't even know who he was. And now Matthew's out there trying to act like he's Maxwell out there like he's some sort of victim. I played for the A's and I was bold enough to kneel. Then I went back home to backward Alabama, and this is how they treat me. And the waiter's saying, "You completely made it." What kind of weird person makes up a story like that?
Michael Bennett.
Well, that's true. Michael Bennett did the same thing.
Thank you for bringing that up.
So now I want to be a victim because I knelt and nobody cared enough, and now I want to act like it's really been tough for me to persevere through this back in Alabama, because you know how that is. By the way, you're talking about Huntsville. There's rocket scientists in Huntsville. I mean, people live in Huntsville from all over the country and all over the world.
Yeah.
But anyway, a nice little scenario he tried to create, but the waiter says it's not true.
So somebody at the table had an invalid ID and couldn't be served beer because that's the law. Sounds like the waiter, Matthew Henry, was doing his job.
You're talking about following the laws of Alabama?
And even if he felt that way about that guy, he was professional enough to do his job. Now, I think probably a lot of us would clap if he didn't serve him because of that and be fine with it. But
what is this
he
thing
was
now?
A professional, and he was doing his job the best way he could, which is what we'd like to see a lot of the players do.
Guys, do y'all realize I've never lived in an era where people made up so many things? We've become a bunch of, I don't know if we're delusional, and we'll see. All right, now here's the key. I noticed you said the council person that was at the table with him declined comment. It seems like that's the person that can say somewhere along the way he can go, I don't know why. I don't know why Bruce said what he said.
Let's just say, Rick, let's just say the conversation came up about him kneeling, and it was with the waiter.
No, Keith called it an embarrassment.
What? Right, but let's just say let's just say it did. Let's say the conversation was struck and they talked about it and everything else. The reason one of them wasn't served alcohol is because they didn't have a proper ID. That's separate from any conversation that might have happened.
Right.
And they're trying to pull them all together.
Do you think
like that's the reason he wasn't served, and that's what the waiter is disputing?
Do you think a bunch of guys out drinking some beers, they didn't like that their buddy didn't get served, and they created this to try to make the restaurant look bad?
It could be.
And now the restaurant's come back saying, look, anybody who didn't get served was one person that couldn't produce a valid ID for alcohol. We never, ever even took on kneeling and didn't know it was even the kneeling guy. So you're saying the council person is trying to corroborate the story with the baseball player, and now he's not commenting on the follow-up?
Well, he's not commenting for this story, but the councilman Keith had a lot to say in the original TMZ story.
So that's a yes.
Right.
So he was saying this did happen to Bruce, and he was there, and it was an embarrassment, right?
Yes.
But now when this waiter comes out and says, y'all are making this up, that never happened, now the councilman doesn't have anything to say.
Yeah.
Do I have that right?
Well, now.
Yes. According to this story, and this one is from RocketCityNow.com.
Yeah, according to YellowHammerNews.com, TMZ quoted the councilman Keith's account of the story, saying that he said, "Hey, you're that guy. You're the guy who took a knee," and then everything changed in the entire order and how they were serviced.
And the waiter says not true.
The waiter has said he would like a public apology now from Bruce Maxwell as well for him and all his co-workers.
Yeah, and if it's made up, they deserve an apology. "35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. Well, I was sleeping with a loaded gun. All right, so when you go out and you look at the way things are right now, and you look at our nation's history, these seem to be indicators. Any time since the 50s, we've had inflation or unemployment at the same levels they are at right now. This means everybody's disliked foe, recession, is coming. And history suggests a recession is extremely near. Anybody remember what the last recession did to your retirement? Took it out and spanked it a little bit, didn't it?
Made the board pop. It was so bad.
It was so bad that the board just popped in my ear. The team at Lear Capital want to help you right now, and they want to talk to you about how investing in physical gold and precious metals can be an excellent strategy against what's coming. And we want to share that opportunity with you, okay? So if you go to our website there, they gave us a URL, learbubba.com. That's learbubba.com. One, gold can be a great hedge during a recession. Number two, the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. And if you do one thing this weekend, why don't you just check it out, because you don't want your retirement to take a hit like it did back in 2008. Washington, I think we all know this, the government, they just don't have the answers. They don't seem to understand basic economics. So talk with the team about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And to make this extra important right now, you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. So go to learbubba.com for more information, or you can call them, 1-800-707-4575. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubby, I know we were going to talk about the topic of tell-all books.
Yeah, Mark Esper, who was the Secretary of Defense, has a book coming out called A Sacred Oath, which is kind of comedy that he's calling it that.
Oh, yes.
You know, I've got this weird thing. I just don't think these people who go and serve ought to come out with these tell-all books. Yeah. Because I feel like if you're going to be Secretary of Defense, that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
You don't need to be dishing dirt on people when you leave. You need to go quietly and keep all that under your hat, and it kind of goes with accepting the job.
Well, and it also goes with the way things once were, and that used to be something that people of character and integrity said, if I took this job, I had this responsibility, I was able to have access and see and know things that this job required. When I leave here, let the people decide what they think of administrations and let them decide who they want to vote for going forward. And if nothing I saw was illegal or, was a crime, then I keep my mouth shut and I don't go out and reveal the things that I would not have been able to reveal when I was given this responsibility, and I move on with my life.
In this, he's had several excerpts come out. The one about shooting protesters in the leg when they had to look. When you have to carry the president to the bunker because of a mob outside, I think you ought to be defending the White House. I really do. Mm-hmm. But in this case, he was talking about the drug cartel. Trump was angered about drugs coming into the U.S., kids being killed, and he asked the Secretary of Defense, according to Esper in his book, at least on 2 different occasions, if the military could shoot cruise missiles to destroy drug labs inside Mexico. Esper said he told Trump that he thought he was joking until he saw his face and realized he wasn't. He said Trump went on to say that the president of Mexico didn't even have control of his own country, and they had to do something to stop the flow of drugs.
So,
I kind of think that's a good idea. That's not that bad, is it?
Well,
it's worth talking about.
Again, you're having a conversation with the president.
Right.
You need to be airing that dirty laundry out. And I don't care who it is, Trump, Biden, whoever. Look, you're at that level where you want the president and the Secretary of Defense to be able to have a conversation that's not guarded in what they're talking about, which means it has to be private.
Sure.
And to come out later and do tell all on that, I think that kind of shows you're not much of a charactered person myself. And it's funny he calls it a sacred oath.
Oh, right. Apparently not. But yeah, look, it's different if you're trying to say something was going on here that was a crime. It was something that has to be addressed. But when you just go, I'm out now, so I'm going to write a tell-all. I say that really on anybody. It doesn't matter whether you're in the government or not. When you were once trusted with information that you're now going to go out and tell the whole wide world about in private conversations, I don't have much respect for people who do that in any arena.
I know.
Again, I'm not talking about informing us of things that are illegal and stuff like that. But when you're talking about, I just want to talk about some of the conversations we had when I had the post in the job. I wasn't allowed to do that. He said it was a sacred oath. I just think if you write a tell-all book, it must not have been sacred.
Yeah, I know. It's almost it doesn't make sense. It doesn't go with the title, right?
Right, exactly.
So I kind of like the guy. I mean, he's a veteran. He came up through the ranks. He served. He worked with defense contractors. He obviously knew the industry to get to do that. I wonder if they ever worked on taking pops out of things. But it's
pop-o-matic right now.
Oh, yeah,
it's like a machine gun.
Yeah, I feel like we're having popcorn.
Yeah. I mean, it's
really crazy.
It's
good night.
Anybody got any butter?
How about if the pops right now were bullets? I'm down. I'm in bad shape.
If pops were cans of beer, we're running across outhouses at the Kentucky Derby right now. You know, good night.
But I mean, and
on cue.
I want to say
What
that
in the world?
I want to say this, and I appreciate you doing this, and I know why you doing it, and I don't think it should be necessarily never. It should always be acknowledged, but sometimes we get into this thing, and we say, well, if somebody served our country, we have to always act like now that look, but you know what? There's a lot of people that served our country that ain't worth two toots. Okay, and just because they served in the military don't make them great people. I mean, people are people of character and integrity, and they either are or they aren't. And if you do things that lack integrity and character, we don't come back and say, of course, I can't say anything because one time you served our country.
Right.
Well, there's a lot of people that serve this country that that are evil, wicked.
Well, see,
I mean, and it's okay to say that based on what they do.
Yeah. Mark Esper was eventually fired by Trump, so
Right.
you know he has an axe to grind there too. But I mean, he came up through the ranks. He's been in conservative organizations. I mean, he was a rising star. But look at him now. If I have a company, do I hire him? No. Because what's he going to write a book about me next? You
Right,
know?
yeah.
So I don't get this. I hope he made a lot of money on this and then retire on it, because I wouldn't give him time of day after that.
Yeah, and it does. It kind of has that look of because we all know this. That's the thing I think that's problematic, that we now have a central government that appears to be set up that if you go there, it's really one of the. It's in many ways. Look at it. It's a get rich quick scheme.
Yeah.
Go serve in the government. Go out on a speaking tour. Write some books. And you can walk away and be independently wealthy.
And while this may, to some people, they think, wow, that's over the top, cruise missiling a drug lab. If you've lost a kid to these drugs on the street, you might have a different opinion on that. And the fact that we know that we have had helicopters in fighting these people in these drug interdiction rings in Central America and Mexico and other places. So what difference does it make if you bomb it from a helicopter or a cruise missile, you know?
Right.
I mean, the end result is you're trying to destroy the lab.
Well, also, when you look at the book, he asked me, was this an option for us? I thought he was joking, and then told him that it wasn't, and then it didn't happen.
Right.
So, I mean, really, wouldn't – I mean, I know if I was in a position of leadership, including the president, I would bring everybody in and say, look, what are my options on this kind of stuff?
Yeah.
I mean,
give me 12 options how we can do this.
Can I do that?
Yeah.
What is that something we could do?
And just because it's brought to the table doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, and then when you really got a problem is if you tell him, no, we can't do that, and he does it anyway.
Yeah.
Well, then but if it was just discussed by any president, but then they didn't do it, the fact that they discussed it may tell us some of the things, the way they try to solve a problem. But if they didn't do it, then it looks like they're just looking for what options are available to them to solve a problem that, frankly, is a serious and real problem.
Yeah.
And to your point, ask all the families that are listening and watching this right now that their families have been destroyed by it and continue to be destroyed by it. I mean, it's major.
You don't think that's a crazy idea?
Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you, we have only begun to see the problems that are coming, because they're starting to show themselves now on this treating marijuana like it's no big deal. It didn't even do anything bad to you. It's healthy for you. Mm-hmm. We're going to look so stupid on that, just like we did with cigarettes. I mean, we're just going to look so stupid. And we're only beginning to see the, maybe not. We'll be back. Phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll chat with you on whatever you want to talk about.
Rick and Bubba.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and what an honor and privilege it is to have our next guest.
Well, it is. How about this? CRTV. Now, I want to tell you about CRTV and how you can get it. This is, we have RBTV, and this is very similar. It is a subscription, a digital TV service, CRTV. It's $99 a year, digital network. Some great shows and programming are going to be there. Mark Levin is on it, Steven Crowder, Michelle Malkin, and now Mr. Phil Robertson. In the Woods with Phil is the brand new series, and Phil Robertson joins us now. Phil, welcome back. Welcome back, buddy.
All right, guys, how's it going?
Phil, we're honored to have you again, and we're fired up about your show. We love Duck Dynasty, and we were kind of sad when we thought you were going away, but you're going to be back.
Look, they thought I was fixed to fade away out into the woodwork, but I got to thinking. I said, all right. Roy Moore called me and said, Phil, come over here and give him a charge on my behalf. So I roll over, and I knew after all the smoke had cleared that there was still hope for America when I looked up. And when Roy come riding up on that Tennessee Walker horse for his acceptance speech, I said, well, now we're getting somewhere.
Phil, let me say
That's
this.
funny on so many fronts.
When you ride up on a horse to give your acceptance speech, I said, now that is what I'm talking about.
Well, I got a couple things I want to tell you. I've got good news and I have bad news. Are you ready, Phil?
What's that?
All right, the good news is we're now on in Monroe, Louisiana. They just added us there on 105.7 and 540 AM KMLB. So you now can get
homies.
You now can get Rick and Bubba when you're at home.
Hey, you know what? It runs a shiver down the backs of all these crazy left-wing nuts. They're saying, good night, the rednecks are banding together.
I know it. Well, and here's the bad news. One of our listeners that's in the studio watching thought you were going to be in the studio and brought you peach cobbler today.
Well, you know,
Phil, we will
the redneck way. Just break out the grub.
Phil, we will eat that on your behalf today.
Yeah, so don't you worry.
And trust me, it's very good.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna take my shoes off and eat it with socks on. All right, so let's talk about. Here's where I started laughing. I heard you talking to our buddy Hannity this week about your new show.
I hope you can get him in some water somewhere.
We got to get Hannity baptized. I mean, listen, you had him backed in the corner.
That was so funny.
I was laughing so hard I couldn't breathe.
Well, I was trying not to press the man. What am I talking about? I'm trying to convert the dude, and he's hedging on me.
When you said, look, John, forget the swamp. We'll go to a jacuzzi, a swimming pool, but whatever it takes. 'Cause he's afraid of the swamp. You had him down there at your house, didn't you?
I had him, and he said, are there any alligators down there? I said, yeah. He said, well, what about cottonmouths? I said, well, I've killed most of them, but there's a few down in there. I said, but you'll be all right. But I just couldn't talk him into it. You know, it's like I run into yesterday on the Verney, old Stuart Verney show. Well, the guy I followed was old Joel Osteen, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Joel, you know, he said, well, Phil, we're on the same page. He said, you know, I'm just saying it a little more nicely. I said, Osteen, cut to the chase, son. Tell him to turn or burn.
How did he like that?
I'm so happy. He just sort of smiled a little bit, you know, but he was like, hey, oh, I enjoyed it. I really did.
I know you did. And
he's a good dude. He's just a little, you know, he's one of them, he got a little soft.
Yeah. No, look, I'm with you. You and I, why are we not together right now? But look, I want to say this. One of the funny things is when you're now claiming on In the Woods with Phil that now you can speak openly. And I thought to myself, what in the world did you not get to say on Duck Dynasty? But you clarified that there actually were a lot of things that were edited out.
Oh, they edited out almost everything. And you have to remember, when the guy asked me, you know, is perversion, did I believe it was a sin? I quoted 1 Corinthians 6, 9, and 10, and that particular sin is in the list. When I did that, look, that cost the Duck Dynasty crew and all of us, you know, about $10 million because these sponsors just bailed out.
Right.
But give me a break. I just quoted a Bible verse. What a lot of people don't realize is we convert drug addicts. I mean, we convert people who practice perversion. We bring them to Jesus. The sexually immoral. I used to be sexually immoral. I ran around out there whoring around. I tell people, I said, look, I used to get high, get drunk, and get laid, not necessarily in that order, but that was pretty well the three things I was into. Well, when I repented, now I tell people, here's the problem. According to God, you can't behave this way. So I give them the bad news first, And I said, on top of that, you're going 6 feet deep one of these days. Physical death is a fact. So is sin. And then we point them to Jesus.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Your phone calls are coming in now, and we see those lines available. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, a brand new edition. We talk UFOs in the UK. And Fix Mama's Mouth, last day to vote for the 3 finalists today at the contest button. Congratulations, Asheville Bulldogs announced as Team of the Week for this weekend with the USFL. All right, so, and don't forget to see Helmsy, Mobile, Alabama, West Mobile Baptist tomorrow. Helmsy will be there for Man Church, and the real Greg Burgess today in Hoover, Alabama at the Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall, 11 to 1. Go by and say hi if you're in the Birmingham area. Listen to us on ZZK. To the phones, Bubba. Leah is standing by out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Leah, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What's on your mind today?
Hey, guys. I just wanted to comment on the lady that spoke about fat-phobia.
Yeah.
Yeah, she that was ridiculous for a number of reasons, but chiefly of which, as a woman, I can't speak for guys, but I know as a woman, the problem really doesn't seem to be fat phobia in the culture. It's more of just all-around negative self-image.
Yeah.
So whether that is of a woman that is already overweight, or, I mean, you can go to social media for like 5 seconds and see that there's girls all over the place who are perfectly thin, but they are just concerned about losing weight because they just don't have that positive self-image.
Well, and what she's talking about, and all what you said is all true, but there is this. What the problem of what she's doing is there are things in our life that we really do need to address, and that's not phobic to say maybe this isn't good for my sugar, maybe this isn't good for my heart. Maybe this isn't good for me being able to have the energy I need to do my job well, to be a parent well. Like I had one person email say, no, when I was enormously overweight, I became afraid to die young phobic.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
you're right. And there are some phobias that are good. As Bubba has said before, I think that probably now I went on to understand it's more than this, but the first thing that ever got me to consider redemption and my need for reconciliation to a holy God was someone made me hellophobic.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the fear of busting the gates of hell wide open.
Right.
Right.
And I started having to deal with that in my life. And even though that usually doesn't work if that's the only motivator, I can't really understand God's grace if I don't understand what he's delivering me from. So some of this having a healthy fear or phobia of things might motivate you to change some things in your life that need to be changed. And trying to say that it doesn't matter if you let yourself get grotesquely overweight, don't worry about it. That really isn't true. There are some bad things that go with that. Now, are we talking about having some self-righteous BMI that if I'm a certain height, I got to be a certain weight, or I'm a terrible person, and everybody runs me down and makes me feel bad about myself? No, we're not talking about that. That's more to what the caller was talking about. But we're getting into the point, we're just headed into just an insane fake world of things I can't even wrap my mind around. And people, the worst part is not that people are saying it, is that some of us feel the obligation to nod and go, oh, yeah. Oh, what a deep thought. I'm really fat phobic. Thank you, licensed counselor. Instead of going, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
It sounded like she was trying to give people that are overweight a pass to quit worrying about they were overweight.
Right. And if you don't want to worry about it, that's fine. But let's don't go this far.
That's ridiculous.
And let's go to Rick in Alabama. Rick, welcome. Rick, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing this morning?
Good.
Hey, I got something I'm kind of like Greg. I drive about an hour and 20 minutes to work every day one way.
Sure.
And the daily best of has been the best thing that's happened in a long time. I tried to listen to some of the audio books, but some of those were just so boring, man. I mean, I actually fell asleep driving home.
Yeah, be careful about that. Yeah, some people when they read to you put you to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So well,
I mean, that guy was really bad.
Yeah. Well, we like Bubba said it before. We like having a lot of pitches to throw. So if you want the daily archive of the entire 3 hours and 15 minutes of actual programming, then you can go through it and find any of it you want. But this new deal says, or if you'd like to have an hour that just says, here's kind of the nutshell of today's show, you can do that too. You can pick whichever one you want to do, and we like having those options. So I'm glad you're enjoying that new feature. I really are. Let's go to let's go to Scott in North Carolina. Scott, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
The big year ender seems like a long way off, so I think when you're about 6 months out, you should have a contest called the Big Rear Ender.
That's funny.
Well, there I go again. Another great one-liner, but I'm going to let it go. I know. We're making progress. There's no need for me to undermine our progress. Let's go to Dave in Birmingham, Alabama. Dave, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. This is for Greg, the resident wrestling expert.
Yes. Sure.
If you pull up a picture of Greg the Hammer Valentine and put it next to Vicky White,
my goodness,
know where we can find her.
You are exactly right.
So Vicky White looks like
Greg the Hammer Valentine. Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay.
The face and everything.
What?
Oh, Rick, you don't remember the Greg the Hammer Valentine? Adler, I know you. There
Okay,
he is. There he is, Rick.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
Is that not her?
Yeah, that is, by
That's
the way.
good. That same shaped head.
Oh,
That's
man.
good.
That is.
He's dead on that one.
Let's go to Derek in Illinois. Derek, go ahead.
Hey, so when Place Show this really happened, I have the grocery store, and I was over by the dairy section building a display, and this Amish couple walked in, the very, very large woman. I promise this is a true story. Anyways, as they're walking by, she glances at the milk, and she said, wow, milk's really went up. And she took about 3 more steps, and she looked at her husband, and she said, it's a good thing you have a cow. And I want to know, I bit my tongue, so I wouldn't say anything, but I wanted to know what Greg would have said because that made my day.
Derek, don't put Greg in that scenario.
Have a good weekend, guys.
Thank you, buddy. Don't put Greg in that scenario.
I'm just proud he thought it, even though he didn't deliver.
Let's go to
that's quick.
Greg in Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Greg, go ahead.
Hey, so Greg is there right now?
Yes, he's here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, I can't tell my story, then he'll pick it apart.
Okay. If you're truthful.
I'm not really seeing the look-alike.
Same shape, face, same nose.
Yeah, if you fixed his hair just like hers, and he didn't have the curling iron,
same shape head.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's.
I don't know.
I know you kind of. Greg, Bubba sees a little different.
He does.
There was a description up just a minute ago of her, and the last thing they described that she had a waddling gait.
You're making that up.
I just
You're
saw,
making
on
that
Fox News it said.
Everybody's in the world.
A waddling gait.
Have a good weekend and happy Mother's Day to all the mamas out there. Y'all have a good weekend.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.